of gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
All right, 6 minutes past the hour. Thank you for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We start a brand new day together. For a lot of you, we're starting a brand new week together. Whatever the case, thank you so much for being with us today. I am Speedy. Over there sits Greg, kind of wandering on in. There he is. I got to tell you, bud, you own me, and I don't ever want you to change. But just those of you who can't see, the TV room is not in the studio. It's in a room that connects to the studio, and there's a big window in there, so you can see Adler like when he's talking to us and stuff. And I know he switches the camera to where you get a better view of him in there. But when the show starts, Greg goes in there and switches everything over. So all I can do is just kind of see you from the waist up. And there, and you kind of frowning and looking, and like you're a little disgusted by things.
I don't know a lot about it.
Right.
I only know about like two buttons.
Yeah. But
and if those two don't work, then I have to adjust.
And so this camera right back here, or the screen behind us, is on us, and so you see us kind of like, it's pretty cool. Look how you can kind of see us in different. No, it's not. And that's kind of why you own me. That's kind of why you own me a little bit.
What do we got to do about that?
You look disgusted by everything when you go in there.
Well, that needs to be fixed.
Right. Well, you were the one that did it.
But I just punched the button. Let me see.
No, buddy, it's not worth that. No. We'll work it.
Terrible.
Well, I know. We'll fix it in the break. Don't you worry about it, buddy. How was your weekend, man?
It was good.
Yeah,
sure.
It was good. You just gonna go ahead and open that peanut and eat it?
No, I'm gonna hold it.
Okay, you're gonna play with it. I know Friday night you enjoyed some high school football. Sounded like it was a great game.
Back and forth, man.
But I understand too that you and Adler were at the same game.
But yeah, he didn't stay for the game.
He did?
He just did the tailgate.
Oh, okay.
But he did. I did see him walking by with his lovely family.
Was that really a picture of you he took?
Yes.
Of you at the top of the stadium?
Uh-huh.
All right, so Adler was at the game with his family, and then Greg went to the.
No, I'm just kidding.
Greg went to the game, and
he was on the opposite side.
He was, because his wife teaches and all that. But you were there to represent your son and the Warriors, and you hear us talking a lot about Thompson. I understand it was a really good game.
Yeah, it was back and forth. The score does not indicate how the game went.
Yeah. And so that kind of started your weekend, full of football and action.
Sure, watched Auburn. They look good.
Hey, don't look any better Mississippi State. Let me tell you something.
Maybe they can play.
Yeah, gosh. Almighty. So we have a lot to break down. The new AP poll, which a lot of folks think is just meaningless, but that's all we got right now.
Yeah, something to talk about. It really doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. It's Texas at 1, Georgia 2, Ohio State 3, Alabama 4, Tennessee 5. And then you got Ole Miss at 6, followed by Miami, Oregon, Penn State, and Utah wraps up the top 10. Missouri fell 4 from their scare from Vanderbilt, but they ended up winning. But they're at 12, or I should say 11 now.
Yeah, Vandy took them to the – well, that should have won the game.
Yeah. And one of the bigger –
had opportunities, so put it that way.
Yeah, one of the biggest climbs was Michigan jumped up 6 to be at 12 after they beat USC.
I watched just the highlight. I watched some of it, but basically they're just running the ball now. They said this is who we are, and we're gonna put that running quarterback in there, and we're gonna run the football.
Yeah, they look good too.
They did.
But so anyway, so that's kind of your top 10 and some other notables there with the new AP college football poll. It's out. The talk, and we kind of made fun of the fact that Alabama and Georgia were off this past weekend, but everybody was acting like they were playing because the hype is just so big. And
give them 2 weeks to talk about it.
So, but it is coming. And Saturday it will be Alabama hosting Georgia. Former President Trump will be there.
It's coming.
I think College Game Day supposed. I mean, it's going to be crazy in T-Town. But it's a much anticipated game.
Oh yeah, this is a big one.
This is a big one, and we'll see where both. Georgia, had the. They've both are undefeated, but at times both have kind of looked, At Alabama, their last game up in Wisconsin, they're like, okay, they're clicking now. Yeah. But we'll see. It's a big test for both of them. But Tennessee, good night. Boy, they looked impressive at Oklahoma.
They did.
They seem to kind of have it rolling, and so congratulations to all the Tennessee fans. And Terry was kind of in that game a little bit, but I was going back and forth between that one and I mentioned Missouri, Vanderbilt. You had them, man, and good night alive. You had them.
I was trying to watch that and Colorado, and anyway, unbelievable endings in both, and I fell asleep and missed.
Yes.
So
Vanderbilt, which I think I don't know what a chip shot is, and because I was never a field goal kicker, but I would think kind of 30 and in is probably pretty easy.
That level, you'd think.
And Vanderbilt missed around a 30-ish yard field goal in double overtime, and lost it.
And didn't they miss
Missouri.
One right before they would have won the game? They were tied.
I
and
think
they had
so.
A chance to win the game.
I missed some of the game.
I think he missed too.
Okay.
I may be wrong.
And then I wake up to you, and you mentioned Colorado and Baylor. You mentioned that game. I had to be up really early Sunday, and so we have to always make a decision. Is it worth staying up? And I was like, no, it's not. So I turned it off. And Colorado was losing, I think, by 7 at the time, and really didn't seem to have answers for Baylor. They were scoring and all this, and I wake up and I see they won in double overtime. So I quickly
a Hail Mary at the end of the game.
So I quickly go to X and I see that Shedeur Sanders rolls out to the left with no time left and throws it up from the 50 off his back foot, just slings it up, and I'll be dadgum if a receiver doesn't catch it for Colorado to send it into overtime, and they win in double overtime.
Wow.
That's it. That was crazy.
Watching that, and I woke up and it was over. I fell
asleep
sitting straight
so
up on the couch.
So you were all in.
I was all in.
You just were asleep.
And I fell asleep. Woke up and they were celebrating. I said, wow, I missed that.
So that was a big one there. So, some good football. If you're a college football fan, there's a lot of good games on this past weekend. Some not so good. If you watched Florida and Mississippi State, that was some bad football. And, boy, let me tell you. And then it continued on with a few other games that we were looking at.
Can I ask
there were a lot of good games, too.
There's something I noticed. I know this has nothing to do with anything, but it's hot right now. Okay?
It is, yeah.
And them day games are hot. Why do some of these players have head things on like that you wear in the winter?
Oh, yeah.
The head sock thing.
Yeah, like toboggan.
It's just your face showing.
Oh,
Why
okay.
do they? Now, I'm not talking about they wear just your face showing.
Mm-hmm.
When it's cold that you normally wear. What are they doing?
I don't know.
That's got to be miserable. Why?
Yeah.
I mean, it's 90s. It's in the low 90s.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
I saw a couple of different games and the player take his helmet off, and I'm like, why has he got that on? Ears, all you can see is their face. Everything else is covered, just like the race car drivers when they pull that thing on.
Yeah. That is weird. I don't know. Does that have something to do with the way the helmet fits?
I
or
don't
the
know,
form of the
but
helmet?
I saw several, and I thought, why are y'all wearing that? It's got to be hot. Your head's got to be sweating.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Yeah.
Because when it's cold, you see everybody in them.
Yeah. You know those protective covers that you slide over your helmet? Y'all, I appreciate you bringing that up to my attention for when it comes to the NFL, because you see a few players in the game that have them on. But I will say this: it's not real noticeable until they kind of get close up on them, because you can't see from the.
Well, they've covered them.
Yeah. So you have the protective cover over the helmet, and then on top of that, you have the identical. Helmet decal and all that. So
you look like a bobblehead.
You do. But from a distance, you don't really. I mean, I couldn't catch it, and then all of a sudden they zoomed in. Like I think it was the Indianapolis Colts. I think maybe their safety or one of the DBs had it on.
Yeah,
and I was like, oh, okay. I didn't even see it until then.
Maybe they'll put one on too and throw him back out there.
Well, I don't know. I saw where their backup went down yesterday too.
Oh my goodness.
So. All right, well, so we're hopping around a little bit, but we're just kind of shooting the bull, getting things going, as sports is always a big topic on Mondays as we come back from a busy weekend. All right, we'll take your phone calls as always, but they'll be on screen this hour. That's always an opportunity for you, 866-WE-BE-BIG, or you can text that number, 866-932-3244. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A medical test can reveal your body's biological age, which can show if you're aging prematurely. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's bio-age. Now, my hope of living better and healthier is why I take Field of Greens. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX, or rickandbubba.com for a link. You've heard me talking about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like optimized gel tips for custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's buyraycon.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts, and AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for a specific sleep position and comfort preference. With 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe Collection, and a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, you'll find one that's right for you. And Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep Quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 25% off your mattress order. Or visit rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. So you owe back taxes, right? Here's the question. Why is the IRS targeting you and not the millionaires who owe a fortune compared to you? Tax Network USA are patriots you want on your side to solve your IRS tax problems quickly and painlessly. Their attorneys, strategists, and expert negotiators employ brilliant strategies designed to solve your IRS problem quickly and in your favor. Call 1-800-780-8888 or visit tnusa.com/bigbox for a free consultation. Find the link at rickandbubba.com. Feeling secure in your own home shouldn't be a luxury, it should be a given. That's why Simply Safe Home Security is dedicated to providing protection and peace of mind to all families. With LiveGuard technology, Simply Safe's 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm. Visit simplysafe.com/bigbox to save 50% on a new system with a free indoor security camera. Find the link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. It is 21 minutes past the hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler all scheduled to join us right after top of the hour break for the main show, and we thank you for being with us. We've hit a couple of things in the first segment where we just kind of skip around, see how the weekends were going for each one of us, plus talk some football, which we had that. College football rankings are out, the new AP poll. Not much change. There were some climbers. We did have Tennessee and Ole Miss pretty much change spots, but Texas, Georgia, Ohio State, Alabama. Now Tennessee's at 5, Ole Miss at 6. When
is Ole Miss actually going to play somebody?
I know. I was looking at that too, but then
I'm not saying they're not good. I'm sure they are, but
right.
But have I missed any game?
No, you haven't.
Can't think.
They've played Furman, I think Middle Tennessee State, Wake Forest, and Georgia Southern. Now they have Kentucky coming up on the 28th.
Okay. Well.
So that'll be, and then they're at South Carolina, and then have LSU, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Georgia, stuff like that. But you're right, up to now.
Yeah. Well, it's eventually going to.
It's
we're going to find out.
Sure. But they sure do look impressive. They're putting some points up and not giving many up. So that's a good combination there.
Yeah, you like that to work out.
Yeah. As I was telling my dad, who he'll call and vent a little bit when it comes to Hell State, and I said, Dad, what's very discouraging about Mississippi State right now is the games that I had them winning on the schedule, because now they're about to get to the really good teams. Yeah. We've lost, and so now it only gets worse from here. If you're a State fan, I think now the quarterback that transferred from Baylor, he got hurt, I think he might be out for the season. I don't know. I have no idea, but we'll see. I haven't got the latest on him, but it didn't look good Saturday. It didn't look good. So, NFL action, we've talked a little bit about that.
I didn't get a lot of that yesterday.
Yeah, didn't get a whole lot.
Keeping up with it.
Yeah, it's just some.
Minnesota is undefeated.
That's kind of why. That's kind of why I was bringing this up, because I don't know what Bubba's going to do.
Don't even bring it up to Bubba.
He's mentioned it before, and that is that he can't enjoy winning because he hates losing so much when it comes to the Vikings, and he's had his little Vikings heart broke so many times that he can't enjoy it.
Purple heart.
Because he said, "Hey, I know I've seen this play out. We'll do good like this, and then when it gets down towards the end, we'll lose." So I don't think he's going to be able to enjoy it. But yeah,
he keeps waiting on the hammer to fall. That's all I thought about when I heard him. I said, "Uh-oh."
Yeah.
I knew he's going to give him zip.
All right. So was the Bristol race?
I think it was.
Was it this past weekend?
Yeah, the night race.
Yeah, wow.
I've been to that before. I've been to the night one and the day one.
Yeah.
The night one's pretty cool.
Yeah. You were talking about how loud it was.
Oh, it's ridiculous. I mean, at least like at Talladega, you get a break. They come by, it's loud, then they go off, 2 miles around the track, and they come back, and at Bristol, it never lets up.
Never lets up.
You better have some earplugs.
So it's that loud.
Oh yeah,
it's like, okay, this is unbelievable.
It's crazy.
That is one track I have not been to. I've been to a number of other ones.
That's amazing how fast they go on that small.
I was a little
mile.
jealous of y'all being able to go to represent the show. That one, you and Helms, that
was
race.
That was weird.
And you were on the infield, right?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
And that we were down there, with the haulers and all that.
Yeah.
There's no seats down there.
Mm-mm.
And it was so loud. God.
Did you have ear protection?
Yes,
for that?
they give it to you when you come in.
No, it's like a requirement. You
here's
put those
your
in.
earplugs if you want them.
Well, yeah. So I missed that one completely, but we're seeing some texts come in from 866-932-3244. Was it Larson? Kyle Larson?
No.
I don't know. This text, someone on the text here says, look at Kyle Larson's stat from Bristol's night race. Led 438 of 500 laps, won all stages, and moved into the playoffs. Wow. So I don't know. I haven't really.
So it's that little domination.
Yeah.
All the drivers talk. They say they consider him like one of the best drivers ever.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Because he drives so many different types of vehicles. He does sprint cars. He raced the Indy 500 this year. Going to do it again next year.
Wow.
The double duty.
Yeah. He it looks like he shines and won. So congratulations to him and his crew.
He walked off with it.
Yeah. Good gracious. So I had a little something happen this morning. I don't know if it's happened to you, but when you are shaving and you kind of cut yourself and it won't stop bleeding.
Yes.
I had this weird thing.
Do you take tissue and stick it on?
Well, I was surprised you didn't see. Did you see the tissue on me?
No, I didn't.
No, you're not very observant when it comes to that. I was going to try to see how long I could keep it on, and you realize it because it was right on my lip. It was
on your lip.
Well, okay.
Anyways, your stash.
Well, right above the top lip. Every now and then I'll get froggy and I'll shave right there. I'll just hit it a little bit so the top is not kind of
showing up on the. I mean,
and so I felt it when I did. I went and sure enough, there it goes. It won't stop bleeding. So I got a piece of tissue and I put it on the top of my lip, and there it was sitting there. And I come in and you never noticed it.
Well,
and we sat here and talked, and it was on my top lip, Greg.
Yeah, it must.
It was all right here. No, I didn't take it off until just a minute ago.
Well, I normally don't stare at your lips.
Buddy, I'm not saying you had to stare at my lip. You just had to look at me, which you were doing, and you didn't see the big tissue.
Well, I didn't have my glasses on.
Yeah, so I finally pulled it off, and I'm like, okay, let's see if it keeps bleeding.
Yeah, I've had them bleeders you can't get on the.
Golly. But so I had that this morning, and I had to work through that. And as soon as I have it, because I shave in the shower.
Oh, it's horrible.
As soon as I did, I went, and then the water hit it, and I felt that little sting, and I'm like,
burn.
sure, there it is, there it is, and we're off and running. So I'm a bleeder now, and it wasn't massive bleeding, but it was kind of coming down the lip into the mouth, and I'm like, well, so I have to stop that. And I even laughed when I put it on. Because I just stuck it to my lip, and I said, Greg's not going to even notice it.
Well,
I've been laughed at it.
Start looking at it a little closer. I remember when I was a kid. You remember the commercial used to come on and show the guy shaving, and he'd go, "Gotcha," and he would cut it. And it was for electric razors.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking, "Ooh, when I start shaving, I'm getting an electric razor. I don't want it," because something about that commercial. I thought, man, that guy to cut his head off.
Yeah, cut his head. Yeah,
wasn't that bad, but he would go, "Gotcha," and it would kind of freeze.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Me.
I don't know why. Sometimes I'll do that because I'm shaving outside the goatee and all that. But every now and then I get on the inside trying to be sharp. Kind of like you're trying to edge your weed eat around the lips. Yeah. What's that?
Yeah, the portable thing.
Okay, to do that.
Yeah.
But it doesn't get. It's still rough though when you do that.
It's still a rough. You got to go back over the blade. Then.
Yeah.
Do you remember when you started shaving? I didn't have to shave for a long time. I still don't shave maybe twice a week, but
I do.
But of course, we all started before we really had to.
Oh yeah, because you wanted to be sharp.
We thought we did. You had that peach fuzz, and you take it off, and nobody noticed it. You were like, "You see, I shaved."
And the color, because my facial hair, of course, most of it's gray now, but it's so light. Sometimes you can't even tell, what I got going on, and you can't even see when I got. Tissue stuck to my front lip, my top lip.
You must have pulled it
Buddy,
off.
It was so there, and I thought, well, surely he'll see this. And I was going to wait. I was waiting for you to go, hey, what you got there?
Yeah, you got it on your lip.
never even
looks
saw
good.
it. I actually went to the bathroom. I said, is it gone? Because he hadn't said anything.
I thought it was part of your mustache.
Rick and Bubba.
We all have two ages, our true age and our biological age. Our bio age suggests how healthy or unhealthy we are inside. You want your bio age years younger than your true age. Let me tell you how Field of Greens is helping me do that. I love this stuff. I definitely feel better taking it. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink. And listen to this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age. That generally means better health. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, your immune system. Only Field of Greens is backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next physical or checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. So why don't you join me in Better Health with 15% off and free shipping? Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGBOX, or go to rickandbubba.com, rickandbubba.com, find the link under the sponsors button. If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Everybody's unique and everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe Collection, the Helix Elite Collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So you're going to get a 100-night trial to see how you like it. With more than 12,000 five-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/bigbox and save 25% off your mattress order. Plus, you get a free gift. Or visit rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. You've heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before, and you may have thought, wait a minute, the same audio quality I expect from the big guys, but about half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now is the time to check them out because they've just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. Now, this means you get the features that you know and love. Optimized gel tips for a cozy custom fit and 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors. My favorite, I love the one that I like in those neon colors. That's my favorite because, look, I like a little flash. Seriously, if you've been waiting to check out Raycons, there truly is no better time. With a 30-day happiness guarantee, what are you waiting for? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. buyraycon.com/bigbox, or find the link at rickandbubba.com. You asked, and the folks at MyPillow have listened. They're finally bringing you their most requested offer. Get the queen-size premium MyPillow for only $19.98. MyPillows are made with a patented adjustable feel that will work for your needs regardless of sleep position. They help keep your neck aligned. That's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen towel set and famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25. Go to MyPillow.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice OX. Use the code BIGBOX at rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. So you owe back taxes, right? Here's the question. Why is the IRS targeting you and not millionaires who owe a fortune compared to you? Well, wealthy people have tax attorneys. You probably don't. Tax Network USA are patriots you want on your side to solve your IRS tax problems quickly and painlessly. Their attorneys, strategists, and expert negotiators employ brilliant strategies designed to solve your IRS problem quickly and in your favor. They have a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to talk to, which to avoid. And by the way, you should never talk to the IRS yourself. Plus, Tax Network USA learned of a limited special IRS offer. The IRS is willing to forgive $1 billion in tax penalties. Do you qualify? Find out by calling 1-800-780-8888 or going to tnusa.com/bigbox to find out. They are the team that we recommend to solve your IRS issues and get your life back. Go to tnusa.com/bigbox for a free consultation. You also find the phone number and the URL at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We get asked about a lot of the products that we endorse and you hear us talking about from time to time, and Raycon is one of them. Greg, I know you've talked about this where the everyday earbuds are asked about, hey, are they really good? Do you like them? All this kind of, and they are. Raycon.com/BigVox. Buy Raycon.com/BigVox. BIGV is in voice OX. You've heard us talking about them. They're the Raycon's everyday earbuds, and hey, you don't need to wait any longer because you have the same audio quality to expect from the big guys at half the price with buyraycon.com/BigVox. They have the optimized gel tips for a cozy custom fit and 3 customizable sound styles that you can enjoy. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are also available in a variety of vibrant new colors too. And so don't wait any longer. They have a 30-day happiness guarantee, so you have nothing to lose, and you get 15% off today plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/BigVox. That's buyraycon.com/BigVox, BIGVOX. 15% off and free shipping. You can always go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button too. All right, so we're hopping back, and we thank you so much for being with us. Let me ask you a question. I think I know the answer to this, but have you ever had something that you thought was just an item at the house, and then you discover it's worth a lot of money?
No, never.
Have you ever known anybody to do that at all?
You with that painting.
Yeah, I wish. Gosh, I wish. Are you, every now and then, do you come across the Antique Roadshow and stop and see what everything is? It's really intriguing
It's very
to
interesting.
see. It's very, very interesting.
All these stories about I bought it at a yard sale, or, for $2.
Right.
And that never happens to me.
Yeah. Well, there was a guest at the Antique Roadshow that was left stunned to discover a huge value of a trunk that they had when by the way, it spent decades in the parents' attic. She even recalls how her dad would stand on it to paint, and they had the whole time they had no idea that it was worth a lot of money. And I never in my life would ever go, you know what? Yeah, that's going to be worth a lot of money right there. I'm going to keep it, or it would be something like I would give it away to to donate it, and then somebody would go, no, that's worth like
somebody
all kinds
buy
of
it out
money.
of the thrift shop that I donated everything to.
Yeah. But anyway, this story is pretty cool. It's just it's worth a lot of money, and it gives some weird. It's worth thousands of dollars. Just put it that way. Yeah, it's just a chest is all it is. And I saw this and I started thinking about, okay, what's something that you would have that you think might be worth something to take to an antique roadshow, because a lot of times the pieces that are taken there are things that folks inherited, or it was passed down to them, or it was a piece of something that they've had rumors that this is a lot, or it's in good mint condition. And
Lisa's buys all this milk glass, different tables, different. I bet maybe I need to look close at some of that, because she was, a lot of them like glass bowls and stuff are worth money.
Yeah.
And she'll get her one.
But I just thought that was kind of neat. But I'll get locked in, and Terry's like, "So you're still watching this?" I'm like, "Yeah, this is kind of neat."
Yeah, you want
just to hear the history behind it too. Look at that old chest somebody just sent us. Y'all are sending us pictures now of things that y'all have. Yeah, think that looks like that's sitting just in the side of was that an attic or something? Somebody just texted us.
Oh, that's lots of stuff.
And you don't know what that thing's worth.
No, you don't know, Speedy.
But the history behind it and the folks that are knowledgeable enough to be there and be the experts, I like that part. Well, this painting was originally by so-and-so.
It was during this period when he was using these colors.
And there's always something in war. Your dad was a soldier, okay, and he got it overseas or
brought
whatever.
It back. Nobody thought nothing about it.
No.
Sat over there. We used to put books and clothes on top of it.
Yeah, I would like to take something to the Antique Roadshow.
You want to take something to the Antique Roadshow?
I do. I want to be there, and I want to stand there, and I want to have something that ooh and ahs everybody.
and hopefully ends with a big prize.
Yeah.
What about when they look at you and go, I'm sorry, this ain't worth crap?
Yeah.
They don't say that.
Well, no, they don't. And look, I know, too, there's producers and stuff that are trying to figure out, okay, who actually makes the show. Because if you watch the Antique Roadshow, it's I mean, there's people all in the room.
Did you ever like the pawn shop show? That guy and people bring stuff into the pawn shop.
It
in Las Vegas?
It wasn't bad. It wasn't
I
okay.
caught him that every now and then, and
Yeah.
then he'd say, "I'm gonna bring my expert in and tell me what this is worth before I make an offer."
Yeah.
I kind of like that. You didn't like that?
No, it's not bad. I mean, but I know that those folk they're in the business of making money too. I mean, they're going to buy it from you, but they also want to turn it around and make money. But that was kind of cool. But this here is just it's just a good old person that I'm just bringing something in. That's,
I got my granddaddy's old shoebox, and look,
yeah. I don't know if they have that voice, but yeah,
possible.
I wish so badly that I could look up and you be on there.
Man, I tell you what, I wish I had something that would hit the jackpot like that. You see me, I'd give them a show.
Yeah,
I'd take off running around the room.
Yeah, how about they said she was sitting here talking about how her dad would stand on it and paint, and they would sit on it, and they just thought it was just this old trunk.
Carve their name in it.
Yeah,
I got in trouble for that.
Oh,
we had a desk in my room, and I carved my name in it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Mother didn't like it.
Huh. One thing I was talking to Terry about is, and we've brought this up from time to time, I guess our parents and grandparents just kept things in better condition than we do. Because I'm like, what furniture we handed down to our kids?
Yeah.
We'll either we'll either sell it on Facebook Marketplace, give it away, or hand it down. We don't keep nothing.
I can't tell you how much furniture has rotated through my life.
I know.
That I had for a little while, then I don't have. I can't think of one thing that I've had that for years.
Yeah. It's like at my parents' house. They'll walk through and this is my great-grandmother's here, and this piece here, and it's this prominent piece in the house that they've kept.
Yeah.
And
been
just
handed down
excellent condition.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wow, so what are we doing? Here's this recliner, son. I bought it.
I've been laying in it for a few years.
This old bed here.
Yeah.
But, Aunt V, Terry's mom's sister, we did get chest of drawer, I believe, and a mirror or something like that. But it's like it was handed down through her family way on back.
And
it's just a piece of antique. And the furniture back then, you tried to move some antique.
Good.
Huh? It is heavy. It is solid. Things were just done better back then.
Oh yeah.
Now it's just so thin. It's like those TVs. But now that's a good thing though. Those old bulb TVs.
Yeah. That
used to have 6 guys to help you. Now you just put them up under your armpit and carry them out.
Yeah, they're a little awkward if someone real big, but as far as heavy, they're not heavy.
Yeah. But yeah, I was talking to Terry about that. I was like, so what do we?
Your word's something that's been passed down from Granny. Well, I don't see anything.
And then moves on through the line.
Yeah, that you leave to your kid.
Yeah, like my mom was like, yeah, I have silverware here that Johnette wants, and it's like been handed down.
I tell you what I do have. It's in storage right now. We're gonna put it up in the house. My mom and dad's. She got this. It was her first bedroom suit she got when she was a teenager.
Oh, really?
Yep. It's still in good shape.
Where? And you have it stored?
She had it in one of their bedrooms at the house when they moved out.
Wow.
She said, take it. I said, so it's in storage. We're going to put it in the room.
Okay. Well, that's something.
Yeah. Yeah. So I guess that is one.
Yeah.
I got one.
You got one thing.
Yeah, I got one.
Huh. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. Don't really know what we have.
Yeah.
Son, I bought this ottoman back when your mom and I got married.
Yeah. Bought it down
there. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Got it at Haverty's.
Yeah. Hey, I did, actually.
Rick and Bubba.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese sauce. Bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese sauce. Bacon. And the third bite, you get the idea. The boss of breakfast burritos, gotta be Wendy's.
Participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Moments like making my kids my famous meatballs mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that has spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC Plus. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com. You've heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before, and you may have thought, wait a minute, the same audio quality I expect from the big guys, but about half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now is the time to check them out because they've just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. Now, this means you get the features that you know and love. Optimized gel tips for a cozy custom fit and 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors. My favorite, I love the one that I like in those neon colors. That's my favorite because, look, I like a little flash. Seriously, if you've been waiting to check out Raycons, there truly is no better time. With a 30-day happiness guarantee, what are you waiting for? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox, buyraycon.com/bigbox, or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 11 minutes until top of the hour, and you are enjoying, I hope, the kickoff hour here. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. And that will be for the main show, and we're ready to go. Did you see everybody's on alert down the Gulf Coast? You know, I got relatives down there.
Oh, boy.
They this disturbance or whatever hadn't even really formed, but they're like, uh-oh, watch out. So we'll try to get Span on at some point this week. Oh, yeah, they're already talking about it, to see what's the impact is on the Gulf Coast from Louisiana all the way through the Panhandle. They're on alert. Another system might form into a hurricane, so we'll get updates from Span as the week progresses and they know more. But yeah, you know, with friends and family that's still down on the Gulf Coast, they anytime that happens, their antenna goes up. It's like,
you
watch
get the
out.
plywood out.
Yep. I got a little piece of audio here. Want to see if you can tell me what's going on, my friend.
A little audio.
Yep. I will tell you this. It has to do with someone that was out working and something happened, but take a listen to this.
I've been up 80 feet, and you're that far up in the air, just the wind can shift and make you move, rock back 2 or 3 feet. He had to be terrified.
I feel for that person's family. You know, he was just doing what he was supposed to do.
I wish you had that voice. What in the world? Somebody's climbed up something, and she's worried about it. He was doing what he was supposed to do. Is that what she said? I'll tell you what. He's hanging in there. He's hanging in there. Somebody's climbed up something.
Right.
Because this guy's been up 80 feet. That's telling it.
A guy in North Carolina got released from jail. And you think, well, okay. Well, good for him. He served his time. We're
paid
good to
his
go.
debt.
But then he stole a utility truck. I'm talking about 2 hours after being out.
So he ain't hit the street.
He had no more
hit.
He has no more hit.
And he stole a utility vehicle.
He stole a utility truck 2 hours later after being released from jail. But guess what? The worker was still in the truck's bucket with the boom arm extended.
So he's up in the bucket.
Yep.
Did he not see the guy up in the bucket?
I don't know that he cared, I guess.
And he drove off with him in the bucket.
Yep. Because
here's the thing. I mean, you got wires crossing rows. You got all these cable, telephone drops, even electricity. I mean, and you're up in the air and he's driving.
Yep.
You're going to get hung up and all that.
So
Unless he could hit that handle, he may have turned the PTO off and he couldn't come down. I don't know.
Those of you in North Carolina or know that area, it was Caldwell County. And the highway in Caldwell County finally reopened 12 hours after this guy crashed the Spectrum bucket truck. Police say it happened, as we mentioned, while the utility worker was in the bucket repairing a line along Highway 18 south of Lenore.
I got to know how far he went with him up in the air.
Oh, my goodness. Investigators said that the suspect drove south along Highway 18 before crashing. When the truck was stolen, its boom was extended as the thief drove more than a half mile down the road, striking utility lines.
That's okay.
Police said while the Spectrum worker was attached to a safety harness at some point, he came out of the bucket and was suspended in the air by a safety strap attached to the bucket. Yeah. The worker was able to cut. How about the worker was able to cut the safety line and fell to the ground, injuring his leg. They say police finally arrived at the scene, and the suspect, later identified as Frank Moody, was taken into custody.
Frank's going back to jail.
He's been charged with just a slew of things, as you can imagine.
So he got out. Now Frank, I guess Frank likes it in jail. He wanted to go back.
Well, So yeah, hey, so I've been out for right around 2 hours, I'm.
I made it 2 hours.
What are you thinking?
First of all, again, I'm talking about not being aware. If he truly didn't see the guy in the bucket, I don't know what he was looking at. Yeah. Or did he think, I don't care.
That's something you would do. You didn't even see the tissue on my lip.
Well, you're probably right.
Yeah.
But I hope I would see someone in a bucket without getting in and putting it in drive and taking off.
You would think.
So the guy was hanging out of it and then cut himself loose.
Yeah. Hey, I'm back here. God, you can't have nothing. You can't even go to work.
What about
in a
bucket? Eyewitness? I've been up 80 feet.
I've been up 80 feet. I like the lady that came in, and Darius
I've been up 80 feet, and you're that far up in the air, just the wind can shift and make you move, rock back 2 or 3 feet. He had to be terrified.
I feel for that person's family. You know, he was just doing what he was supposed to do.
Well, okay.
All right, I shouldn't be laughing. I'm not laughing at the fact that man got hurt. I'm not.
And I look, and there's Granny, or what? That's what she sounds like. And I go up and go, man, what do you think? How do you feel about what you just saw? Well, I hate it for his family.
I hate it for his family.
Okay.
I hate it. I just do. He was suspended in the air.
I've been up 8 feet.
Hey, guess what? I've been up.
That ain't nothing.
I wish the reporter would have gone, ooh.
Yeah, that ain't nothing. I've been up 80 feet. Not with someone driving, you haven't.
No, yeah, right.
I don't think you've been up in the air with somebody driving down the road. So your 80 feet story doesn't really apply here.
I've been up 80 feet, and you're that far up in the air, just the wind can shift and make you move, rock back 2 or 3 feet. He had to be terrified.
I feel for that person's family.
All right.
You know, he was just doing what he was supposed to do.
I don't mean to be mean, but I feel for him, not his family. He's the one that fell out of the bucket.
Right, yeah.
And he survived, right?
He did. The Spectrum employee who we need to be thinking about in this story.
Don't forget.
He injured his legs when he escaped out of the bucket, but other than that, he's okay.
Well, that guy's been up 80 feet
he did hurt his
before.
leg.
What have you been up 80 feet in?
I've been up 80 feet.
I mean,
I feel for his family.
I don't get how his 80 feet story applies.
Yeah, some of the folks that are texting us here at 866-932-3244 said that was Car Wash Joe's wife.
Very much so.
Run me a zoo.
I feel bad for his family.
I feel for his family. All right, so that's what we're getting out of the story.
Yeah. We've missed it.
I'm sorry, y'all.
Hey,
that's just us.
I've been up 80 feet.
We have.
Okay, buddy.
Been up 80 feet.
Yeah. First of all, which means you were up 40, about 40.
Yeah, 40 feet.
At best.
But to your point, not while it's moving.
No. Unless they're driving down the road with you in the bucket, you cannot relate to this person.
No.
So quit trying to put your story in there on top of it.
And I always, and we talk about this, but I always kind of go back to the person that, is involved or the victim, and we should. But think about the worker. I'm just in a bucket, and I'm working. I'm just working. I'm trying to get somebody's cable going or their internet with Spectrum. And all of a sudden,
when he slams the door, you go, surely he's not fixing to drive.
The truck starts moving. Huh? But think about the mind, your brain trying to make sense of it all. Like, what's going on?
Oh, I guarantee you they were knocking telephone drops down all the way down the road because they're pretty low.
Yeah.
I bet he was tired. That's why he bailed. He probably thinking, man, I got to get out of this.
Yeah, and I mean fast. Gosh almighty. There's another story out here that we'll have to dive into a little bit more out of Massachusetts. Did I say it right?
Nah, close enough.
Okay. 8 bulls on the loose after escaping a mall rodeo.
First of all, not a lot of malls have rodeos.
No. A herd of bulls were seen breaking free from a rodeo in Massachusetts. Did I say it right?
Yeah.
I think I am. That's why I went to the closet. On Sunday afternoon, it was around 2:20 p.m. local time. The fire department announced that 8 bulls are currently on the loose, and there's a picture of them running down the street, and it looks like here they're tearing up somebody's little pop-up tent too.
They don't like pop-up tents.
Yeah, no, they don't like that. It was the Emerald Square Mall Rodeo.
Boy, I bet
More
that
than
was
an
a good
hour
one.
later, the department announced that the bulls were safely corralled back up before revealing in a second post that one of the bulls was still loose, and they were trying to round him up.
Got a rogue.
They escaped. The fire department warned residents in the area exercise extreme caution. Yeah, I think
Do
so.
not approach the bulls.
If you encountered the cattle. But there's a picture.
Let the professionals handle it.
They're out. And you probably go back to that one person that let, hey, you had one job, buddy.
Yeah, buddy.
How did you let 8 bulls
8
out?
of them.
8.
It's bad enough to let one out. I mean, he must just left the gate wide open to lose 8.
Yeah.
You remember, you're at a mall rodeo. They probably don't have much more than 8.
Yeah. You don't really want run into the bulls and around the mall.
That's basically what they had.
And every time we anything bull related, we claim we're going to go do the run into the bulls.
That's a bucket
I
list.
think we've that mark's passed.
That's a bucket list for me.
Good gracious alive. I just boy, you can see them. They are hauling down the street here. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. And Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us. There you go. And we appreciate you being with us today as we get the day started, the week started, and we always appreciate your loyalty to start the day with us, as you always do. The number again, 866-WE-BE-BIG or 866-932-3244. You can text that line. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Everybody bouncing, everybody bouncing, everybody bouncing. Here we go. A brand new hour on a brand new day, on a brand new week. Welcome in to another Rick and Bubba show. This hour starts with the national anthem. Here we go. Seven and a half minutes now past the hour. Hey. Back from the weekend. Thank you for being with us today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, they knocked out the kickoff hour for you. Eddie Van Adler now joins the team, enhancing the YouTube experience. Hello, tubers. Whether you're watching live or archived on the YouTube option, Hello America on America's boldest radio stations, on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Hello America on the TuneIn app if you're listening to the streaming app. And hello to all of you all around the world that may be catching an archive on the YouTube channel or a podcast archive. Maybe a hello to Blaze TV subscribers. Maybe you're watching a best of hour with your Blaze TV subscription. However you're here, and whether it be live, all the way live, or maybe you listen to us on archive, we're glad that you are here. We are missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master out of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
Somebody say. LTD. The year, circa 1977.
Yep.
And so, wait a minute. Is that right? Maybe I'm wrong. I think it's 77. So anyway, Bubba, we and Greg, you may remember this. Is the lead singer Jeffrey Osborne? Is that who that is? It's one of those Jeff Graham. Somebody went on to do a solo career.
I can't remember who it is.
Which one it was, but Bubba,
I believe you're correct,
right.
Rick.
You are correct.
I believe that is Jeffrey.
Okay. Well, Bubba, how are you? Welcome home.
I'm good.
Welcome home.
Glad to be here.
So we have a lot to cover on the program today. Anytime we're back from the weekend, stories. So we got stories from the road. We got stories from sports. We've got, you name it, we got it. I don't know what's going on.
You name it.
I'm sure there's something political that we can hit today too, but not hopefully spend too much time on. Anybody try to shoot Trump over the weekend?
No, I don't believe
thank
so.
goodness.
Nobody? Okay. All right. Well, that's good. I was, of course, Bubba, and we'll go through the deal, but I was immersed into one of those little interesting places on Earth. Or do you find places, some people call them like Tri-Cities or anything. Are you always like intrigued when you get into the way the states all work together and you're in these places where, literally somebody called your neighbor is in a completely different state than you.
You mean like where the lines are?
Yeah.
Bubba, it's always funny. We have a bar in our state that the line goes down through the middle of the bar.
Correct, like a Floribama.
Right.
So I went to this very interesting, quite beautiful part of our country that really kind of features you're in North Alabama, then you're in North Georgia, then you're in Southern Tennessee, and it all just started. You could literally take a left. We took a left in Georgia. Okay, I'm in Georgia, Rossville, Georgia. We're going to eat lunch, which is a story today. Of course, anytime we've talked. If you want to know about food, this show has done its job. Okay, but look, so you picture a little downtown area, Americana. I love these little downtowns.
Sure.
So. The sign that states have it on main highways, welcome to our state.
Oh, yeah.
And they've got a picture of the state. The governor's on there.
Right.
Usually a little saying.
Yeah.
We're not there. We're in a downtown, old school America.
Right.
And we're coming out of Georgia to go eat lunch. And we cross into Tennessee, and there's the big Tennessee sign, like next to where the old hardware store used to be.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome to Tennessee. And I'm like, well, did we just go in Tennessee? And they're like, we are now in Tennessee. So to go to lunch, it was.
That can be a little confusing.
Yeah,
and I understand.
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
The ones that get me though is the time zone. Now that's because then you're everybody's schedule is dependent on that.
Well, I asked them. I said, "Now tell me, with this Tennessee, Georgia combination, and you don't have to go very far to be back in Alabama, but the Tennessee and Georgia, they're right there by each other in this place."
Right.
And they said, "No, we all agreed we're all Eastern time zone." And I said, "Okay, good. Well, at least that helps." And of course, I had Chattanooga, Tennessee's favorite son, Benny Rose, with me. So I was
right. Imagine if you had hunting property right there where you were, Rick. What do you have license for every state?
I'd rather not talk about that because I accidentally hunted in Mississippi one day.
I know that's what made me think of it.
I told that story because of all that. Yeah, and I said, I'm sure there's a message here somewhere. You may think you're somewhere, but you may be wrong.
Yeah.
But anyway, so
I like how y'all just put yourself in stand.
Right. I love what the guy said. You have any idea where we are? And I said, by your tone, I bet it's not good. He said, you ain't shot anything, have you? And I said, by the grace of God, no. And do you realize where you're hunting? With that guy over there across the dirt road? He goes, that's Alabama over there. You're in Mississippi.
Well,
it happens. When
you're right on the line, it's tough.
And I know we're all Civil War enthusiasts. Chickamauga. I was all up in Chickamauga. Hey, I was all up in one of the bloodiest wars of the Civil War. Hey, huge battlefield.
Yeah.
Huge.
I would like to say.
It's almost like Southern's Megiddo.
Speedy, they went up there in the dark before.
Hey,
Green Eyes.
Well, you know what I told everybody? I said, Greg Burgess never come here. I said, this thing's just full of Haints. And the pastor goes, what did you say? I said, it's Haint City over here.
Yeah, a lot of Civil War battlegrounds.
Let me tell you, hey, Greg, have you ever been to Chickamauga? It's not a little battleground.
No.
It goes on and on. And then, you'll look, and in the woods, just at some random tree, there's a monument by it.
Oh, boy.
Something happening in the woods.
Something going on there.
Yeah,
a lot of things on that ground.
Bloody war.
We stayed up in Chattanooga at the hotel that was a hospital. During all that, they said it was haunted.
Well,
and it was a little strange. There was a lot of noises you don't know.
Bubba, of course, I went for the easy laugh. Because especially when something's so delicate these days.
Right.
So we're like, and so the pastor, he was like, hey, because I'll tell you about it later, but he said, hey, you want to go over here and take a look at the battlefield like that? And I said, what is this? Is this a battlefield in the War of Northern Aggression? And he looked at me like his eyes were like that.
Watch out.
I said, I don't know if I like this monument to some bunch out of Chicago over here. They were all, you know where they were all fighting over? Lookout Mountain. That's a good spot.
Yeah,
That's a good spot. If you can get that lookout up there, that lookout tower, that's big.
Yeah. People knew it'd be a tourist attraction for millenniums to come.
If you can see 7 states, you can see the Yankees.
Yeah.
You know? We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You just don't picture me and Bubba wearing 3.7 though.
Yeah.
But anyway, maybe.
Number 9. I don't know a 37, so I picked 37.
Now people though are starting to wear it more, and you probably have had a lot to do with that.
They're rocking it. I'm seeing little kids come out 37. I'm like,
hey, how's that? That's got to feel wild.
I think that's the coolest thing. Like, I think that's cooler more than seeing people like wearing my jersey around or wearing. Which keep on doing that. That's doing very well.
Yeah, you just don't picture me and Bubba wearing 3.7 though.
Yeah.
But anyway, maybe 7.3.
But I think the coolest thing is really just seeing like little kids. Like if you watch a Pee Wee game and you see like the running back wearing 37, you're like, that was not popular before I started doing that. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Well,
it's
you didn't see a lot of 37s.
Yeah.
And they're out there now. Well, Sean, is he got to go? What's up? Are you got the media thing? You just hanging?
Yeah, you can stick around. We got Sean Hannity we need to call right now.
Okay. All right, we'll bring another Sean Hannity. Find out about Sean Alexander's charity golf tournament coming to Athens, Alabama. At Canebrake Golf Club in Athens. April the 17th is the date. Sean and his NFL friends will be there. It was a big hit last year. He says it's even bigger this year. Go to SeanAlexander.org for all the information.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 18 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Sean Alexander, still our guest from the Seattle Seahawks. Sean said he remembers this song when he was a kid listening to the radio. Made us feel good.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. We're going to eat your cake.
We're eating cake, and there is some blue food coloring in it. Bubba and I do realize we have blue mouths, as Sean does also. So if you're watching at home, Bubba and I are not, we haven't come down with some bizarre disease. It's birthday cake. And kids at home, if you don't brush your teeth, this is what they can look like. Speaking of Sean, another Sean joins us, Sean Hannity. Welcome, Sean.
Dr. Hannity. I thought we were friends.
Yeah.
I thought we were buddies, and you guys don't call anymore. You don't check in. And all I read in the newspapers is you guys signed a 5-year, $99 million contract.
Sean, that is not true.
And I read, one of you buys 700 acres to go kill Bambi.
Right.
And I read the other one's buying a house 8 doors down. Now, a lot of sense that makes.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, we moved yesterday. Of course, what's good, though, when we forgot things, we just went back down the street and got them and brought them back. So,
which means you really like the neighborhood. You just needed more room. Man, I can't believe the money you guys are making. Oh, listen at you.
Sean, come on now.
Listen at you. Now, why are you all so ashamed about it? I read $99 million for 5 years each.
Let me say this, Sean. If I had signed a $99 million contract, I would have a T-shirt with it on it. And I wouldn't care who knew.
Hey, by the way, happy birthday, brother.
Thank you. And Sean, we just didn't want to call and bother you. We know you've been busy, a little bit going on in the world.
But I got to tell you, the last time I was with y'all, first of all, we had a great time when we were hanging out, and we went out to Ruth's Chris in Nashville.
That was a lot of fun.
Had a ball.
That was a ball. But I got the copy of the CD. Did I tell you all this? I got the CD when you called my house.
Yes.
And
I listened to that 2 days ago.
My housekeeper answered. I played it for my wife, and we were driving somewhere, and we played it. Literally, tears were flowing down our face.
Yes.
In that bit y'all did. And
It was
put
a
on your
bizarre
benefit.
day.
We were wondering, and you heard that in the bit, since we couldn't make the phones work, would she ever answer your phone again? Because she's still thinking those guys haven't
No,
left
I
their
tell her
messages.
all the time, answer the phone. But I mean, she's a wonderful woman.
Oh yeah, she did a great job.
She's a wonderful woman, and she's been with us for a lot of years, and she's got a great family. And
you couldn't fly her in by any chance for Saturday night, could you?
what do you got Saturday night?
Sherry and I are trying to go to dinner, and when you have 4 kids, and it's hard to get people to come help.
Well, I thought you had what's her name who works for you?
Who, Peaches?
Peaches, yeah.
Well,
Rick fired her after she wouldn't put you through.
No.
And by the way, that really hurt my feelings, man.
Well, that was Blair and Karen, and she's gone.
A lot of people don't know. Sean has tried to call the show, and our phone screener screened him out.
Right.
Did not think he was really Sean Hannity.
Wow. You're not really Sean Hannity. Click.
Yeah, click. Yeah, that was Blair and Karen. No, we have not gotten rid of Karen. She's got a day job now and still works for us when we're on location. But
right?
yeah, Peaches is single. It's spring break. Have you ever tried to get a babysitter during spring break?
No.
Tough. Very tough.
Yeah.
Thanks for being with us today. So we'll get into a full-blown recap from that journey this weekend coming up. So look for that. But I did tell the guys in the break, the wonderful people of Shiloh Baptist Church in Rossville, Georgia, sent me home with goodies. And I say, Bubba, you've already commandeered a Nutty Buddy.
Well, I wanted to check, be sure they were up to speed.
So we've got cornbread that was.
You didn't get like old ones or something.
No. Those are fresh.
Make sure they're fresh.
Fresh.
So fresh.
So
I just
fresh.
like seeing it.
So anyway, we have that. There's some moon pies. There's RC colas in there, and homemade cornbread, which I'll tell that story coming up a little bit later on. It was a good cornbread weekend. All right, so a couple of things, just items to know. Sherry Burgess speaking tomorrow night, Pensacola, Florida. First Baptist Church, Pensacola, ladies event. If you're not already ready to go to be at that event, ladies, look for the details at Burgess Ministries under upcoming events, burgessministries.com. So do you want to do a little football here? I know there was a lot of football. I know kickoff hour, y'all kicked that around a little bit. We do have a new top 10, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And we have that, and Texas now sitting at the number 1 spot.
Now they got there last week,
right? Still there.
They stayed there.
Yeah. Georgia still at 2. Ohio State. Any changes? Ohio State 3.
Alabama 4. Tennessee 5.
Tennessee. That was one of the games that I sat down. I had an appointment TV. I wanted to see Tennessee, Oklahoma. Tennessee's defense is that kind of defense you need to win big games.
Yeah.
They are really good.
They are.
At one point, I thought to myself, is Oklahoma's offense this bad, or is Tennessee's defense this good? And I think it's Tennessee's defense is that good.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Very athletic. They got a defensive line that could dominate. It's probably the defensive line that Florida State thought they bought. But,
that may be it.
If I was them, if I was Florida State, I believe I'd ask for a refund.
Right, and so they looked good. The quarterback, Tennessee, he's young. He's going to do some things that are going to look like he may be one of the greatest players ever, and then he's going to turn around and do something you're like, hey, you're killing us.
Mm-hmm.
But he's good enough.
Yeah.
And when his athletic prowess comes out, but he can make things happen.
Yeah.
So Tennessee, I think if you're there, you're sitting good, looking good. I didn't see the Ole Miss game. I know they played an easy opponent for them.
Yeah, well, they're sitting there at 4-0 though, 6 in the country. Lane's got them churning, buddy.
Yeah,
Miami.
I want to dog them, but then State would lose to the people they've played, so I can't really say that.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
No, it's
why don't y'all play somebody? Well, if we played them, we'd probably never mind.
Yeah. Miami. Is anybody starting to buy the Miami hype? Anybody buying it? Anybody on to you? No? We're still solid. Still solid.
They're definitely a playoff team.
Okay. Oregon, I haven't watched them play. Don't know anything about them. They're at 8. Penn State, I know, ran all over an inferior opponent. They're at 9. And then Utah did beat. We talked about that game. They actually won. And who was they were playing? Oklahoma State.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They beat them.
Mm-hmm.
So now Missouri still undefeated, but they dropped 4 places in the poll.
Did you watch that? Did you see that game?
They played Vandy.
Vanderbilt had them.
Yeah.
Oh, Vanderbilt.
They had them. They had them. Lost in Vandy missed a field goal. Lost in double overtime.
I'm going to do a typical sports comment. The Vandy's playing inspired football.
They are.
I mean they're playing hard. That little gutsy quarterback, I think, makes the whole team play hard.
He does.
Now they play hard. They're gonna have to fight and claw.
Oh yeah.
Of course, if they can get their little kicker just to make a chip shot, they're still in it. I mean, boy, and you know what? You know how we always do this. We've been around the game long enough, right? We know about mojo. We know about all this stuff.
Yeah.
When the kicker lined up in overtime, I was watching. Did you see the weird little hop he did before he kicked? I knew he wasn't going to make it.
Did he not miss one at the end of regulation that would have won the game too? It sent it into overtime because they were tied.
I think you're right.
So he was not having a good day.
The kickers in that whole game had a bad day. Both teams.
Yeah.
And so anyway, it was that was a great game, and Missouri, was doing what they have to do to win, so you have to give them credit for that.
Yep.
And they're a fun team to watch, by the way. And I know that Michigan had a big win.
Mm-hmm.
And they beat USC pretty good.
They did.
Yeah, and so LSU looked good. They've been out. They had the purple on.
Yeah, they had. I saw that.
I like the purple.
I thought if they can, win,
purple.
I think it's a good looking uniform.
I like that uniform. I know LSU fans don't. I think it's a great uniform.
They are a little. They're a little scared of it.
Mm-hmm.
We always have fun with LSU fans when we tell them they're wearing purple.
Yes. So then you get into Louisville. They're playing really well. Notre Dame, Clemson, Iowa State, Illinois, Oklahoma State.
How about BYU sitting there at 4-0?
Big win.
Well, you got to watch them.
I never believe in BYU.
We have.
They can be dangerous. I hear you. But
part of our video today, and there is some college football in it. The return for a touchdown.
Yeah.
When the returner was going backwards and then somehow got turned around and got going the right way and ran it all the way back.
I don't know officially how long that return was, but I think he ran close to 200 yards.
I think so.
I know that
he took the long way
across
home.
the field and then all the way down.
I have good news for Oklahoma Sooner fans. Don't feel down. You have Auburn coming this week.
And, your quarterback will probably look like a Heisman candidate after that game.
Let me tell you this. I know
every team that plays Auburn, their quarterback looks like he's a Heisman hopeful.
It's funny you said that.
And it's gone on for years.
Tennessee's defense had a lot to do with it, but Oklahoma's offense looked really, really rough. And all I could think about is, don't worry. Don't worry.
What about
you're going to look great this next week.
Yeah. What about the Auburn safety that just killed that guy and strutting around? Then the next play, he gets hauled off on a stretcher.
I didn't see it. Because I can't watch Auburn.
It was a great play, great hit.
And it was legal too. But it knocked the breath out of the guy. He laid down. I mean, he killed him. But he's strutting around. All of a sudden, you look, and he's over there.
Oh, so
what's the next play?
Next play, they had to haul him off. I mean, he must have been a really bad break. They wouldn't even show it.
Yeah, I can't watch Auburn because I don't like to be tortured. And I like watching good football, and watching Auburn is just painful. It is a painful experience.
I said it's great to be an Auburn Tiger.
It's just and
it's Rick. We've had this conversation for years. It's just I don't know how you describe it. You have the same. I mean. You have different coaches, different players, different presidents, different board of trustees,
different presidents.
You have different weather patterns, different political parties in the White House.
Right.
The only thing that remains the same really is the general color of the uniforms and the geographic location and the outcome of football games.
Right. Mm-hmm.
It's just always unimpressive for some. I mean, every now and then, you see a glimmer of hope, and you'll have like one good season every now and then.
Well, you pull out
the rest of it is just very, very C-.
Yeah, the 2004 team and the 2010 team, which by the way struggled more than we remember. The 2010 team.
Yeah.
It's like we can't. Those seem so far away.
Mm-hmm. And I've asked many times, do offensive linemen just not like living in Lee County? I don't know what it is.
Right.
It's a strange thing.
So if you don't believe us, Hugh Freeze has made a comment. We'll play it when we come back. And it's got, all the sports folks all talking about. And once again, we're going to be the crotchety old men that go, this has got everybody upset. You people could have never played for the men we played for.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. They say things about your mama that, you couldn't believe. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
No,
Beach
spring
calling.
break. Hey, you guys, I heard, just got back from a little spring break vacation.
Took some time off. Of course, I spent the whole time moving, which
Oh, that's brutal.
yeah, which meant
I just went to contract on a new house. And I am dreading it with like it's like the worst day of your life.
Well, like last night, you find out things like the bed you bought, you don't know how to take it apart, and the movers go.
With all the money you're making, can't you have hired somebody to do that?
Well, Sherry and I, we get in our new house. We spent all this money. We're all excited. We slept on the floor last night because we did.
Come on, that brings back those old. When you got married, now, this is how we get old and set in our ways. When you got married. And if you were with your bride, and you were sleeping on the floor, it didn't matter.
You didn't care.
You loved it.
As a matter of fact, when Sherry and I, when she first met me, the house I lived in, that's all I had was a bed on the floor. That was it. So I said, "Hey, we're going back. This is old school right here, sweetheart."
My wife met me, and I had an apartment, and literally I had a $75 used couch in the apartment, and a $100 dining table, and that was it.
Oh, yeah, I had the same thing. I remember my mother called. I was just getting started in radio, and I was taking the job that would take me to work with Bubba.
Right.
And the local station there in town wanted to do a little story that I was leaving the local station and, going to the big city of Gadsden.
Right.
And to where I would join Bubba, and they came and wanted to do something at this, little I call it the Cracker Box Palace that I lived in. and my mother called and says, "Why did you get interviewed on that couch? Why were you sitting
outside?
What were you doing on that couch?"
What were you thinking, man?
Yeah, well, look, it was a good catch, and I didn't know it. It took a wife to tell me that I needed things. I didn't know.
Isn't this? I got to tell you, but when you think about it, I can tell you when I started out, I was going in and out of college because I was running out of money. I remember buying $200 trucks to drive around in. I remember, when I bought a $350 car, that was like a big step up.
Oh yeah.
And I just bought an expensive car recently, and I paid cash for it. And I'm like, we live in the greatest, best country.
Oh, freaking brother.
And let me tell you something. And just one serious moment. What we see happening over there, and what has happened in 7 days, is literally an unprecedented military effort, in spite of what the liberal media is going to tell you. These guys are rocking and rolling, and they're kicking some serious butt over there.
Well, I sit here in this room, Sean Alexander, Sean Hannity.
Hey, Sean, by the way, he's a terrific player.
He is, and one of the guys you can have your kids look up to and not have to worry about it.
Thanks, Rick.
And talking about you and Sean. Yeah. Bubba, how about I want my kids to look up to you too. I really do. I don't exactly want to take on your dieting habits.
Sure.
But I want.
Sure.
But or mine, but no other country in this world could we be doing what we do for a living and be able to live the way that we live.
But you know something, guys? I'm watching these guys over there, and I'm watching the pinpoint accuracy. If you would have told me a week ago, this all started a week ago last night when I was on Hannity and Combs.
Yes.
And we're on the air, and we got word that this thing had begun. And first of all, just from the opening salvo in this thing, you've got 2 different ships in 2 different seas, one firing a cruise missile hitting point X, second cruise missile from another sea fired from a ship hitting point X, leaving it wide open for an F-117A fighter plane to jump in and hit it with a bunker buster. I mean, this is warfare at a whole new level, and to be 50 miles out of Baghdad in that short a period of time, surrounding them from the north, the west, and the south, is just absolutely magnificent. We've got the bravest, greatest troops any force I've ever seen, and it's but now I got to tell you though, keep them in your thoughts and prayers. They got 3 or 4 very tough days ahead of them.
Yeah, they do.
It's a nasty briar patch. They're going to have to just get in there and clean it out.
My brother,
it's tough.
one of my older brothers is actually a staff sergeant in the military, and he's like gung-ho. He's like the coach that sent the kids out to go out there, and he's out there in California, and he's just gung-ho. He's telling me how proud he is of the guys because a great majority of the guys out there have somehow came through his group.
Oh, yeah.
And he's just charged. He's like, my boys are doing it. He goes, man, we're going to get this thing settled very quickly.
And we will.
It's an awesome thing knowing how, from the side of where your family is in charge and your family has some say in how people are getting trained.
Well, you tell him we said thank you.
It's an awesome thing.
Sean, you can't see us. I hate that you can. I have.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start
35 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us. A brand new day on a brand new week. Weekend recaps. We're rolling through football right now. SimplySafe.com/bigbox. Now more than ever, security's a biggie. I know we wish that wasn't the case. But we're living in times where you're like, I'd like to know that everything's secure. And the good news is, if you have a Simply Safe system, you have the best security system in the industry. Now you can get one if you're not in the Simply Safe loop. What if Team Rick and Bubba told you that you could get 50% off right now? Well, you could get 50% off a new system, and we're not done. Well, we'll call this a speedy bonus. A free indoor security camera goes with the 50% off. So, I mean, you got it just like you like it. No long-term contracts, no hidden fees. The level of security that will earn your trust every single day. Their live guard monitoring means they're watching, they're monitoring, and they see it in live time. What are you doing in there? Hey, get out of here. We see you. Hey, there's a fire. I see a flood. Carbon monoxide poisoning, wake everybody up. So put them to work for you right now. 50% off if you in a free indoor camera. If you go to simplysafe.com/bigbox or just use the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So a couple of clips from the weekend talking football. We've got a frustrated current coach, and then Nick Saban has a little something to say as a commentator, a little analyst talking about Florida and the state of their program. But here is Hugh Freeze first. And this is just when you just get frustrated, and he's catching some heat about this from pundits. But here he is after the game. I guess this is the post-game interview, I guess, talking about what Auburn needs to do. Here we go.
Unfortunately, this is what I know, and I know that there's people open, and I know that we're running the football. And we got to find a guy that won't throw it to the other team. And we got to find running backs that hold on to it. That's a huge play there. I mean, we're going in to score. I don't know, what was it, 7-0 then, or so it's 7-7, and our defense gets a stop, and who knows what happens. But the scheme is what most everybody in the country is running some sort of. But you've got to have good play at quarterback for sure at whatever system you're going to choose.
So
I heard that it was controversial, and then I heard that, and I thought we must have the wrong clip.
Right? What was controversial about that?
Well, again, it's just a different day, and I know that
Come on, snowflakes, get over
it. If that's your kid on the team, but do you really think that people that are competitors say that these two quarterbacks are your sons? Even from a parenting standpoint, don't these young men also know the mistakes they're making? I mean, don't they want? Yeah, I mean,
because you throw an interception doesn't mean you're a bad person. It means you made a bad decision.
Right, and it means maybe
you can fix that. You have to have a short memory if you're going to play quarterback.
Yeah,
but the people saying that this was too much, I completely disagree. That was so mild. Look, coaching is coaching. They get paid a lot. But you know what? So do the players now.
Yeah,
so
sure,
I don't
right.
think they're immune from criticism either. You can coach, and Rick, I've done coaching. You have too. I coached just as hard on the teams that were 500 teams as I did the ones that were state champions. Okay, I didn't really change anything I was doing.
Right.
But the kids have to perform. And you have to coach them up to perform. You have to make changes to get them to perform. But if you can't hang on to the football, you can't have 5 turnovers in Little League and expect to win.
No, and you're saying it, and coaches have said this. I've heard it with my own ears. And when a coach says this, it isn't an excuse because, as Bubba just pointed out, it's actually a fact. And this is kind of what you heard him say.
An excuse.
I remember the first time that I heard this phrase from a coach that was coaching me. We have all this strategy put together. We've done all the scouting. We have gone through and we've repped this. We've showed you what they do. Here's what we're going to do. But nothing we've created, nothing we've drawn on this board, nothing that we've put before you doesn't require for y'all to make plays.
Yeah, you got to block and tackle.
There is no scheme that doesn't require players to still make a play. And when somebody say, and I think that these quarterbacks, because I don't think they're as soft as maybe some of you out there are apparently. That somehow this is going to hurt their little feelings or he's going to lose the locker room. Let me tell you something. I don't think this kind of stuff loses the locker room. I think being passive and not caring about mistakes, you'll lose the locker room because then they'll start running things. What I think is you got to demand excellence from everybody, from yourself first, and then from the team. But Bubba, you make even a point I hadn't even thought about in the new day, because the one time we used to go and protect the players is we said, well, the coach is making all the money. He needs to
different world now.
Yeah, now I go.
Pros now, baby.
You just made a great point by saying no. Everybody's getting paid.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
So now I think everybody's open to criticism.
Yeah,
and so it's because I'm so accustomed to that.
Yeah.
I know.
That used to be kind of the default position, but it really doesn't apply anymore.
Doesn't apply anymore.
And I saw the comments that Bo Wallace made, former quarterback that played under Hugh Freeze in Mississippi. They were ridiculous. You go back and look back through what he said, how much he's complimented Hugh Freeze over the years, and then he took some turn this weekend about the I, me, all this criticism stuff. How ridiculous. I think he's been hit in the head one time too.
Well, wow. But folks, Bubba said I didn't say that.
Remember his mom got on to us.
Yeah,
she called the
his
show.
mom got on to us. Do you remember that?
Yeah, well, she probably had to call again.
His mom was going to call
Was it
you.
making fun of his hair? I can't remember what it was.
It was.
Was it we or you? I mean, how?
Yeah, right.
I think it was actually you.
I know she pulled us in on this. But,
I don't make fun of hair.
But
did his mother did call us? Am I remember?
Yes, you are correct.
No, you are right.
Caution.
She was funny.
She was funny. She was. Caution, crotchety old man statement coming up. And I know young people, y'all hate when we go back in our day, but we're doing. I'm sorry. Look, the coaches we all played for, y'all couldn't have got through a shoulder pads and helmets practice. I mean, you realize the thing?
I can't believe anybody thought that was controversial.
Our baseball coaches talk to us worse than that.
Oh, yeah. Same thing. I mean, how about this? I remember hearing like a coach say something one time about my mom, and I was like, wow. I mean, and you know what I did? I actually played harder so he would quit saying things like that to me.
Yes.
I mean, it was
spoke nicely. Then.
I remember the first time some defensive end didn't contain. I'm sorry, I slipped, coach. And you heard, well, you can't slip.
Yeah,
slipping, that doesn't work.
Yeah.
If you slip, they break containment. So no slipping. And it goes back to if you were talking about us in the times that we've gotten to coach, but I think all of us, if you just live in the real world, let's say that I'm a quarterback at a team and I keep throwing picks.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And I came off the field, and my mama said to me, well, how come you don't get to play anymore?
Yeah.
I would like to say, because, Mama, I keep throwing it to the wrong team.
Yeah.
If I would actually throw to the receivers and they were open and I was completing passes, I'd still get to play. The coach isn't out to get me, Mama, and he's not embarrassing you. If I were making the plays, I would still be playing, and if I don't make the plays, the coach is going to keep looking for somebody who will. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Don't we all know that, though? It goes back to
you would think.
Yeah. I was telling Greg that story the other day, and I told y'all when I did have a kid question me one time on why he didn't play more. And since he asked, I told him.
Yeah.
And I gave him a very, very clear, and I remember it vividly. I said, do you remember when I did put you in the game? And he said, yes, sir. This was at halftime. He questioned me at halftime. And I said, do you remember when you went right down the middle of the defense and you were wide open? Do you remember that? He said, yes, sir. I said, do you remember when your teammate threw you a perfect pass? I mean, it was perfect.
Mm-hmm.
He said, yes, sir.
Hit you in the hands.
And I said, if you had caught that and scored, you would still be playing. But what happened? I didn't catch it. Yeah, there's more.
Yeah.
And I turned it over, and the team went the other way, didn't they?
Yeah.
And I said, so not only did we not score, the other team did score because you didn't catch it.
Right.
And I said, so if you catch that and score, you play more. But the fact that you dropped it and they turned the ball over and they scored, that's why you don't play as much.
Yeah,
I mean, it really isn't that complicated. Yeah. So why don't you keep working on it?
And
when you become somebody who catches it, then you'll play more.
It's called accountability.
Yeah.
It really is. You've got to, look, if you're going, it's just like being a pitcher. If you're going to be a quarterback, if that's what you desire it to be, you're going to get all the praise and all the criticism. It goes with the position.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell all of you out there that think the answer is to coddle these young men. You are hurting a family. You're hurting a future wife. You're hurting a future employer. This is not serving them well. It's okay for us to live in the world where we can all handle criticism.
Yeah, that's not the end of the world.
We can
Don't mean you're a bad person.
We can all push through it, and everybody sees the obvious, and it's okay to point it out. It doesn't mean, like you said, that we give up on you the rest of your life and you can't overcome it. I can remember not making plays or doing it wrong. How about this? One time, you ready for this? Picture the mamas of today. Now, my mom didn't care because she agreed with it.
Yeah.
I played a trap block so bad in college, so bad, they pulled my highlight to show what not to do.
Yeah.
I had to sit there and go, hey, y'all want to see how not to do it? Let's watch Burgess right here. And I was like, oh, my gosh, am I now the example of what not to do?
That's right. You had the clicker.
Now, do y'all think that I ran to the coach and cried and said, you're being mean to me? Do you think my mama called and said, I understand you showed my son getting killed on the trap block? I mean, come on, man.
You probably thought, why did I get killed and not let that happen again?
Do you think I played the trap block better after that?
I bet you did.
Yeah, I did.
I bet you did.
I sure did. I could feel it coming after that. We'll be back. 14 minutes to the top of the hour.
Come on, Francis.
Up next, Nick Saban weighs in on the state of the Florida Gators right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
My free Iraq shirt on this morning.
Oh, do you? You gotta send me one.
And I have my Marines Recon hat on, do or die, and Rick has his Special Forces hat on.
Yeah.
So
we've been wide open.
Can you guys explain to me? We had Toby Keith on my radio show the other day, and I love his song.
How about Toby? He'll give you a greeting, won't he? I mean, he's a big man and he's straightforward.
Yeah, no, Toby's awesome. I love Darryl Worley's new song.
Yeah, we did a great job with him too, by the way.
Clint Black's got a new song out. But what do you think of the Ditzy Chicks?
Well, there you go. You had to bring that up. But it's
yeah.
You know what, Sean? I love this. I'm
spin. Trying to choose my words.
Wow. I love this spin where they're trying to hide behind the First Amendment. But see, what they've made a terrible business mistake because the majority of their clientele is from the Southeast. They're extremely conservative.
Yeah. Right.
They support Bush overwhelmingly. And just from the email and, you know, what we've been following with the radio stations, I think they got a terrible PR problem.
No, I banned them. They're not on my show anymore. I'm not going to play the music. But let me tell you something.
But, I mean, sitting there
but here's what's
in
outrageous.
France making a comment like that.
Totally
and,
foul.
You know, and like we said, you know, you could probably stand up there with hair in your face, rocking back and forth, singing songs about your daddy don't love you, and you can make that comment. It might not hurt your career. But if you've got a banjo in the band, come on now.
Right.
I mean, that's not a good decision.
I saw where your buddy's planning a concert that will compete with theirs when they come to South Carolina and begin their American
Yeah, I saw
tour.
that. I'm going to see Charlie Daniels tonight. As soon as I get off the phone with you guys, I'm flying on out to Washington, and we're doing our radio show and TV show for there tonight. And in between, I'm emceeing an event for the Media Research Center.
Well, you know, they've forgotten, and we've said this a number of times, and we've had to explain it to people, which surprised me. Freedom of speech is one thing. Peaceful protest is one thing. Freedom of speech is absolute what we're fighting for. But you have to also understand with freedom comes responsibility, and there's repercussions to what you're going to say.
And listen, we all make consumer decisions. And,
Right.
and here's what's outrageous. These girls were on a European tour because of the success that was afforded them because of the generosity of the people of this country. Now, granted, I like their music, too.
Yeah, I do too.
I thought the Ditzy Chicks were pretty cool. But when you go on foreign soil, when your president is about to send our brave men and women into harm's way, and we're on the brink of war, and you attack them in that vicious manner. I don't want anything to do. I don't want to buy your CD. I don't want to play your CD. And as Toby Keith said to me the other day on the radio, he said, let them come back to a patriotic crowd. If they think they're real tough, if that's how they really feel, let them go to Texas Stadium. Let them go in front of a crowd in Alabama.
Oh, they've got a terrible PR problem.
You know, let them go to Nashville and go before a crowd of flag-waving, George Bush-loving Americans and say the exact same thing instead of kissing up to, you know, what they thought was the popular sentiment that they thought they can get away with in Europe.
Yeah, we said the same thing. If you really believe that, come stand and say that in the Southeast or the South in general.
They got a concert coming up to New York City. You guys have been in the EIB building.
Yes.
You know where I broadcast.
Yes.
I'm going to invite them up, and I dare them to come on my radio show and say it in front of me.
I would have more respect for them if they did it and went to an area where they know there's a lot of opposition and say, look, this is how we feel, you know. But understand, you know, you can say what you feel. That's your right. But there's going to be the response. See, freedom of speech doesn't just work one way. Your fans can tell you how they feel about it.
I would have loved to have been backstage after the comment to see who would have been the first one to go, hey, Natalie, do you realize what you're saying? Yeah, the meetings just started in Nashville immediately. Hey, what are we going to do? How are we going to control this?
Well, yeah, but that's what bothers me more than anything. Even the apology.
Oh, it was backhanded.
You know, it was written by some.
All right, we're back. Weekend recaps. Been talking a little college football. So people are now putting on the text line.
Read those two last ones.
That's
the next line added to make you kind of air it.
This is the text line now. People keep sending us things that their coaches said to them or teams that they played on. And all right, does this at the bottom, that's a different area code. Does it go with the band or the one above it?
I was taking it was with the band one. I don't know.
Yeah,
I didn't see the number.
Okay, it goes with that one.
Okay.
All right, it goes because it's the same one. Says his baseball coach told him, y'all's mamas want to know why you're not playing. It's because y'all couldn't catch a cold sitting butt naked on a block of ice. And then he puts down at the bottom, and by the way, he was a deacon at our church. So anyway, all right. So now let's hear from the great one, Nick Saban. Now he's an analyst for Game Day, and appears to be doing more commercials than Travis Kelce.
Mm-hmm.
Which is funny, and he's getting funnier. By the way,
yeah.
He's been asked about the state of the Florida Gators.
Yeah.
Right. And and so here's what he had to say about the Florida Gators.
Nick, let's start with Florida and the perspective and the history that the Gators have, and what's going on there. What would it take to get it right?
Well, I think maybe the problem isn't the coaches. You know, they've been through 4 coaches since Spurrier and Urban Meyer, who both created a tremendous culture of winning there. And sometimes the fan base can just think, well, we can show up and expect to win, and not make the commitment to the program that you need to make to be able to continue to make the changes and investments you need to make to keep up with changing times. Mm-hmm. And things change. They should have taken advantage of building better facilities when Urban Meyer was there. What's their collective been like? How have they adapted to this, new model of college football? So it's not just the coaches. When you've been through 4 coaches and haven't had success, there's something else that people should be looking at. Now, when it comes to Florida State, they've always taken the microwave fix, I call it, to take a lot of guys from the portal. Sometimes that works. Sometimes it doesn't, especially when things go bad. Those guys were all in the portal for a reason. Mm-hmm. So now you take these guys out of the portal, things don't go the way they thought they were going to go, and maybe you don't have the kind of culture and leadership on your team and the people buying into the leadership that you need to be able to be successful. So this is a real challenge for Mike.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's real talk.
That's real talk right there.
And it really goes back to the old saying, You know, winning cures everything.
It does.
If you just win, baby. Yep. Al Davis, just win, baby.
Yep, and as
you remember they used to have that on the side of the stadium.
Well,
just win, baby.
I will say Saban was great at a lot of things, but the organization that he always put together, I used to always marvel at how few times, listen to this now, because we talked about it, how few times he missed on the player. He rarely missed.
Yeah.
And
the ones that got away ended up not being quite the shining five-star everybody thought they were.
Well, remember, he had someone that their whole job was, I see here they say this person's a five-star. Will you please go find out if they really are?
Yes. Yeah.
And, boy, he had a system. And like he said, it's not just go get great players. You better vet them out that they really are great players.
Yes.
And one of them is they're in the portal. So that's one thing to consider. Why are they in that portal? So, Bubba, also over the weekend, how about them Jack State Gamecocks?
How about the Gamecocks?
How about them Gamecocks?
Big win, 40-47 over Southern Miss. I don't know for sure, Rick, but I think it's probably the biggest school, largest team we've had to come play at Burgess Snow Field, Amherst Stadium, in the history of the school. So it was a big win. They were struggling a little bit, had not had a win this season, but you could tell they were getting close. They just had some timely mistakes that cost them the overtime game the week before. And, they played Louisville pretty good through three quarters. That was our big money game for the year. And Louisville is the real deal.
Yeah, they're good.
They're up to 15th now in the country.
Yeah, they're good. Yeah.
I think they finally put together a complete game, played good. Good homecoming day. We had the parade and all that.
Did you go to the parade?
A little warm out there.
It was
for the
warm.
parade.
Yes, it was.
But we had a good time. It was a fun day in Jacksonville.
Well,
check these numbers out. Total yards for the Gamecocks, 509 yards.
Hey, now.
And it was balanced, 236 through the air and 273, through on the ground. So they averaged about 8 yards a play.
That'll make the old Rich Rod show tonight a little easier, won't it?
Oh, yeah. That'll be a little more peppy.
A little peppy at the apothecary. A little pep. So you know how we all go out into our weekends, and it's funny how things will start crossing over. So I'll tell you when we come back. So I was in Rossville, Georgia, and so they were doing the meal before the men's thing on Sunday night. I spoke at the church Sunday morning, then I got to hang out with the guys, and then spoke again that night. And so a guy just comes out of nowhere over my shoulder, and he's like, "Stay cocky," and like that. And I look around and say, "Hey man, what's going on?" And he's got his Gamecock up. I get mine up. I said, "What's going on?" He goes, "See what we did to Southern Miss?" I said, "No, he beat him by 40." I said, 40? And I was like, "Okay,
come on,
we will stay cocky."
Fun homecoming.
Yeah, it was. So.
And a shout out to the broadcast team there from Southern Miss. Met those guys before the game, and they used to listen to the show when we were on in Hattiesburg.
Right.
So we super nice guys.
Before we broke the gift from Germany and got ran out on the road.
Rick, why do you always have to bring that up?
You bring up Hattiesburg to me now, and
can't we just talk about all the good years over there?
Well, let's say this. Okay, let's say
KZ94.
Let's say there's a place called Elm Street somewhere, and it used to have pleasant memories. But one day you got hit by a chicken truck, and then every time somebody brought up Elm Street, would you not think you're getting hit by that chicken truck?
Well, I have that. I actually have that experience in Heflin. You may remember. I do avoid that as much as I can now.
That's great.
Yeah. So
never hit the brakes.
I know. There was some rumor that our removal from that station had nothing to do with us hitting the chandelier, but it sure feels like it.
Well, the timing was a bit suspect.
It really feels like there.
Good gracious alive.
Golly,
there it is.
Have we still got that?
Yeah.
We still got it.
The sad part about that right there is somebody just said crank it up. The sad part about that right there is you got to understand the moment. We didn't know if this tour thing was going to work, and we felt really good about it. Yeah, and we're just seconds from being able to go on our journey home, thinking, "Wow, what a night!"
Yeah,
and then we taint it by something like that.
Did you just not see the chandelier? Is that what it was?
No, he didn't know how much. I told him to crank it up a little bit.
I didn't think it could go that far. Well, I stand corrected.
Well, those kind of guns vary a lot depending on how good they're packed.
Sure.
I mean, there's a lot. They're not consistent in their shooting.
Terrible, man. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, let's talk Hillsdale College. All right, let's talk Hillsdale College. Now, you may be thinking right now, Rick, what can I do? Well, look, Hillsdale College has got some incredible programs right now that are no cost to you. That's true. What is our most precious commodity? You've heard this. We talked about this a lot. How we spend our time. Time is our most precious commodity. Have you? And I think now more than ever, I think we need to be a little better versed on the history of our country. We absolutely don't seem to know anything about economics. How about the Constitution? Maybe take a look at it. It's hard to find these things even being discussed in our public education these days. So, your time could be spent doing something a little more valuable than scrolling through Instagram. So why not look at the more than 40 online courses that Hillsdale College is now offering. And you can learn, for instance, how about this? They have one, and I think this is really cool, the works of C.S. Lewis. They have the stories for the book of Genesis. Learn about creation, the meaning of the Constitution, the rise and fall of the Roman Republic, maybe the history of the ancient Christian church. Hillsdale is ready, and these are available to you for free. I'm going to say that again, for free. So why don't you go to hillsdale.edu/RickBubba to enroll. There's no cost, and it's easy to get started. That's hillsdale.edu/RickBubba to register.
Some record label flack, who's just trying to save, this money machine that they got going on.
Well, Sean, it's always a pleasure. Thanks for being with us.
Hey, listen, guys, I feel honored. I thought I was banned.
No. We don't want to bother you. I mean, we're at war, man. We're depending on you to bring us the update.
Well, look, call us next week then.
Listen, I'm thinking, though, your station, we got to change the format.
Well, what do you mean?
Hey, FM talk.
All talk all day.
Oh, I think so, too.
Absolutely.
And I'm thinking Rick and Bubba in the morning,
Sean,
Hannity in the afternoon.
Yeah. Sean, can you hang around one more segment? I feel rushed here.
Go ahead, whatever you want.
Have you got a minute? When's your plane leaving?
I got 10 more minutes.
Okay.
Look, I've got to ask you.
5 of it's going to be commercials in 5 minutes, and I'll get you out the door on time.
Okay, doke.
I understand.
I've got to ask Sean how he felt when he saw this POW.
Oh, my gosh.
That's when I would have backed everybody up 200 miles and turned the switch.
All right. Click. We'll come back. We'll spend a few more minutes with Sean Hannity of Hannity & Combs and the Fox Network. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. 36 minutes past. Sean Hannity of the nationally syndicated Hannity radio show and Hannity & Combs, of course, on Fox.
Sean, too, congratulations on being syndicated host of the year and your flagship station, WABC Station of the Year at the R&R convention.
That is great.
We're very excied about it, and we're just, look, I love what I do. You guys love this business, and, it was a dream of mine when I started where you all were in Huntsville, Alabama, right next door, and, look at the success you guys have had in syndication. It's unbelievable, and, we're good friends, and I'm happy for your success.
Well, I guess, what were your feelings when you saw the POW footage for the first time?
I tell you, there was one picture in particular where they had this animal. I mean, if you don't believe in human evil, you've just got to look at the face of this guy standing over the executed Marines. And then right next to the other guy, did you see that picture with that guy with that grin on his face? You just want to smack it right off him. You cry for these guys. I had on my radio show yesterday the mother of one of these helicopter pilots. And I just wanted to let her know. And she was a strong woman, a woman of faith, and she's like hanging in there real tight. And it's got to be real tough on her and her family. It breaks your heart. The only thing that really makes me feel good is that we're so close to victory. This is not going to be a long, protracted conflict. We're going to win this thing, and we're going to get in there and save these guys. And I have every belief we're going to do that. And I know these guys that are out there, they want their buddies back, and they're going to go and do everything they can do to make sure they get home safely. I also interviewed in the last couple of days 2 guys that were prisoners of war in the first Gulf War.
Right.
And while they were mistreated, they still got out. They still got, they got some beatings and stuff because these people don't respect human rights, or they don't have any dignity in them. These Iraqi soldiers. But I have every belief we're going to get these guys out of there.
I tell you what, Sean, it just infuriated me. I was ready to give the call back up 200 miles and let's level this place. And I had to remember why, we're there to liberate. But I tell you, it just drives me crazy to see that kind of activity. But it does show the world how evil they are. I'm concerned about the way the media, the questions they ask, like at our briefings every day, because they want to know about the civilian casualties in Iraq, but they don't really go into all of this mistreatment that we see. You know what I mean? It just, the focus of some of this is and Sean, we firmly believe that if you introduce soldiers, military equipment, hardware, whatever, to hospitals, preschools, mosques, whatever, you make it a military target,
Absolutely.
and the safety of our troops come first. If people are killed in that, it is Saddam's fault, not ours.
Look, we're singing from the same hymnal, guys, and I got to tell you, look at what we're doing. We had a picture that I showed on TV last night where they were trying to hide a tank under a bridge.
I saw that. Wow.
Did you see that shot?
No.
We aimed
the
a
bridge
cruise missile.
and hit it under it and blew it up.
We hit it. We went right under the bridge and blew up that tank. We have been feeding.
Here we go, baby. Gang's all here. Welcome back from the weekend as we get your week started. If you're here with us live or archived, we'll take you any way we can get you. All right, so looking back over the weekend, I had something strange happen that I couldn't explain. I'm going to start with Friday night. So, we all have our little lives kicking around. Hey, we're done for the weekend. Here we go. We all got our stuff. And so Sherry was talking to me, my wife, and she said apparently we had a dinner reservation with a couple. The wife and Sherry went to Israel together, so that thing where they didn't know each other beforehand, and hey, we need to get together with our husbands and whatever. And so there was something set up for Friday night, but then they couldn't do it. Something happened, and they had to go out of town. So Sherry said, "You just want to keep the reservation, knock it down to 2, and you and I just go on a little date." And I thought, well, I'll always go on a date with the prettiest girl in town. And so it was a restaurant we'd never eaten at before. And I really want y'all to help me unpack what was going on here because I want to understand it. At one point, I almost just addressed it, and I was forbidden to do so. So we sat down, and, this is how it works on menus, okay? I may get an appetizer. A salad, and my main dish, and then we'll talk dessert. Or I may just go salad, main meal, and then we'll talk dessert. It's not complicated.
Right.
And so the server comes over, and it's a young man. And so we get ready to – we never eaten at this restaurant, and that was important. But I don't know why he was doing what he did. Mm-hmm. Now, I will say this. Bubba, you know this community pretty well, and I think this may have had something to do with it. Sherry and I had decided to go to the rich side of town.
Oh.
Where the most wealthy people live. I'm talking about old money. I'm not talking about new money. I'm not talking about I looks like I have a lot, but I'm in debt. I'm talking about old money.
Yeah.
I got no debt, and I just sock it away.
Yeah.
Okay, and we're going to be wealthy for generational wealth.
Yeah.
So, that's not our crowd. So maybe this played in. I think y'all may entertain this as a possibility. Okay. So Sherry and I are sitting there, and he comes over, and very nice young man. We're ready to get something. We're sitting on a patio. Sherry wanted to sit on this patio. And, of course, I don't like to eat outside, but I got past that. It was night, so it wasn't very hot, like it got in the middle of the day.
Yeah.
And so he says, so how would y'all like to get started? And Sherry says, I think, well, maybe I better not say because I don't want people to know where. I'll take one of the salad choices.
Okay.
I'll have the same salad. Do y'all want to split it? What? Y'all want to split the salad? I said, what kind of size of salad are we talking about?
Like, I don't want to get in my
And he starts doing his hands on, and then I tried it, and he didn't.
Rick,
seem,
the correct answer is no.
So then he didn't.
Rick, right out of the gate. No.
He didn't seem to
That'd be
understand
no.
what I was saying. As I said, what is this? Is this an entree salad? I thought it's just a salad. And he goes, well,
Please tell me that's how you said it.
And then, I did. And then he starts doing the hand motions on how big the
that's no
salad
help.
is. And so then Sherry says, well, it must really be big, so I guess yes. And I said, we can split a salad?
No.
And so he goes, well, guys, I go to the bathroom, and I come back, and I look down at this split salad, and I said, well, I hope a bird don't carry off my salad.
Yeah.
Why?
No.
I mean, it looks like it's the tiniest little serving.
Why would you even ask?
Share that.
Salad.
We didn't ask. He did.
I said, why would he even
That's
ask?
what. Now wait, it's not over. There's more. So Sherry then said, and I respect that. Hey, babe, we on a date. Let's try not to have a bad attitude about salad. And I said, you're
But
right.
It ain't starting good.
You're right. I said, I'll tell you one thing. I was wondering if I was getting dessert. I'm in now.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Y'all want to split?
I said this. Matter of fact, I got to watch myself because I'm so hungry. This is really bothering me right here.
It's just
And I said, because I don't know
know.
why he offered the splitting here.
That's weird.
Yeah, it is.
Because I thought that means it must be huge.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Most
Big
people
salad.
split this. It's so
Right.
big.
Wow.
So then we ordered the entree. Entree's delicious. It was great. Okay. Of course, it's not enough. And because
Lot of plate.
because now I've struggled with this tiny salad. At one time, I looked. The salad I had, it literally featured one olive, just one.
One olive?
Yeah, because and I'm like, where?
Well, that was one too many for me, but I understand what you're
But you know what I
saying.
mean? I'm talking about the size. You know,
now you're fighting for
no,
it.
let me tell you this: it wasn't a salad. It really wasn't. I'm not exaggerating this. Picture a little tiny salad plate because you didn't need a big one. I'm talking about the pieces of lettuce I could have identified and counted them.
The 1, 2,
There's about 3 or 4 pieces of lettuce. They're laying on the bottom of the plate. The poor little olive is over here right beside it, and then there's like one strand of purple onion laying over here. And I'm like, this is not even. What is this?
It's like when somebody left after they didn't quite finish.
You're not ready for what happened next. So also he rose over. He said, "What do y'all think about dessert?" And I said, "That's a yes."
He didn't offer you to split again, did he?
Yes.
What is his problem?
He looks at me and I said, "I'll tell you what, I'm liking."
I've heard of people splitting.
I'm liking that
I
chocolate.
thought their job was to sell food.
So then he looked at me and looked at Sherry
He's not a
again
good employee.
and said, "Do y'all want to split it?" And I said, why? Why would you say that? And then Sherry almost went for it. I said, "Not again. Fool me once." We have a saying in Alabama. Y'all probably
that night.
And so anyway, so again, I think to myself,
just thinking about it.
I think to myself, I guess he's going to bring me a huge dessert. Sherry's like, "Oh, it's going to be too much." He comes out. I'm not exaggerating. It's a chocolate cream brulee kind of thing, but made with chocolate, not the normal egg thing. Look, I'm not. All right, look, find something. All right,
what?
Let's see the bottom of this water bottle. It is
tiny.
It is about. My hands are too big. It's
you can't even fake it. It's so small.
Yeah,
and he wanted you to split
a little bigger picture. Maybe
not a pancake.
Not a pancake.
Is it as big as
So
a
between a sausage patty and a pancake?
It's clearly one serving.
Yeah.
Anybody that would split that would be frustrated.
Is my iPhone bigger?
Okay, so here's it is. Your iPhone's bigger.
Oh my goodness.
All right, so let me say this. Let me say I was done with it in about 4 spoons. It's gone. Okay.
Are y'all fighting spoons to see who gets the next?
No, we
bite?
didn't split that. I didn't fall for that.
Okay.
Okay, because I'd already been hit with the salad.
They've either
But
thought
then-
they hadn't ordered enough food for the week and they were trying to stretch it.
But
Yeah,
then
do you think it came from the kitchen? We're running out of food.
something.
Yeah.
So my mind and I couldn't get past it. I said, I don't know what's going on. Why does this guy think we need to split everything? And then it hit me. He thinks we're poor. He saw us and he thought to himself, "They're not from here. These people have come
He
over.
could sense it.
These people have come over from Shelby County."
Yeah.
And
you stood out like a sore thumb.
I said,
Rick.
Sherry, I think
You weren't
they
dress code
think we
enough.
can't afford it.
Yeah.
And I said because I'm looking right now, I've done a little bit better. I don't think he's looking at us thinking we're too fat and we don't need any
No,
food.
it's not that.
I mean, and plus, I don't think, like you said, Bubba, they make money off selling
not his
food.
business.
If you saw fat people, you'd be like, "Hey, let them have all they want."
Yeah.
And so, what was this about,
That
guys?
must be it.
Did he think we couldn't afford it?
Or
They
like
knew you weren't
we
old
said, they
money.
were running short in the kitchen. They were going to look, we got to stretch this to the end of the evening.
Why does this guy keep
The
asking
truck
me to
is
split it?
running late.
Like, ain't got any more lettuce,
We
y'all.
got new money, table 4.
Right, then
Pull
the-
back on new money.
Then I always get a little paranoid because of how much better our wives look than us. I start thinking, does he think I'm with my daughter? And then I thought, well, why would that be a split?
Yeah,
Daddies don't split meals with their daughters.
This is weird that he may try to make you split, especially a salad. I've heard of people splitting a dessert. I've heard of that.
Or
I've
a
never
salad
heard of anybody.
where they have one of these giant punch bowl looking
Right, yeah, that's what I thought.
Were you at a fruit?
With a bunch of protein, they can't say meat anymore.
Yeah,
no,
because
that's right.
But would you like a protein with that?
That's-
and I'm
that's
like,
so
I go,
true.
do you mean meat?
Sure.
Talking about chicken or beef
or fish? What are you talking about?
You know what I almost did, but I thought it was kind of restaurant controversy. I told, and Sherry was, she was in. I said, I got to tell you what, I'm for picking up that appetizer we didn't go with. I said, let's add an appetizer onto the end.
Yeah.
And
for dessert.
I'm gonna leave hungry.
And she was like, I don't think you can do that.
Yeah, you
can. And then she said, let's get it to go. And of course, I wouldn't for that. So by the time you get it to go,
Them fancy places, Ricky. I don't need artwork on the plate. None of that. Because you're taking space up where food could be.
Why they keep asking me if I want to split it?
I don't know.
On the salad and the dessert. Why does that
Why
they keep asking me that?
Some of these fruit places, they go smaller portions.
Oh, look at this giant plate with this little in the middle. I put some squiggly lines and sauce.
I think they thought we couldn't afford it. I think we're on the wrong side of town. Seriously.
Rick and Bubba.
People of Iraq, we've been giving them medicines and medical supplies, giving candy to the kids. I think we have bent over to an unprecedented degree to avoid civilian casualties, what we call collateral damage. And we're doing everything possible to be honorable as you can be, but yet, liberate the 25 million people from this brutal dictatorial regime. One of the reasons you now see the Shiites fighting with us in the South is that, remember, Saddam and his henchmen are Sunni Muslims, and they're the minority in Iraq. And as the minority in power, they have been suppressing and brutalizing and torturing and murdering the Shiites for years and years and years, and that's why we're being welcomed with open arms. But I got to tell you something. This is a noble, righteous, and just cause. And we are those guys that are fighting for us, and those guys that are risking being prisoners of war, risking their lives, and some giving their lives, are doing so that when we find these weapons of mass destruction, those are the weapons that they never wanted to get on American soil to hit American cities, and they are, in every sense of the word, real heroes to us.
No doubt about it. And I want to thank you again for taking time to be with us. I know you're about to fly out. We'll be watching and listening.
All right, guys, we'll be on today, but we'll see you. We'll see you guys hopefully soon, and we'll get a trip together. When are you all coming back to New York?
We've got to get together somehow. You've come to our home, and we got to come back to yours. So we owe you one because you've been down to the South, and we all got together.
We'll get more pictures of Rick and Bubba behind the EIB golden mic.
We've got it blown up here on the wall.
Yeah, we got it up behind.
Great moment.
And want to compliment all the folks that work there at your network too. I think the first war they've ever covered, they have done an incredible job, and it's so great for the breath of fresh air to actually have balance now.
You know what? And the American people are finding it. I mean, and every night we're winning. So they're voting with their dials.
Well, appreciate
tell
you.
Alan, tell Alan we said hello and get a brain.
And tell your wife how much we.
Alan, Rick and Bubba say hi and get a brain. Okay,
just mention that.
And tell your wife that we said hello, and your family. You're in our prayers, and we appreciate what you do.
And we hope she wins the tennis match.
Yeah.
How did you know she was playing tennis?
And Sean, don't let your heart be troubled.
Let not your heart be troubled, my friend.
All right, God bless you.
Keep it up, bro.
We'll be back. Here we go. Let's make it count. Let's celebrate. All right, so here's some bad stuff from the text line. People are asking, Sherry and I, we were on the wealthy side of town. And, sometimes it can be a little dangerous over there. And we're doing okay, but we were the victim of a drive-by snubbing.
No.
They
didn't split.
Here we go. No. This hurts bad. Look at this text. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it's because they think you're old. My daughter is a server, and senior citizens always split. Doggone it. Oh, my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh, my. That
was it.
What? All right. That may. Oh, wow.
Did they provide a calculator so you could figure the tip?
Did they give you a discount?
Wow.
Would you rather they think that you're old or poor?
I think I'll take poor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this real?
I've been poor most of my life.
I'm used to it. Yeah. Are people like? Are they accurate here? Because I see a lot of old money always splits.
Now that I've never heard that in my life.
That may be why they've got old money.
Right, could be.
Well, they're frugal.
Could
Y'all
be.
make fun of me because I don't have old money.
Well, the good news is
Let me stop that.
You know how when sometimes you've been through something that was a little frustrating, and the mercies of our Lord never cease. So then comes Sunday. On Sunday, the plan was this. I would rise very early on Sunday morning, and I would take a very beautiful drive to Rossville, Georgia, Shiloh Baptist Church. And, that's, for those of you that don't know that part of the world, that is a beautiful drive. Because you kind of go up through some of the most beautiful parts of Alabama, which is the northern part where it gets a little more mountainous, and you're working your way through the Little River Canyon, headed up toward Chattanooga, and all that. And it's just a beautiful, beautiful drive. The weather was great. Of course, Chattanooga's favorite son, Benny Rose, was riding shotgun. So the plan was this, and I found out it had been booked about 3 years ago. Is Shiloh Baptist Church. They've been doing the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com for almost 4 years. They're in their fourth curriculum now. So they're familiar with that. I had just never been there to speak at one of their events, the High Challenge part. So I was going to do the service in the morning and then stay there, visit with all the guys that are doing, give me an update on how it's going, and the update was just so encouraging. Wonderful, wonderful host, wonderful human beings, a wonderful community, wonderful church. And so I do want to thank the pastor, Darrell O'Neill, who made it clear that he said, if you're going to get up here, I don't take getting into the pulpit lightly, and he shouldn't. So he was a great encouragement. David Wilson is the men's minister. He's the reason that we have here at the studio today all the Nutty Buddy bars, all the moon pies, all the RC colas, and it's his wife that made the cornbread.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Well done.
So,
Wow.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, Bubba, you know how you and I, if you're not locals, you got to listen to the locals. So we get there, and
wise.
They actually had like a tour bus that belonged to David's parents. So we that was a place we could go and sit and relax if we needed to, because at one time he wanted to come, and he even said, I'll come pick you up and drive you. And I said, that's not necessary. I mean, it's only 2.5 hours. Or it wasn't quite 2.5. And so, but it was cool. They had it there because they were saying, but I mean, so that was a nice thing too. And that's where all the goodies were. So anyway, so when we finish, we're all waiting on it. If you've, what's on everybody's mind right after church? What are we going to do for lunch?
Oh, yeah.
Lunch.
Bucket of chicken.
Guys, I have brought video. So I hear, how you start looking at the locals and they begin to murmur, take him to Bees. And then people look and say, you going to take him to Bees?
Bees
like
or D's?
Aunt Bees.
Okay, Bees.
BEA.
I want to be sure.
Not D's. I would have turned that down. But and certainly would have split. But anyway, so I'm off to a great start this week, man.
Yeah,
Don't let me burn out. So anyway, I like Aunt Bee, because I did ask. Do you mean the buzzing bee?
Bee is in Bravo.
Yeah, is this like a honey place? What?
And when I said that, a local grabbed me. A local grabbed me and looked me in the eye, and he says, "This is all you need to know." I said, "What's that?" He goes, "That's where you go for your birthday."
Oh,
and I said, "Oh,
not birthday bees."
Guys, I thought I was in good shape. I would have never even as a great eater. As a great eater, look at this, Bubba. I would not even dream. Now, this is.
I'd have made myself
Bubba,
miserable.
I'm going to tell you this at B's. Now, you're going to notice we're sitting in a circle. Now, hang on. Hey, guys, watch this. It's a Lazy Susan.
No.
Listen to this. Are y'all familiar with the Brazilian steak places?
Yeah, where you turn the card green or
Picture
red.
country folks in the South taking that idea, but making it your grandmama and your mama's cooking.
And you just spin it
And
around.
you don't order anything. They just keep putting stuff on that Lazy Susan.
Oh, lazy
And
man.
you just keep spinning. Watch this. I have a video of it
They
spinning.
bring something new out. Oh.
They just keep sitting things down like, you got fried chicken, you got, mashed potatoes, you got fried squash, you got beans, you got coleslaw. I know you don't want that. You got potato salad, you got cornbread, you got biscuits, and they just keep putting it on the circle. And you know what? Look at this, Bubba. Look. And then you just sit there, and it comes around, and you just start grabbing what you want.
Hello, friend. Hello, friend. One after another.
Chicken.
Can you believe that?
And yes.
Hey, you think Aunt B can't make chicken?
Oh, and
You think that fried chicken wasn't good?
Oh,
Look at that.
Man, I'd be off
Rick,
in
like a
years and
carousel.
years and years ago, when we went to the Chattanooga Choo Choo to eat, which I don't think they serve and have the restaurant like they used to, or maybe they do, I don't know.
Right, yeah.
But they used to have a thing like that, and
And
I
it would
thought,
spin?
yeah, it was great. It was great.
I looked around
Look
and
at that. Everybody's smiling at the table. There's not one
I-
person not smiling.
Yeah.
and you know what I thought of? I said,
Look at those chicken legs.
I
right
thought-
there.
There's something in
Look
gravy.
at
It's
that.
got to be good.
and you realize, guys, you understand, they just, when it would get empty, you know what they would do?
Taters.
Fill it up again. When it would
Don't
get
tell
empty,
me they would scream, fill it
they
up.
would take
What's
over and
on
say,
the other side
y'all are out of chicken.
What's on the
reverse.
other side of the whole potatoes there? I'm trying to get
that may be-
just between the.
Oh, that's Salisbury steak with gravy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's where I'd win.
I'd like to go swimming in that.
Oh, what
That's where
about
I went.
D's?
Now after
potatoes.
Yeah, but what's that after?
Here?
that? Yeah.
That's potato salad.
Oh,
Mac
yeah.
and cheese.
That's pasta salad.
Okay. I
Or mac
can't
and
tell.
cheese. That's coleslaw. That's just a basket of various
Oh yeah,
breads.
giant bread.
There's dressing.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
dressing.
Hey, now.
They had dressing on the Lazy Susan.
I'm just
Right
watching
next
it in
to the chicken
slow
leg.
motion.
Hey, and one of your favorite things, Rick, they just had, it looked like just a drink there. You didn't even have to ask for refills.
No, they put the drinks on there. They put pictures on there, and you just keep on going. You know what they said?
I'm counting over 12 bowls here. Of
They got
food.
greens.
Guys, you know when you're not in shape for something? I said out loud, I thought I was done with gluttony. I really did. And I said, this is going to be a tough one today. I don't think I'm in shape for this. I don't know how to eat this way anymore.
Yeah.
And I said, but when I was at my fattest, I actually dreamed this once. And I said, I can't believe it's real.
dreamed it
I mean, I actually dreamed one time there was a Lazy Susan with all Mama and Grandmama's cooking on it, and it just kept
Rick,
spinning.
I don't know if that falls under gluttony, really.
Oh, wow. Welcome
It's
to
according to how
B's.
much of it you eat.
Well,
yeah, you know what I
you
mean?
know, we're gonna have a feast in heaven. Is somebody gonna stand up and go, "I don't want to help him because this looks gluttonous"? I don't think so.
Well, then we're glorified then, though. So it's over.
Does it say Welcome to B's established 1950?
Yes.
Oh, come on now.
Y'all,
I'm
that
gonna applaud
food-
this.
Beans,
That
potatoes,
food-
tomatoes, lamb.
It was
shrimp.
going great till Sean the trainer walked in and took me back to Birmingham. I mean, it went great.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. 13 minutes to the top. Sean Alexander is our guest. He's been visiting this morning, too, because of Bubba's birthday. The second annual Sean Alexander Charity Golf Tournament presented by the Orthopedic Center and Huntsville Hospital Sports Center. It'll be in Athens, Alabama, April 17th. Sean will be there with some of his NFL friends. And go to Sean Alexander. Sean is SHAUN, Alexander.org. He's here for Bubba's birthday. We have a Saddam Hussein pinata.
Yeah.
No one has been able to burst it. Speedy has knocked it off the rope. D went crazy, nearly killed everything we had. Rick, how about this, too? I just got an email that says there's a gentleman, he's a military chaplain, named Bob O'Neill. He's a graduate of the University of Alabama, expecting their first child. They are currently stationed in Japan, and they have named their first child Sean Patrick O'Neill in honor of Sean Alexander.
Does he
How about
know
that?
this? Did he hear that? No, he didn't. Gosh, that's a shame, because that would have really meant a lot to him. He does. You got to admit
Rick,
that.
not enough time for that. We've got to hit the pinata.
Did he hear that?
Seattle Seahawks starting tailback, Sean Alexander.
Sean, how about that? Somebody named their kid after. They're spinning Sean around.
Look,
God,
how about this? Even NFL starting tailbacks look funny when they're blindfolded and you spin them around.
Oh, I know.
They're a little unsure of themselves.
Yes,
You know it?
yes, this is, oh my gosh. Here he goes. Oh, he missed it.
Oh, wow.
He really
Strike
missed
two.
it.
Strike two, Sean.
And he's got that
Look,
face on because he's
I know.
so competitive.
I know.
Oh, he's trying to figure out where it is.
No touching, Sean.
Right in the
Wait.
face. There it is.
Oh, what a shot.
Right. One more time. Again.
Hey.
Right in the face.
T-ball, Lee. Good shot.
Hey, good shot, T-ball.
Oh!
Let me hit it good, too. Oh, right to the face.
Right through the eye.
Right through the eye.
Wow.
How about let's give it up for Sean. Man, that wouldn't work. Hey, how about this, Sean? That'll get it done. Special report, Bubba, for your birthday, too. Look at that. Right through the eye. That's for your brother. And now, Roger Lewis in unprecedented. We didn't know he was on location.
Morning on WABC. 950. You know, if you're a high roller like Mark Simone.
Look, we're on hold.
Curtis and Kuby.
Right through the face.
That's good, Sean.
That's a good shot.
When Roger Lewis is ready, he must be at WABC because I'm on hold there. Sean, that was great. I mean, look at that, right through Saddam's eye. God, that's good right there.
That's great.
I like you just went with a spear top.
Hey, you know what? I shot a couple bombs.
Well,
Sean, do y'all have like a little Seahawk bark or something you do? I mean, what kind of sound do y'all make, the Seahawks? Don't y'all have a little...
Yeah,
well,
if I could...
We was going to give you something when you did that, and I didn't know what to do.
Yeah, if I could critique you a little bit, I'd like to see a little more from you in the end zone.
You know what? Last year, well, no, it was 2 years ago when y'all came out and y'all really, like, worked the big woman break, and I brought it out full, but I didn't come last year.
I know. But when we had the big girl deal, that was something.
Yeah, that was kind of sweet. Y'all need to give me something new because... You know,
can I tell you one of my favorite throwbacks? And I remember Elmo Wright doing his dance in the end zone. I mean, he started that, remember, for the Chiefs?
Oh, yeah.
And but Billy White Shoes Johnson had one of my favorite where he'd do like he was throwing it and roll it down his arm, and he'd catch it on his back. That was
here's one. We'll call
How about Billy White Shoes Johnson? How entertaining was he?
We'll call this one the rib. Sean scores. Look, he scores like that, takes the ball and picks it like he goes... Like he just ate up some
Look, how
yard.
about this? Look, call it the rib. Look, here it is. Work it side to side. Look at it.
I like that.
You own it. You just been eating up the yard.
Yeah, I'm just killing it. I like that. You will see that.
So you will see that.
You will see that.
Of an emotional roller coaster that oftentimes makes little or no economic sense.
I'm on hold.
We at David Lerner Associates don't believe this is the way to build a strong financial future. For tens of thousands
mass confusion in New York today.
I got 2 minutes, all I got.
We believe the stock market should make for interesting dinner conversation.
I'm loving Speedy's situation.
That is so funny.
If you
Roger,
agree, call...
hello? Roger!
Good morning, I'm sorry, it is pandemonium here in North. Drawed back like a flip. Thanks for being with us today. HelixSleep.com/BigBox. Get a mattress customized for you. Go to HelixSleep.com/BigBox. Sleep quiz takes moments, just minutes. Tell them how you sleep, back, side, stomach, combo. How do you like the mattress? Firm, medium, soft. Big and tall models are available. Ham large. That's good. Nothing wrong with that. That helps. Kids mattress, they've got one. Parents Magazine says it's the best out there. So if somebody's getting their big boy or big girl bed, that'd be a good option. So go to HelixSleep.com/BigBox right now. Remember, they will customize the mattress to you. They will ship it to you from their U.S.-based manufacturing facility directly to your door, risk-free. You have 100 nights to sleep on it, 100 nights to decide whether you want to keep it or not. And if you do, stay with it. If you don't, money back. Okay? So why don't you go right now and experience a customized mattress that fits you? HelixSleep.com/BigBox. We're going to save you some money. You will get, you're going to get a great savings by going, how about 25% off? And that includes some free shipping too, right to the door. 25% off at HelixSleep.com/BigBox. That link too with that discount is at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So Bubba, the going to lunch was big. At this point, we realize, Chattanooga's favorite son, Benny Rose, and I, that we have eaten so much at B's restaurant that we think to ourselves, I wonder if we can ever eat again, especially when I wasn't in shape for it like I once was.
Right. Well, you hadn't trained properly.
Yeah,
right?
I was once part of a dynamic duo that was asked to leave buffets. So, but I'm not in shape like that anymore. And then the thought hits me, you have to speak again. You're not done.
This is a break.
You have to speak again this evening. And you might should have thought about that, Hoss.
Could you even get a deep breath?
Not really.
Yeah.
And so don't want to go too far with this. But we've talked about all of our different years of going to different churches, and most pastors, ministers, whatever you call the person who shepherds the flock, they have all told me that one of the things that every shepherd wants is their office to have their own bathroom.
Yes.
That's a big step. We know how that.
I can relate to that.
We knew how that felt for 13 years. We don't know how it feels now. So we go out there and share with the masses. But so he said to me, if you need to use the facility, feel free to use mine. Now I know he wishes. I know he wishes he could take that back.
Right.
But guys, when I opened up his restroom, I was not prepared for what I saw in the restroom. I took a picture of it.
No way.
A deer head above the toilet.
Say that a lot.
Now, I've seen a lot of deer head presentations above the toilet. I have never seen. And now keep in mind, if you're...
It gives me an idea where to hang one of mine.
And the arrow, I guess it took
If
it
you're
down.
throwing a fastball, you realize I'm staring into the eyes of this deer as I relieve myself. And so...
You're almost nose to nose.
Yeah, I went out to the...
If he could talk, give me a courtesy
I went out
sir.
to Daryl, and I said, Daryl, no heads up on the deer head in the bathroom. He goes, well, as you can see, my wife has said that we're done at home, and I've got to find somewhere to put them.
Someplace he could find.
Yeah, and I said, well, that's an interesting choice.
Yeah.
And so that was a bit of a different experience. So then, but I knew I was home. I thought, well, these are our people.
Yeah.
And by the way, I'll get into that in a minute. But so then it begins to hit Benny and me that now we've left this restaurant where we've had plenty. Really, we've had plenty. I'm not even hungry yet. Okay, still, as I sit here right now, I'm still not hungry. Okay, so, and I'm usually starving by this point on the show. So anyway, then we start getting approached by the men that are preparing for the men's deal that night.
Yeah.
Hey, we're cooking brisket all day long. And I'm like, oh my goodness, here we go. And then I got hit with this. Hey, my wife made you some cornbread. Oh, great. Okay, man, that's awesome. And so I look at Benny and I say, right, guys, we can't go to the men's thing and say no, thank you.
No.
Am I going to take a skillet of cornbread and say, I'm sorry, I'm full?
Your stomach's going, I can't take anymore.
Well, David Wilson, who's the men's director, and he knows the show forward and backward, by the way. And he said, my wife's made for you your kryptonite. And I said, what? He goes, cornbread. Oh, I know that you can't resist cornbread. And I said, no, you're right. But right now, I can't imagine.
Can't breathe. Can't breathe.
Yeah, and so I'm like, okay, so we will at least, we have to taste it. And so we did, and we enjoyed that. And the brisket was phenomenal.
You got through it.
Well, you don't turn down a brisket they've cooked all day long for you.
No, how can you turn that down?
And
Rick?
you don't turn down cornbread that somebody's wife worked all day in the cast iron skillet for you.
No.
So, as I said, I'm not hungry yet. I don't know that I'll ever eat again. I mean, I think I'm going to see how long you can go and never eat. So they fed us so well. And I will say this on the transition to a little bit of serious side. It was one of the, as far as what we do here on the show and how it works for the kingdom of God, it was one of the most encouraging trips that I've ever been on. Because of the time, the way it worked, where it wasn't just, here I am, it's good to see y'all, nice to meet y'all, here's the service, here's what happened at the service, we know you need to get back, for the show the next day or whatever. The fact that I was there that morning and then stayed all day, it gave us the middle of the day for these men to say, let's now show you and talk to you about how we all knew the show. The show took us to the Wednesday Bible study. The Wednesday Bible study took us to the man church. And now here we are 3+ years later in our 4th curriculum, and they were able to say, I want to talk to you about how it's transformed the church, how it's transformed our community. And tonight you'll meet other pastors that are doing it around us. It's transforming other communities. And then wives that were there for the morning service and were serving that night coming up and saying, this has changed our husbands. And it just was such an affirming, encouraging trip. And just when I thought it couldn't get any more emotional on that side, Greg, now I knew I would never forget his name because he's named the same name as your son, Taylor.
Yeah.
So Taylor comes up to me, and I'll throw this at you, and he walks over, and he introduced himself, and he said, hey, my name's Taylor. And I was like, hey, I won't forget that one. He said, I want to tell you something. And I said, okay. He said, my second son will be born in January. And I said, well, man, that's fantastic. Congratulations. And, and I was thinking, okay. And he said, and we're going to name him Bronner.
What?
And so he said, with everything, with that story, and the fact that he's going to be born in January, he said, so I want you to know and tell Sherry that we're going to name him Bronner. And you guys know over the years, and I don't know how I would ever pull this off, so this is just me dreaming. So over the last 16 years since Bronner went to heaven, there have been multiple listeners of this show and who have named their sons Bronner.
I haven't counted that.
Yeah, and I've met a number of them. And I thought to myself, they're all various ages because it's been 16 years now. But I don't know how I would pull this off. But I have a thought, and it'll take some kind of organizing. I would love to take all these sons and these families that have named their kids Bronner, and in some way find a way for them all to come to one place.
Take a big picture.
Take a big picture with Sherry and I, with these couples and with these boys, and now some of them teenagers, obviously, and have them all in one place. And so I told him that idea, and he loved it. I said, so I'll let your Bronner get at least a year old. Maybe that's something we'll try to do. I wouldn't make you do that after he's a newborn, but maybe it's something we can do, a year from now or something.
That would be special.
And have time to plan it. Maybe have them at the farm. Yeah. Bring them down. Do a big picture. I just think that would be so. What an incredible experience that would be. So,
it would be.
Yeah. So it was a great weekend. We really saw God move, and as you hear, we really had a good time, and we had outstanding food and the hospitality for everybody there. I mean, when you think to yourself, how can it get any better? And suddenly you're over at Chickamauga at the battlefield.
Oh, yeah.
And of course it's to no surprise, Benny Rose began to take over, and I think the pastor wanted to tell me about it. But Benny.
Well, he's the local celebrity.
Right, he is, and I did tell them that Greg would never come here because he thinks that Civil War battlefields and of course any of their cemeteries are full of Haints.
Right. He's
a lot of documentation on that.
Yep. So anyway,
a lot of things happen.
By the way, a lot of controversy of what Chickamauga really means. A lot of opinions. A lot of opinions. A lot of opinions. And a lot of them they say that people are saying are completely wrong. A lot of opinions. We'll come back. We got more to cover on the show today. So big thanks to Shiloh Baptist Church and surrounding areas for what was a powerful and wonderful day yesterday. Appreciate it very much.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
all I got. We believe the stock market should make for interesting dinner conversation.
I'm loving
but should
Speedy's
not make for
situation.
sleeping.
That is so funny.
If you
Roger.
agree, call...
Hello?
Roger!
Good morning. I'm sorry. It is pandemonium here in New York City this morning. Rick and Bubba.
Good morning, Roger.
Good morning. Thank you so much. I can barely hear you with all of the ambient noise going on behind me.
What's going on?
I'm sure you can hear.
Yeah, we hear it, Raj. We really
Thank you so much. I'm glad that you noted that there is a background ambient noise. Maybe if we keep talking about it, somebody will actually believe it. I did want to mention this morning, fellow New Yorkers, commuters, and a Japanese double Dutch delegation were stunned this morning as literally thousands or so peace protesters laid down in the middle of a popular tourist attraction here in Midtown Manhattan.
Where were they, Raj?
I did want to mention that, yes, they're here in Rockefeller Center. You may know that as the home to the popular shows of NBC.
Yes, that is correct.
That is correct. It is anarchy here. I did want to mention, too, that authorities in riot gear have been called to the scene to disperse the disturbance. I haven't seen this public disruption this large since the last time Whitney Houston flipped out in public. Don't forget, crack is whack.
Good morning. The 22nd.
I am seeing a lot of folks with crack is whack. These protesters' signs this morning, if I could make out one of them, I see one here, give peace a chance. I also see, as I'm looking across the sea of protesters, no war in Iraq. Also, I see one here, Dick Cheney likes to wear women's clothing. I don't know what that means this morning. I did, however, learn that it's being widely reported, Rick and Bubba, that the protesters are upset about the war. Now, that seems to be the general feeling here.
Yes.
However, I have learned that this may not be true.
Hang on, Roger, hang on.
Apparently, we're getting some sort of...
Nine minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, we thank you for being with us on a brand new one today. Ladies, Sherry Burgess, Pensacola, Florida, tomorrow night, First Baptist Church. Make plans to be with her. I know you will take care of her. And if you'd like to be part of that, ladies, go to burgessministries.com under upcoming events. I'll be in Panama City, Florida, coming up on the 30th, so a week from today. And they're going to be hosting one of our Man Church conferences coming up next year, but this will be their big Man Up gathering where men get together. This is their big event every year, and I'll be speaking there coming up on Monday night. Find those details at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. Bubba, Wild plays over the weekend.
Wild plays and wild finishes.
Yeah. Some of you on the text asking, what is the restaurant there? I don't know where. I think it's near Rossville, Georgia. It's called BEA, like Aunt B from Andy Griffith's. Bees, not what Bubba thought it was.
Not D's,
yeah,
Bees.
Yeah, Bees,
Yeah.
BEA, like your Aunt B. Let's go to Colorado first. Now, Greg, you said you fell asleep watching this game, and so you did not see the end. A crazy finish.
I woke up and they were all like jiving everywhere.
Yeah. So here is a Hail Mary to put the ball in, to put the game in overtime.
Yeah. 2 seconds left, midfield. Shador Sanders going to the left. Throws it up.
Greg, you being a defensive back, how do you let? I mean, I thought everybody was jumping up there. He was just open.
He was.
He was. And
I mean,
the defense.
Can we see that again, Adler? Can we just see that again? I want to.
The defender slipped down and lost his footing. Is what happened. He got turned around.
Okay.
He slid down, and another one slid. It was crazy how this ended.
But how do you let them get behind you?
Exactly. Here it is again, but here's the Baylor broadcast.
Okay. Oh no!
Gillick draws back the pass. He's airing it out. It's going to be long. No! No! Touchdown Western.
No! The agony.
The thrill of victory and the agony of defeat.
So Travis Hunter, who is the Otani of college football,
he is.
I love when a Hail Mary works. It's so good. What a great highlight, isn't it?
You can't let anybody get behind you.
Did they review that? That looked close.
Yeah, they did, and he did get his hand up under it, and so that gets him into overtime by completing that and getting extra.
Wow! I mean, you throw a Hail Mary to get to overtime.
So now in overtime, the defense for Colorado needs to stop Baylor, and all-world defensive player Travis Hunter forces a fumble.
Number 12 on the screen.
And they win. Now here he is on defense. So here we go.
If this call stands, then Colorado wins. This will be a good look. That ball is now.
It was already out before he hit him.
The play, Travis Hunter. Face on football, and certainly from this angle we can't tell where the football was, but if that near point is not breaking the plane.
One guy.
Wow.
Yeah, it's out.
Yeah, he has no control over it when it crosses the plane.
He keeps the ball, he's in.
That's why the initial ruling is so big. The initial call, as soon as that ball goes out, it's a touchback.
And all they had to do was stop.
What else did you see?
Well, yeah, I think if we could go back to that goal line look, that's going to be the key shot, that look down the line.
Yeah, it's out. Buffs win.
Wow.
What a here it is. There's the shot you're looking for. It's gone.
That'll do it.
You got to be mean sometimes.
Hey, well said, Adam.
You got to be mean in this game.
So now we have the Colorado fans rush the field.
I love when they rush too early.
Unfortunately, the game is not official yet.
They're panicking.
Yeah, so everybody's on the field.
This game is not over.
Look at him bips.
I love the one with the buffalo head on it. That's my favorite.
Ripping his shirt off.
So we have to get all these people. We have to get all these people off the field. I'm not trying to tell the security what to do, but you're on the wrong end of the field.
So at what point was this?
I'm not sure, but I think this is when they were reviewing
the fumble.
What we just looked
for the
at.
win.
So they don't have the official word. They were still reviewing it, and people are mobbing the field. So there you go. Also, You want to finish college and do the USC, Michigan, and
then let's do it. I want you to see this BYU punt return.
All right. What about USC, Michigan, the most chaotic play of the college football season?
It has
so
to do with the lineman. Well, you'll see here. I think it's self-explanatory here. The audio the announcer kind of breaks it down for you. But USC's trying to score here.
Now Marks joins Miller Moss. They're bringing more than 3. And hit. Dumped by Josiah Stewart.
Go 78. Go 78.
He took it from him. The ball back.
He took it from him. That was a great
his
run.
arm was moving forward.
So it was a double. His arm was hit before it was going forward. Fumble. Defensive lineman picks it up, runs the other way, gets it taken from him from USC.
And the back,
now USC's got the ball
basically outruns him and cuts in front of him and just takes the ball right out of his hand.
You got to protect the ball, big fella.
Yeah.
He didn't get to run with that one in practice. It beeps, if you put it in the wrong place.
Yep. Now here is the crazy punt return for BYU against Kansas State. This thing is crazy.
Yeah. Rick, look what a disaster it looks like it's going to be. Okay,
right,
that's
so
where it started and where it finished.
Kansas State's punting.
Yeah. Well, now the punt.
Look, he misjudged it over his head.
Touched, maybe.
Hit his hand.
He's at the 2. Kingston, and now
he's at the 5, the 10,
unbelievable.
The 20, the 30.
Kingston
that
to the
is
50.
Crazy. Terrible effort right there.
Kingston.
Guys, that's unreal. Yeah, how far did he actually run?
So he misjudges the ball.
Wow.
It looks like he's backing up to catch the punt. He touches it accidentally.
Yeah.
Where he ran to there.
The next shot, he's on the bench throwing up because he's.
Oh wow.
That was terrible. Who was that?
That was. Why even bother?
That
that was probably the punter.
Is that the big lineman that stands back there in the back?
Yeah, they don't expect it to be.
Right. He never thinks he's going to tackle anybody.
And I'm not showing this full screen because
That's amazing.
It's on YouTube. It'll scan it, and if I go full screen, it'll flag me for a copyright. And so please save your emails. I'm doing my best to get the info out there. I'm sorry.
Sure. I'm sorry. Don't be upset with me.
Sorry.
I don't think we have time for the NFL, this controversial Chief win against the Falcons. So we'll come back and we'll do that, and then we'll kind of move out of we'll finish up sports and move into some other things today. But
and Rick, we got to cover the White Sox. Don't miss that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they're still getting after
120 losses.
Yeah, that's
we could have a record broken as early as today.
It's not good when your team makes baseball sad.
No.
Yeah. Baseball history.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the Braves are about to start a series. They host the Mets. They're 2 behind the Mets with 6 games left. It's a big series coming up for them.
Big.
Top of the
That's
hour.
what your dad's focusing on now. He's done.
Your dad has moved from state to the Braves.
Right. Oh, wow.
Top of the hour. We'll be back. If you leave us, don't forget the daily archives. Find those on the podcast channel or on the YouTube channel. If you're staying with us today, hang in there. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We'll start with the top of the hour song as we. Bubba Show live from Turner Field. Tonight, the Braves take on the Marlins. The Atlanta Braves have clinched the divisional title. We're watching
Again.
Look, they're putting up the 0-3 banner as we speak.
I mean, how many is that in a row? Like 12, 13? What is that? How many is that?
Well, let's count them. There they are.
Yeah, look.
Yep, there they are. We skipped 94.
It's 95.
All right, let's see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in a row.
What's that? Oh, helicopter. Yeah. Oh, pay no attention to that.
Yeah, so congratulations to the Braves, but trying to still get home field
12.
advantage.
It's 12 in a row. Yeah.
12 in a row?
Because there was one year we didn't have them.
Where's 94? Is that
isn't
the year?
The strike year?
Is that
when
strike
we
year?
didn't have one?
Strike year?
Strike year?
It's the strike year. 12 in a row.
Wow.
Of course, we'd like to see more World Series. If that's all right, we're going to win it this year. You can
This
face
is it.
This
This is the year. But you know what, Rick? We got offense this year.
Well, look, those of you that
a lot of bats.
Yeah, those of you that are coming to the game tonight, we've heard that the Rick and Bubba section is sold out, but there's still sections around us. If you'd like to check that out, the website's got information how you can get in touch with them online, or if you come to Turner Field tonight. What a beautiful, beautiful facility. What an honor for us. I mean, you got to understand. I mean, we grew up in the era of the Atlanta Braves, and to be able to be sitting here today on the Braves dugout doing a nationally syndicated radio show and on TV on Turner South is boyhood dreams come true. So thank y'all for making it happen for us.
You know, Rick, we talked a little bit about it earlier. My first Braves game, I was 10 years old. Our little Babe Ruth, Bronco team came to the game, and we had a great time. And wow, what an honor to be here today. And John Perry made it all happen. I would like to see John Perry do a little better with the bathroom and the ISDN lines. But other than that,
everything has been solid. If we could just critique harshly, our bathroom situation leaves a little to be desired because we take in a lot of liquids. And we did have some technical troubles this morning. But hey, wow! I see him pulling out the Hank Aaron bobblehead.
Look at the backdrop there.
We've got
John. Look at that. Isn't that cool?
That is cool. We got
we look like real.
Here's Sheffield. We got
guys,
Sheffield's bobblehead. You've got Warren Spawn's over there, and then we've got look at Hammer and Hank in the throat. I mean, do you remember when we used
Rick, when I came to my first game, that was what they wore, the feather on the shoulder.
Look what I got 44 on.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Really? Oh yeah.
Now can I tell you I like those jerseys, but I wasn't a fan of that powder blue. To me, that one did not put fear in the eyes of the opponent. It's you, baby. 4-4.
You're looking to show. Oh my gosh! And they're showing 44 after. What a big day! I'm crying.
Now, Rick,
I'm welling up.
The problem I have, a lot of people have mistaken me for Bobby Cox today.
There's been a lot of that.
But you know, and he's a legend. I don't think he's getting the props that he deserves. I mean, he's won like 3 million games or something.
Yeah,
I mean, it's unreal.
It's true.
And you know, Bobby, the thing about him, he's one of the best guys getting on the umpire ever.
Yes.
You know, when you think about people who argue with the umpire, you know, your Billy Martins are going to be mentioned, your Earl Weaver, but I'm going to tell you, Bobby Cox, second to none. He can kick dirt and spit on people and make them like it better than anybody, and there's a bug on your face. But other than that, he was gone.
Where is he? Because earlier I saw one on Speedy's forehead, and I could see the body motion of the bug stinging him.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm talking about I could see it that clear. And, you know, and of course it did.
It was working my forehead.
But is it sick?
You know, it looked like a little mini dog on you.
It was asking my forehead if it liked it.
Is it sick of me that, you know, I want the Braves to win, but if Bobby is thrown out of the game after a good argument, I like it even better.
How about this? I mean, if y'all want me to have the dream night, I want Bobby to be thrown out of the game tonight.
Well, he had a good one earlier this week, and you know what I like too is you wait and you don't get thrown out on the call. But you go out later and then you bring it up to the guy. You know, I mean,
I love that.
And you get that head going in there. I mean, and look, this is what I like too. We got the same profile.
Look, Bubba could be Bobby Cox, or Bubba could be Bobby Cox's wife when she was pregnant with one of their children. But I mean that.
But you got to get the head motion too, Rick. You got to get in there.
Oh yeah. How about this? You really do.
You got to shake it like a bowl full of jelly.
And then I got out, and somebody said, "Look, they're going to do a tribute to Terry Forster tonight." But that is not correct.
I wish Bobby could come up here and chew us out about making a bad call. That would make the day for me. John, can we do that?
And hey, Don Juan is not Andrew Jones. Okay, I'm tired of people coming up to him asking him.
There's no accent there.
No.
We will in a minute be enjoying food from Marvin Woods, who does the show Home Plate on Turner South. He's going to prepare breakfast for us. Johnny Van Zant will be with us from Leonard Skinner later. You know, Gary Rosington, the legendary guitar player for Leonard Skinner, has had heart problems.
Yes.
And they had to stop the tour. It cranks back up. Wherever you're listening or watching today, we'll let you know. Johnny will tell us if they're coming to make up their date in your town. A lot of you do have makeups coming up, and we'll get that from Johnny Van Zant later in the program. Also, 2 people are going to win a chance to drop the green flag for your favorite driver. The NASCAR Winston Cup Series, the EA Sports 500, comes to Talladega Superspeedway next weekend. You can go to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com for Are you looking for little pieces of Rick and Bubba history in those 3 decades of radio gold? Just search Rick and Bubba on streaming services everywhere. You can go with, 28 different CDs, maybe 29 from the past year. We got the new one coming out in November, so but you can grab those wherever you pick up content. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess Adler here today. Say hello to Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It is the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
We've been on the journey. We've done some weekend updates. Still got some more of those coming up. We've done sports. We've gone back into sports. Monday's a big sports day, especially during football season, because what happens is football is the sport that we love the most, and then when we start getting involved in football, that sometimes also has us pick up other sports stories that we probably wouldn't have been aware of without looking at for football. But anyway, Kansas City Chiefs controversy. There's people, Bubba, saying the fix is in. The fix is in.
The NFL wants the Chiefs to win.
The Atlanta loses to the Chiefs on a last play, 4th and inches. We have a story on it here that says the NFL fans are fuming, saying the league is rigged because the Chiefs will benefit from this controversy.
I have the pass interference play queued up here.
Yeah.
And Speedy, you were talking about that earlier, right?
Yeah. This is the call that the Chiefs they felt like interfered with the Falcons tight end Pitts, but it wasn't called.
Okay. All right.
Well, you knew it was going to come. Here comes 6 of them right down the middle.
Thank you, Chris.
Anything you know about Spagnuolo is that
he wrapped him up before the ball was there.
By Brian Cook.
Right, boom. I mean,
that's clearly pass interference.
Yeah,
that's clearly pass interference.
His head's not turned back or anything.
Yeah.
That's pretty bad.
Greg, as you said, the fact he doesn't turn his head around is almost enough usually.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
I mean,
you can't yell incidental contact when he's staring.
He's watching him, and he knows the ball's about to get there, so he's going to try to time it. But he wrapped him up. He wrapped him up too early.
He mistimed it.
I know. You know, you're not upset because Kirk Cousins threw it, Bubba. But
you know what? I didn't even make that. I didn't even think about
he
that.
is.
That's funny. Speedy. Now, Speedy, I know you're a Chief fan, so this is difficult. But,
Chiefs fan. I'd like for you to stop calling him Chief.
Okay, you're a Chiefs fan. I just want you to tell us. Can you separate yourself from that?
That was pass interference.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's pass interference.
Should have been first and goal.
It was a good pass.
Look how he's got him wrapped around his back.
That's
why he got beat. You know, he went up there and he got beat, and that's all you could do. He probably saved a touchdown. I mean, he did save a touchdown.
Bubba, he didn't probably did.
So even if he'd have got pass interference, it would have been on the 1 yard line. You don't know what's going to happen.
I love when Chris Collinsworth is like doing it. He goes, oh wow, a lot of contact.
well, what it is he broke all the rules you're not supposed to break, which should garner a pass interference call.
Mm-hmm.
But
he got there before the ball.
And I'm with you, Bubba.
He wasn't playing the ball. He was going after the receiver.
I'm with you. I think that he just did what I would want my defensive back to. If you got beat that bad,
you tackle him.
Just don't let him score.
Isn't that what you were always telling?
Now they might score. They might not
they
score from first and goal from one, but if he catches it, they do score.
Yes, better yet, you may get a bad call.
I think he was expecting to have pass interference called, and it didn't happen.
The Falcons did get a roughing the passer call in their favor here. You can see, and this did lead to a touchdown. But then
that's crazy.
Yeah, that was.
Now, why do they call that?
Because he took him to the ground? Is that why?
I don't know. They called it roughing the passer.
There was a couple of roughing the passer calls in the NFL yesterday that kind of leave your head scratching.
Mahomes got one back, though. Mahomes got one back here, too, though. So, you know.
This one, though, looks like he's laying Kirk Cousins down for a nap.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't sling him down.
No.
I mean, he just brought him down.
Chris Jones, such a man.
Oh, my goodness. What a big person.
He is such a big person. He could sling you like a rag doll.
He could.
He did not do that.
I didn't add. I'm putting this one on you here, Adler, and this is not on list, but could I show the lines real quick? They did the classic.
Are you going to leave the lines before we have Joey Chestnut slamming hot dogs at the Atlanta Chief game?
Well, no, let's stay with that.
We're at that game.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
He's recovered from that.
Yeah.
So
Greg just wants to see it.
I'm sorry, Adler. I was going to complete the Chiefs game before moving on.
I just want to see the hook and ladder.
Staying in Atlanta before we leave.
Oh my gosh! What's he doing?
I can't watch that.
Why is he doing that?
Oh my gosh, that was me.
What in the world?
He's putting them away.
See, now they're eating them right with the bun.
Now I wish we'd have just gone to the line.
Oh wow!
He's slamming those dogs.
I have to agree with you.
Yeah.
So that's up on the big screen.
I can't look at that.
Golly, Greg. Why is he doing that? Well, boy, I know why. Because he got paid to be there.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
I get it.
That guy loves hot dogs.
Now, that career is not going to last forever.
Yeah. The classic hook and ladder that, where receiver
We love
goes,
the hook and
catches
ladder.
the ball.
It's a classic.
Another receiver coming the opposite way, and he kind of flips it back to him.
You know what, though? Honestly, I have not seen it done this close to the goal
Well,
line.
you could tell it.
Usually it's back at midfield,
I'll
the
give
other
you
side.
that. Yeah, but also you could tell they really practice it too.
Oh, yeah.
Like
They're on.
the timing was down and everything.
49ers are up 7 on the Rams. Cardinals trailing here as Goff hits St.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Hey-o! Wow.
That's as well executed as you can see right there.
They executed that like they were a piece of chalk on the chalkboard.
I'm
didn't
telling
they?
you what, right there.
But
Now,
they're
see,
at the 20-yard line. You don't think hook and ladder at the 20, do you?
Boom.
oh, what a good play.
Wow.
Oh, well done.
Yeah.
Oh, that
Wow.
looked good. That really looked good. Leaving football and going now to baseball. Bubba,
We've gone from the winners now to the losers.
You have you have been following this White Sox saga.
Well, Rick, it's one of those things like,
the word
when
socks is so close to the word they actually
Sucks.
are.
Yeah. I mean, when you
They're one letter off.
some tragedy you just have to follow, Rick. It's like staring at a wreck, on the
Oh,
side
yeah,
of the
sure,
road
yeah.
or something.
Yeah.
So the White Sox have now tied the modern-day record for losses in a season with 120.
Oh, my
120.
goodness.
And
What
get
a
this,
miserable.
they still got 6 games to go.
They
so they
can't
could
wait.
be the all-time
Miserable.
losingest
Have you
team in history.
Have you ever seen a bunch of people? No, they're so glad the season's about to be over.
I can't believe anybody still saying that.
Coming up. He struck him out, and the Padres win.
Sure they do.
Pitcher wearing 75. The just
Some
do
kind
you
of camo.
even like? I don't understand. I know. Look, I respect people that stay with their team. I have to protect myself from misery at some point.
Yeah.
But do White Sox? Are there like White Sox fans that go still catching the game today? I'm going to one of these last 6 games.
Well,
anybody?
A buddy of mine actually went to a White Sox game this year.
Well, he can.
He said that there were probably 20 people in the entire place.
wow.
Oh,
Like
that's
he
great.
wasn't even joking. He actually went to a White Sox game and then they had a Pearl Jam concert the next night.
And there you go.
And it was packed out. And he could not believe how empty the
All
stadium
right.
was.
So
Well, Rick, let's face it, the gang drive-by shootings in South Chicago is now more interesting than the White.
Yeah.
That doesn't help.
You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
It
It'd be
features
fun
more
to
people.
watch.
It
Yeah.
features more people.
Yeah, it does.
Would you guys? Let's say that we were just free spirits. Okay. Would it be kind of fun? Can't be done. Not going to do it. Wouldn't do it for one of the reasons what Bubba just said. But would it be sort of kind of a weird, cool guy trip to go to a White Sox game right now?
Oh,
Sit
yeah.
anywhere we want to.
yeah.
Sit at a different spot every inning.
Yeah, we just
Like we
move
used to do at
around,
the Braves game
get a
we
few
were
hot
kids.
dogs.
Yes.
Watch history. Watch history happen.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you could say I was there. I saw the worst
You
thing
saw
ever.
it.
We
Yeah.
could
I'll
park.
guarantee you the day they're going to break it, I don't know if it's today or tomorrow. I would be there if I could get there.
You could park in.
Yes.
Parking's easy.
Oh, yeah, right up next to the
mean,
stadium.
Concession stand. when
You
that's
could get so
standing
close
line.
a foul ball with
It's
it.
kind of my dream live sports event.
Yes. Have the bathroom to yourself.
The beer vendor would just sit down beside you.
Yeah.
You need another one?
No lines.
Let me know if you want one.
Phone calls next. Our first time to check in with you this week, America. All 10 lines are open. We've hit a lot of topics, and you can bring a few up on your own or comment on what you've already heard when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
event. I think there's still some tickets available. You're going to get to drop the green flag in qualifying for your favorite driver, and then you'll go into a drawing, and there's only going to be 5 people in this drawing, and you'll have a chance to win tickets, of course, to the qualifying day, Saturday tickets to the Food World 300, Saturday garage passes, Sunday tickets to the EA Sports 500, Sunday garage passes, and you will have Victory Lane passes on Saturday and Sunday, and you'll have your photo taken with the winner of each race. Standing there in Victory Lane. Hey, man, can I get a picture?
And we got to draw that today, too.
We'll draw today, too?
Yeah, we'll get all of that in. And also, Rick, tonight, just a broadcast reminder that they are giving away the Hank Aaron bobbleheads tonight to the first 12,000 kids 14 and under.
The first 12,000?
Let me tell you what, that's a lot of bobbleheads.
Of course, I've already got mine. Hey, is this mine, or y'all going to take it back?
I'm sorry, Rick, you're a little low.
It's got to go back? It's not mine? Well, what if I like pitch a fit like my kids? Well, can I get it then? Please, Mama. Can I have my bobblehead now if I got to wait?
Please, Mama.
So anyway, that will be going, and that's a great, great collector's item for those of you who will be coming to the game tonight. We look forward to seeing all of you in the Rick and Bubba section. I will not rest unless the Florida Marlins go, you know what?
Easy there, big man.
Hey, I hate those people up there in 411. that's what I'm hoping happens.
I got to say, that is the loudest fat guy I've ever heard.
Yes, and remember, if you're trying to win the green flag, Ricky Rudd, Jeff Gordon, Dale Jarrett, and Jimmy Johnson are all spoken for, but we have 2 more people we will qualify on today's program.
Rick, when we come back, I will tell you about a promotion that I came up with riding over here with John Perry that I think you'll be interested in. And also, does Rick have too much van?
Is that next?
It was a tough trip over, wasn't it, buddy?
It was, but we're here.
Yeah, we made it.
It's all good now.
And I roam the Coliseum here.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 20 minutes past the hour. Everybody, all lines are available. Here we go. Comments, questions, bringing information to the table. This is troll format, so meaningless shout-outs, shameless plugs, no. But in all fairness, in all phone segments, do we want to hear those? But the troll doesn't allow it. I mean, it just won't happen. Keeping the show moving, 30 seconds also is king, unless Speedy or Bubba give you a timeout, but they only tote 1 apiece, so I wouldn't count on that. Let's get it together. The good news is for you is you can get in easier on the troll because we keep the line moving. All 10 lines are open, so if you have a comment or a question, bring it on, and we would love to chat with you. Let's start with Jared. Jared is out of Decatur, Alabama. 100.3 The River. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Jared, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Morning, fallen creatures.
How about it? Hey, buddy.
So how about these Auburn Tigers, man? Did Freeze just make a mistake by not going out and get us a quarterback? No lack of discipline in the team. Just it's a head-scratcher. You look at Tennessee, who's been through some similar struggles, and it seemed like they got a team this year.
They do, but keep in mind it did not happen overnight, and I think there's a lot of expectations of overnight. If I could give advice to Auburn, and I'm sure they won't listen, but I would say give the freeze thing a chance. Don't panic. This program had fallen into really
the damage it had been done the previous years will take years to get over. There's no doubt about it.
Even with portals, even with money, everybody's competing for these players. You're not the only one that can do that. And so just hold steady, okay? And I think in the times we're in now, people are going to have to hold steady a little more. It's just so
we're a microwave
so much
society,
flux.
and this really doesn't work for that.
Picture Hugh Freeze walked up, and there had just been a tornado somewhere, and you're mad because the house isn't completely built and functioning yet.
Yeah,
I mean, you got to start by just picking up boards laying everywhere. I mean, this is a rebuild, and I know none of us like a rebuild. Nobody does.
Nope,
nobody does. But I'm telling you, it's a rebuild. And this shoot ready aim of and like you see, I would say the same thing in Florida, and Saban talked about this. It must be get rid of them, get rid of them, get rid of them, get rid of them. There's a lot of things to be fixed, and sometimes the coach is only a part of it. So, but I think Florida, you had the same situation when you have these proven winners that have won everywhere they go. Mm-hmm. At some point you almost have to say, "Is it me?" Right. And that's kind of what Saban was saying about Florida, and I would give similar advice to Auburn. We continue, 866 We Be Big, Sam in Mississippi. Sam, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, you got two things. First of all, wouldn't it be cool? I know Greg loves Christmas movies in the Christmas time.
Sure he does.
But Daddy's home. When Daddy's home, the kid is trying to get a perfect 0, all right? And everybody's sitting there hooping and hollering. I mean, the Chicago White Sox, they need that. Everybody needs to come and do that for them.
Yeah.
And then number two, y'all need to go back and watch the Saints replay of the guy as the tight end.
Saints replay guy, tight end. Travis, Baton Rouge. Travis, welcome. Go ahead, 30 seconds.
Morning, fellas. I'm a little down in the dumps today.
Don't be down, Travis.
First off,
Tigers
Auburn's
won.
insufferable.
No, you're in Baton Rouge. Go Tigers.
Yeah, well, come after me. I'm a man. I just turned 40 today.
No, Travis, listen. Travis, no. 40, life begins.
Yeah.
Life begins at 40.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's downhill from here.
No.
Me. I'm a man. I'm 40.
No, 40.
Travis, I'm gonna be honest with you. You're right. Okay, I mean you're absolutely right.
Let's go to Eric, Columbus, Mississippi, 96.1. Go ahead, Eric.
Morning, boys. How are y'all?
We're good. Fired up, loving it.
Just wanted to see if y'all had talked to Helms here lately and asked him how he's doing.
Just by text. He and I have texted back and forth a few times, and he seems to be thriving.
Yeah.
And he seems
I see him every Monday.
Right. You'll see him today.
Yeah, he'll be out practicing when I'm headed over to set up for the coaches show.
Would you?
So
agree?
I honked the horn at him.
Would you agree with me? Thriving.
Yeah.
I mean,
he said the 2 extra hours sleep he gets alone.
Oh, he told me that. He told me the last thing he said to me. He said, "By the way, not having to be at work at 5, game changer. Game changer." So we don't know what it's like to sleep the amount of time you're supposed to. No. Let's go to Chris. Lines are opening if you want to join us. 866 We Be Big. The real Greg Burgess taking them. Chris, how are you doing out of Alabama? Go ahead.
All right, how about you?
We're good.
Good. I just want to talk what I just passed about 20 minutes ago. A lady smoking in her car with the windows up while having a mask on. You really can't make that up.
A mask on, too?
Smoking in the car, windows up. You know what she's singing? I hope I don't get germs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Her lungs are screaming, that's the least of our worries.
Picture her being Aunt Martha.
The masked people continue to confuse me. Mm-hmm. I've come to the conclusion it's the only way I can function in society is that all of you have some sort of immune disorder, and you just have to wear a mask because your immune system has been compromised through some sort of treatment or some difficulty you've been through, and you wear them no matter what. There's no way I can't deal with the possible reality you think it's protecting you against COVID. That I can't do. So I just pretend that y'all have other issues.
Yeah, it's an immune issue. I think for most people it's called doofus maximus.
Okay.
No, there are people that do that are going through cancer treatments and all that have to limit their exposure. I got that.
Now the ones I see that all of them are in
I
that
know
situation,
it doesn't look
probably
like
not,
it.
but I say that. I'll even think then that way I look and go, man, bless their heart, because I don't want to be like, what an idiot.
Yeah.
You know, so that's where I do. That's what I do. Aaron, Alabama, go ahead.
Hey guys, just thought it'd be funny, this many years later after the meow, I'm patient zero thing, to give an explainer on that. I was the one that called in, and her being a cat lover and having whatever disease she had, I was trying to make a Super Troopers reference where they go meow this instead of now, but the intern had no clue what I was saying, and I guess it got down to he wanted to put a comma in there, and so that's how it turned into meow, I'm patient zero.
That's funny.
That is it.
I think I'm more confused this time than I was the first time. I don't have any idea what he's talking about.
That's behind the music there.
Yeah, it's a niche joke there for sure.
Okay. Yeah,
or a niche.
Is this what it feels like to be on the outside looking in?
You don't want to be on the inside.
Well, you remember the former intern that had.
I do remember that. I just don't remember
names.
this Super Trooper thing you said.
Yeah,
I don't know what that means.
Meow, what are you talking about, meow?
Okay. I thought that's from like Fred Rogers.
Did he do that too? I don't know.
Yeah, he had a character that was like a little cat that would be meow this and meow that. Yeah, from Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. You don't remember that?
Oh, well, yes, that weird cat thing I do remember too. This was, I don't want to go into it.
Yeah, wow.
Okay, wish I wasn't hearing it.
I don't want to go into it right meow.
Oh, wow. So are these weird people?
Rick, stop.
Okay.
No, okay, so do you really want to know? Super Troopers, it's these highway patrol guys, and they're going to go mess with some stoners, and so instead of saying now, they say meow. That's the whole joke.
Okay, didn't know anything about that. That was pretty quick.
Okay.
No, I just don't know about that show.
Well, meow, you know.
Okay, I see what you're doing.
I'm kind of hoping you're not committed to this.
Yeah, it came out. I was in college when it came out. Just know that. Okay.
You got all day you could do it.
Yeah. Even meow. Okay. All right. Sorry.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Great city, associated with this great team today, another division championship, and Rick and Bubba fans everywhere. I love it. I love it.
I do too now.
I want more of it.
In the break, in an unfortunate moment, producer John Perry has been marked up once again with another as he promised us a bathroom and did not deliver. And I'm going to tell you something. Look, if y'all are wanting us to sign the contract, just look, we don't have to go through this. I mean, this is what they set this whole thing up to trap us here with no way to go to the bathroom and get us to sign the contract.
And you know I'm anemic, Rick, which means I don't have a lot to go around.
Bubba nearly died last week, John. Will you not rest until he's dead?
You know, Rick, when they said the sprinklers come on in a few minutes, they sure are.
That's right.
They're fixing.
You know what it is? Perry wants more time on the show. What it is, my gosh.
And let me camera hawk.
Can I tell you something, too? And I know a lot of you work with John Perry all the time. You see him stand over there.
Look, he's a model. Look at
him. You're on TV. This is the guy that won't run replays. This is the guy that never gets the replay on time. And let me tell you this, John, I love you like a brother, which is why I'm going to say this, because I fight with my brother all the time. You're rotating that shirt a little hot. Every time I see you, got it on. I'd like to see. John,
no, John, please don't.
How about a nice Brave shirt or something today? I mean, we've seen the faded jeans and the black shirt enough.
Surely the group from Junkin can find something. And it's.
Hey, tell Junkin to look for Perry a wardrobe.
Or wardrobe.
Whatever I was supposed to say. Just say. You know why I can't talk?
You know what? Yeah.
It's to hear right now. We could die from our own poisoning. Body waste is poison. That's why you have to get rid of it. It's poison, John. Okay.
Hey, look at all the ties that moved out of his shot. Look,
Yeah,
look.
sure.
They moved away from
Braves personnel are scattering at this very moment. They were so pumped up about the flag going up, and now they're running for cover.
I didn't know I'd have to talk to Ted Turner to take a leak. Did you? I mean, how cruel was that a minute ago where they got us to the door?
I know.
And it wasn't open.
Well, Rick, look.
Okay.
The whole
we got
trip.
to the line.
Look,
no offense, that's water under the bridge.
Yeah. No pun intended. You know, Rick, but you would figure that considering the trouble we had getting to the TED.
Bubba, don't bring
this
up.
morning.
Don't bring this up.
You know, usually when we're gonna have to. What's that dog that laughs like that on the Cartoon Network?
What's
all
that
the time?
dog? Snuff?
What's the dog?
What's his name?
Snuffleupagus?
No, what is
what's
it?
his name?
Smedley?
Smugly?
Snuffleupagus for some reason.
What is it?
Speedy
Something
playing
like
the role of that dog today. We're going to have to pot his mic down so we
Well,
can get through
I was doing my
I have
quiet
no control over Speedy's mind.
I know.
I was doing my quiet laugh.
I know.
You know, the best laid plans. Sometimes, Rick, just don't work out. We had a great plan. We had an early team coming.
Yep.
We had a late team coming for various reasons.
And you have been unpredictable on this trip. You've had no part of the technical part of it, which is a shock. Of course, we saw the results of that this morning. No offense.
Rick, proof in the pudding.
Yes, get your surgeon hands up. Bubba kept saying just simply reboot it, and of course they finally did after missing a segment. But let me say this, and also Bubba, in another move that shocked us all, went with the late team. Bubba's usually always the early team guy.
Rick, you're the guy who likes to get there at the last minute and just go.
Yeah,
I'm the guy. I like to get there a half a day early, get a feet. Like if I'd have been here, if I'd have been driving this morning, I'd have been out here at 3.
Yes.
Of course, that's just slightly, before I went to bed.
Right. Yes.
But I'd have had to walk around, look at all the angles, just get comfortable with the farfignugan of the situation.
And you saw what happened to me. I was here so long, I got sleepy and really was no good when the show started.
Yeah, that's right. And
I'd been here too long.
Well, as you mentioned, we had the early crew come to get everything set up, and wow, that was time well spent, I think.
Yes.
And I stayed back, so I was going to have to rest either way, passing out, almost dying. The doctors get all upset, and you got to rest a little bit.
Yes.
Got to build them red blood cells. And so I ended up in the late crew, not having to worry, as you said, with the technical aspect, which was a nice change. But I'm going to tell you, coming late has its disadvantages, too.
Yes, it does. Well, I talked to Bubba about I had to go. I went to my son's football game and was going to leave after this. Now, and the good news was I was not surprised because the only family in this show that is more chaotic than the Burgess family, my family, is the Greenwoods. The Greenwoods are one of the most chaotic families. So when Ryan said to me, hey, my daughter is cheering for her team, and they are only, I'm not making this up, probably not even a half a mile from my house. As we walk our way back, and we thank you for being with us today, one of the things we do want to point you to is, is there some election coming up November? Seems like a big deal.
I heard
Seems like a big deal. So anyway, AMAC, they're there, and they lobby for the mature American citizen. If you've gotten to the age where the server asks if you want to split your meal. That kind of stuff. So let me tell you this, 100 different discounts with AMAC. Now, you probably like us, you started getting this stuff from AARP, and then you started kind of examining the political leanings of AARP, and you're like, whoa, that's not for me. Guess I don't get the discounts. Yeah, we do. Still got the discounts. But we're now with a conservative lobby in Washington, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Bubba, do you know over 2 million folks have already moved over to AMAC?
Isn't that wild?
Yeah, and right now you can get 1 year for $1 because you're part of the Rick and Bubba family. Simply go to amac.us/bigbox. Join today for $1 for 1 year and get all the wonderful benefits that go with it, but get a voice in Washington that reflects the conservative point of view. Also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, and that does include their magazine that keeps you updated what's going on. So, Bubba, also over the weekend, now focusing on Saturday, I love a Saturday. Saturday
is one of my favorite days during the week. If we don't have anything to do. Sherry and I are empty nesters, like a lot of us are. And Saturday's one of our favorite days if we don't have to go anywhere. And I've mentioned this before. That is we wake up whenever we want to wake up, and we have our coffee, and we just discuss life. We discuss all the family. We discuss. We have our time in the Word of God and pray together, and we just sit and we just love it. And then there comes that moment in there where and I'm a what's our plan guy.
Yeah.
And I know that drives my family crazy, and is my sons love to mock me anytime they're involved in doing anything with me. So, Dad, tell us what time do you want us to get there so we can settle? And that's their big line. They make fun of me all the time. And but they're not there. None of them are at the house. But I get to a point where this has been great. I love you so much. Enjoyed this. I'm looking at the clock. So what are we doing today?
Oh,
what's the plan? And I wait. I've learned to wait to go to that. And she says, "So what are you looking for here?" And I said, "Well, I mean, and this is what I always say, and I know you are with me. If your preference is that you and I just continue to sit here, I mean, I'm not.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
There's nowhere I have to go.
No.
Nowhere I have to be. If your desire is that you and me together, like we do a lot, all day today, doing what she likes, I'm in. However, if you have something you need to do, and I would become a distraction, there's a yearning that's pulling me down I-65 to a little farm. I said, and I haven't been to the farm in a while, and I need to go check on things. Now, there's nothing worse than when your wife, if she ever does that, which we hope doesn't happen, they call for details.
Yeah.
Well, so what exactly do you have to do? Said, I got a camera down there. I don't like the way it looks.
Something's up.
Got a camera down there. Something's happened to it.
Something's not right.
Need to go adjust it.
Is there anything more fun than going to check on a camera?
Love it. Well, you're going to love this, too. Look, and she goes, wait a minute. Are you going to go all the way to the farm to simply adjust a camera?
Yes.
I said, there's so many things that need to be done.
Yeah,
I said, I haven't taken my, I mean, if I do this, you may start begging me to stay, but I need to get out my electric chainsaw. And I said, hadn't ridden the roads after Francine.
Yeah, I got to get stuff.
Probably got some trees down.
May have another one coming this week.
And she says, okay, so you're going to ride the trails and adjust the camera. Yep.
That's it.
Anything else? I said, just general getting ready for the season.
Yeah, just walk around. We got
general get ready for the season. I'd like to see. I'd like to check on it. And so she's like, she was getting ready for tomorrow night in Pensacola. She said, I need to get that ready. And so, that's good. Why don't we do this? Why don't we say, let's plan we're still going to have dinner together. Just come on back, pick us up something to eat on the way back for our dinner that we normally, of course, we're senior citizens. So I thought, my gosh, I got to be back by 4. and so,
that's
a lot.
So anyway, that feeling on a beautiful sunny day, a little hotter than I wanted, but God, if it could have just been a little cooler.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I get in the Ram 1500.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I put on my tunes, and I check on Waze, no traffic. 65 looks good. That's not a given.
No, you do have to check.
Right,
You do have to check.
And I'm thinking to myself, I believe I'll have lunch over at the barbecue place. I'm starting to think about that.
Yeah.
Think I'll
Already
go
thinking about lunch.
check. Well, yeah, that's us. Now, thanks to the folks in Rossville, Georgia, I don't think about it anymore. Okay? But I was looking at some of the camera shots, and guys, I have seen a buck y'all ain't going to believe.
Oh.
Take a look at this buck. I mean, that's definitely the dominant buck. Don't you think? Now, if you notice in my face on this game camera, and what we're looking at, for those you don't see, I'm actually on the Moultrie Mobile. I shouldn't be on that. Do you know why I'm on that? Does my face look happy?
Nope.
No, it doesn't.
Because you're walking.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Does this have to do with anything with Gary and what he posted? Did you call Gary?
What's he done now?
Gary,
I think I know where this is.
No, you don't look very happy.
You look like you're going for a walk, Rick. A nature trail walk.
Have you ever just
strolling?
Have you ever just? First of all, I've got a campaign going with my kids. Okay, somebody. So I thought to myself, I'm going to get to Camp House. I've got some stuff I need to get ready for the week if I get back. My plan was these things won't take long. I'll come back, get ready for Daniel starting on Wednesday, be sure I was ready for yesterday in Georgia, do a little work in the Camp House too, and check on things there. I have everything out on the table there, thinking that's what I'm going to do. And so I think to myself, now this is a little bit of a mistake because this will show you that I'm not the most efficient studier.
Okay.
I thought I'll go over there to my new big TV since I made fun of my little one.
Yeah.
Throw a little football on over there.
Oh, okay.
I like having football going on around in the atmosphere. Can't get the TV to work.
Wait a minute.
What?
So I get on the phone with some of Bubba's favorite people, DirecTV.
No, boy.
And I'm like, but what's up with the TV?
TV's out.
Pretty embarrassing moment. New technology. They actually said, sir, we're going to send you a link. We want to see the TV. Show us the TV before we send somebody next week. Yeah. So I've got my phone, and he can see it. He's going, he goes, where's your HDMI cord?
Oh, no.
And I went, oh, my gosh.
Did you not plug it in?
Oh, my goodness.
No, it's not there. It's gone.
What do you mean it's gone?
And I said, and he goes,
somebody stole your HDMI
it's been there
cord?
before.
I know, Greg.
Brody Burgess.
So I blast a family text. I blast it. Who's got Camp House's HDMI cord? Who's got it? And then I just put about 4 times why. Why? I'm at the Camp House trying to watch football. I can't watch it because somebody's taken my HDMI cord. Where is it? The Camp House TV is not to be tampered with. It's not a loaner. It doesn't have loaner parts.
No.
It doesn't have loaner parts.
No.
Who took it? And, of course, I know who to zero on because there's only one person that has their own video company and shoots stuff at the farm all the time. There's only one.
And could use one of them cords probably at times.
And like he got down here, had some shoot going, didn't have one, went in Camp House, meant to return it. You know, it's always, I'll put that back.
Oh, I forgot.
Dad's never down there. I'll get
And he's like, Dad, I'm at the beach with my wife. I said, you stranded your daddy.
Yep.
Somebody help Daddy. Daddy's stranded at Camp House with no football. I mean, I've worked through being released by your mom, and I'm down here.
You put a plan in place.
Guilt-free. I'd simply like to put a ball game on, but I can't because somebody's coming Camp House and taking the HDMI cord.
Yeah.
And I've also looked a little foolish at DirecTV, frankly.
I was supposed to say.
I bet the DirecTV guy says, God, what a moron.
Hey, that
It
guy's
ain't even hooked up.
You got us one.
I bet he looked
pal, I bet I know why it ain't working.
Don't you think he looked at the other cubicle and said, hey, you missed this moron.
Mark this video for
he goes,
training.
where's your cord?
Well, because you know why? I never thought that
In
would
your
be
defense,
gone. How could that be gone?
It wasn't a new installation.
No,
you
they
have
don't
never
have-
watched this TV before. In
They
your
don't
defense.
have legs.
I said, I don't care how it happens. I don't care how it happens. Somebody is going to put an HDMI cord back in this Camp House before I return.
Oh.
Of course, there's nothing I do today. I'm out here because y'all were so far away, so I just said, well, I guess.
Did you walk to White House and steal one?
Well, and then
you got to steal one from somebody.
Yeah, and then I get ready to go.
I'll call Gary.
Then I get ready to go streaming. So I'll stream, see what I can find, and then all of a sudden the internet won't work. So then I go in there and I look, and we've had a breaker got knocked off, I guess, during one of the storms, so we're not down there enough. So I reset it, thinking, well, it'll come back now. And the phone keeps going. We don't see it. We don't see Camp House internet. I'm like, well, it's fantastic. You always see it. Don't see it. It's not here. I go to the TV. We don't see it. And so now I've had to get on the phone with them. So now
what was unplugged on this?
Now I get on the phone. Well, they're going there today. I said I can't access. I go over to Sherry's little she shack. Oh, she's just got internet blazing, and I'm like, what's wrong? Why's everybody against Camp House? They're tampering with Camp House right here before hunt season.
No,
I got to get it ready for hunt season. We can't have this kind of inferior presentation.
Watch outdoor shows
when I come back.
So that was your Saturday. By then,
no, it's not over. It's not over. Don't you think it's over? Now I think, well, I'm done with Camp House. Nothing's working in here.
Yeah.
I'll go out to where life is okay. I'm going outside.
Okay.
I'm hitting the trails. I've got my chainsaw. We're going to cut some trees. We're going to fix some cameras. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
crow flies less than that.
Yeah, and so what the plan was, I would go to my son's football game. It would end. I would drop my family off at my house, shoot down and pick up Ryan, shoot over, pick you up, and go.
Right.
I mean, because he was right by my house.
You were going to drive your new van that you got.
Yes.
And, I'm very glad that you got that, and we'll let the broadcast team use it at times. And,
Yes.
I was looking forward to that because I could rest. And my plan was to sleep yesterday as much as I could.
Right.
And you know what? Hindsight being what it is, that was a good idea.
Yes.
And then we were going to ride over, and we were going to get here late. We knew it, a couple of hours turnaround, and then we were going to be over here at the TED to do the show. So you call, I will have to call to give you a check-in call. Hey, how's it coming?
But can I tell you something? Once again, you not playing yourself, you throwing us all a curve. You held off the check-in as long as I've ever seen it. I've never, because normally,
I had to fight.
Normally you would have checked in throughout
Sure.
the day. How
Sure.
are we progressing? I'm not even at the game yet, Bubba, that kind of thing. But only one check-in, and by the way, when you checked in, I was just about to call you saying I'm getting in the van.
Well, let me tell you, the first sign that something could be going wrong was yesterday afternoon. I did a check-in with Speedy to see how the ISDN hookup was, and he told me it was fine. And I knew that that was trouble.
Yeah, you knew that was the soon it would be prehistoric animals in the end of time.
And so I knew that the end had begun. But anyway, we get together, and the plan changes, and Ryan is not with you. You're coming to get me first. And right here is the sign of things getting bad.
Well, keep in mind, Ryan, I could throw a rock and hit where Ryan should have been picked up.
Right.
Okay? In a big open parking lot at a high school. Okay?
On paper.
That was
the on paper.
Well, of course, to no one's surprise, the Greenwoods couldn't get that plan together. I mean, no offense.
The Greenwoods are as close to a tropical depression as far as people that you can have. I mean, it's just always a calamity.
And I can relate to them because that's the life I live, so I'm not surprised.
It's a lot of different schedules and things going on. Had the Rick and Bubba, the website, e-newsletter that went out yesterday. Lots going on.
No offense, I'm glad we have an email newsletter, but I would rather have my van not gassed.
Well, the good
right
news is
now
the
today.
next week's e-newsletter will have a picture of the van.
Okay, good.
When Rick
and the
picked me up, and you don't get to drive the van a lot.
No,
okay?
and I had a long day, friend.
Sure,
Hey, friend.
I know.
When you get behind a big vehicle and you start driving it, you're used to driving a Honda Accord. You know what I mean? I'm using a little scat car, and now I'm at the wheel of what basically these Southern Comfort vans, if y'all seen them, they're basically a rolling apartment.
And
it's an apartment on wheels.
I told you when you picked me up.
A little too relaxing in there, too.
Rick,
it's
please,
a big old van.
Please,
very relaxing.
Please don't go to sleep, roll this van, and kill us because I'm out of sick days.
That's right. You did say that as I was getting closer to the house.
And, we head out of my neighborhood, and you made a very close call on a mailbox. I didn't even see it. And you know why I didn't want to overreact? Because if you're used to driving, and I am, and you're in the passenger side,
it's worse over there.
You feel like you're in the ditch.
Yes, you do.
So when I saw that mailbox come by your van very close, I almost said something. I said, no, I'm just not used to being in the passenger side. I'm not going to say anything. I know that Rick doesn't have too much van.
That's right.
Oh, no.
So we normally I would have already had Ryan in the car, but because of the calamity, he calls me. First of all, I started to go get him before I came to get you. And he called and said, hey, I hadn't even left the field yet. I said, you said it was over. The game was 4 minutes left. Well, I lost one of my kids, and I just now found him.
You did mention that one of the children were missing at that time.
We found her way outside up a hill.
Again?
Yeah. Sure. Casting, sure.
Are you serious?
She'll take off, sure. Big crowd.
I remember when we were down at Gulf Shore, she took off that time.
Big crowd. She just
She's
gets
a
in the crowd and goes.
Yeah, she'll wander, and you got to play double team on her. So
we were running a little late there.
Yeah.
And I said, just go on because I want to make sure I had all my ducks in a row. So I said, go ahead and go get Bubba and come get me. Sounded simple.
Well, Ryan lives in a very nice neighborhood, and let's face it, he's living over his means.
He's high dollar, baby.
And
thanks to Mr. Lucky.
It's a house of cards. You miss one check, he's out. You know what I mean? There's no doubt about it.
Right.
And,
he was doing the newsletter because without it, he wouldn't have been paying for the house.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah, I don't think you should plan your house payment on the Rick and Bubba website. I think that's a shaky deal.
Yeah, sure.
So, it's...
So you added that in, it's your plan.
Look, so I get over there to get Ryan, and it's getting...
It's to the top of the hour. Weekend recaps have been in full swing. We'll talk to you coming up next hour again, maybe. Good to chat with you. Good to be back. So I'm leaving Camp House. I'm frustrated that one of my sons, probably the one that has a company, probably one who has a company that does all sorts of videography and shoots various things at the farm. Dad, if I took it, I don't remember it. Well, how about there's not here, then I can't get my. I mean, I have some of the best internet down there when it's working, and it's probably something stupid like the HDMI cord is. But anyway, I looked as much as I could look.
Hell, if you spent half your morning
and y'all know
dealing with technical issues.
How about this? And y'all know if I was troubleshooting, I was all over it.
You gave it a deep look.
So anyway, now I'm going.
You didn't see the cord missing.
Yeah, isn't that funny? Give me a little bit of grace on that one, because I shouldn't have expected that.
I'll give you that.
Since it's been there, and I told you I love the breakdown when they start that. I don't know who did it. All right, okay, so we're down to me. I didn't take it. Gary, hey, what is it? And then I said, and then your mom. You think your mom got it? We're the only people that access this.
Does he got it?
No, he said if he did, he didn't remember it. So anyway, all right. So some mad person broke in, all the things they could have stolen.
Heck,
with all the security systems, everything, they were able to get by all of it and get out with the HDMI cord and sell it on the HDMI black market for a big profit. So anyway, I said, well, I'm going in the outdoors where everything's all right.
Yeah. You know what I used to have a problem with, Rick? It's funny you said that, because it used to be phone charging cords.
Oh, yes.
And nobody
remember that?
Nobody meant to take them.
Oh.
But every time, if I have, let's say I had 6 guests coming to hunt.
Yeah.
5 of them would need a phone cord.
Yeah.
Correct.
And I would end up with one when it was all over.
Well, nobody ever took it either.
Yeah, never took it. So what I did, I had a USB charging station, and I glued the USB port, the cord, into it. And you will not believe the number of people that they said, man, I tried to pull that thing out and I couldn't get it out. I said, you got no need to pull that out.
You ain't going to be taking
unless
mine
you're taking
this
it
time.
with you, and you ain't taking it.
I love that idea. Now, see, that's an only child coming through.
Only an only child would come up with that.
See,
that's something right there.
You got to be an only child to even think of that. Even though it's brilliant. So I said, well, I'm going out to where things are okay. We're getting ready for hunting season. I'm getting fired up. Here I go. And, of course, I pick of the 2 vehicles, I pick, of course, the one that means business.
Mm-hmm.
I picked the diesel. So I'm now going out, and I've got my electric chainsaw, because I mean business.
Diesel and electric chainsaw.
They shouldn't go together. I know. I'd save your emails. So so I turn the corner, and I say, well, look at there. Yeah, a big old tree over the road, as I expected. I'm glad I told Sherry about this. And then I look; it's a little large, little big for the electric chainsaw.
Look at your bar on
That's going to need a commercial level chainsaw. Too big. So
big job.
Like an idiot, totally owning it. Hey, Rick, back the vehicle up. There's no need to go off in the woods and try to get around it.
Oh, no.
Just simply simply back up. Go back around. You can still continue your journey. Yeah. You just need to go back around and pick up on the other side of the tree and then continue on where you want to go. Yeah, so you got to get there. And I look over, I say, I can go through there and get around. Now, keep in mind, this diesel is a side-by-side 2-seater. Mm-hmm. It's not a small one. It's
pretty wide.
It's long and wide.
Mm-hmm.
Long and wide.
Long and wide. I got a side-by-side that's long and wide.
Long and wide.
So, like an absolute moron,
Unlike the guy that couldn't find the HDMI.
Right.
Yeah, you don't like that.
I'm trying to win moron award today. I'm thinking, you know what?
You're on a roll, buddy.
If I do one more, I may be a shoo-in. Yeah. So I go off into the woods, and I think I'm sharp because I'm knocking small trees down, going, you can't stop this one. No. Kubota diesel coming through. And all of a sudden, at the last minute before I can catch it, I see a hole off to the left.
A hole.
Where, like a tree had fallen, a big stump had go right down like that. And I went, this thing's pretty heavy. And so I go to try to miss it, and my back wheel goes into that hole. And look at this.
No.
It goes.
Oh, boy.
And I mean,
Rick
and now off in the hole it goes.
Oh, Is that a stick around it, or what is that?
A root. Yeah.
So you think it's an old tree?
Wow, you dropped off.
Oh man, you're tired, deep.
Yeah. So now, keep in mind, just so all of you, at home,
Do you use your winch to get out?
I am now. It doesn't have a winch on it. I am now 80 acres from the other vehicle.
Oh,
okay. 80 big ones.
Is there anything going right this
No.
day?
Now I've had to walk the pasture, as you know, in the past.
Oh yeah.
For a very
I think
similar
I had to
reason.
walk it one time.
I will say this: update on sanctification. In the past, I cussed from the vehicle all the way to the other vehicle, all 80 acres. This time I cussed for 40 acres.
Oh, okay. That's okay.
I cut it in half.
That's good. Okay. That's real good.
Right.
I call that.
How many spider webs you walk through?
So many.
I bet
As a matter of fact, I have come to the conclusion that I actually cannot be bit by spiders because I've had so many on me.
And trying to get it off is the worst.
I'm just flipping, going crazy. Yeah. And so I was able. It took a little heat, and I know Gary's had fun at my expense. I was able to go get the other vehicle, come back, and to Bubba's point, with a chain, and pulled it out on my own.
And then you had to take that one back and walk
then
back.
I had to walk it again.
So go back.
Yeah. So I did get a workout in. Yeah. I will say, after I had got successfully diesel back out, and then returned the vehicle, and then had to walk back to the original vehicle. On that one, no cussing.
Oh, okay.
Because,
at that point, why?
Because I pulled it out. You know what I mean? And I had that win on me.
That resolved.
Yeah.
You could see the end.
By the way, the camera that was, I kept looking at, something's wrong with this camera. You know what happened? In the storm, a limb fell off, hit the Moultrie Mobile, and knocked it off the tree, breaking the back off of it.
Wow.
What a day.
Yeah.
Woo. So now, the strap, where the strap holds is gone. It's broken.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so it
That's
was.
why you were getting pictures of the grass.
It was a tough visit. Mm-hmm. It was not as calm and peaceful as I had hoped.
You know, you would like to have a trip into the woods that are that's easy.
Yeah.
But I have learned you have to carry everything you have every trip.
Yeah.
Because something's going to happen.
Oh yeah.
You're going to run into something.
That's what I said. The idea of going down there and just saying I'm gonna chill, you can't because we're not there enough. So by the time you get back, there's always stuff like you said that's got to be fixed, got to be moved.
At what point did you wish you would just stayed at home?
About 40 acres into Walt 1. Yeah. Hey, I'm sorry, man. I'm down here at Lake Mitchell catching crappie. You're going to have to work it out. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And it's taking a little too long to get out here. But it's taking a little too long for me to get pointed toward Atlanta. You know what I mean? Is that the worst part? Does everybody agree with that when you're going somewhere to try to get pointed in the right direction? All right, now we're officially rolling.
Well, the first plan was...
Because the clock doesn't start until we're officially rolling.
The first plan was we're going to be rolling by 8. Well, you go 8:15, 8:20, we're filling up with gas, no big deal. But when it gets to 9:45, you go, we got to get out of town if we're ever going to get there.
So 45. Ryan Greenwood has two problems with his driveway, and one of them is he'll let his bushes get away from him.
You got thick bushes?
Yeah.
It's a little big.
Well, look, because if you live in a house of cards, you can't afford landscaping.
No.
You know what I mean? So
you know what? You can to fool the neighbors, but you cut it once a year.
Right.
And you know what Ryan was figuring? I won't cut it. The frost will get them. You know what I mean?
Well, as I was coming his driveway, here's the factors, and I had a lot of van. The factors was don't get eat up by this bush. It's halfway into the driveway. Okay, don't get eat up by it, and don't hit that damn dog they got, because it's as big as a horse. You know what I mean? And that would total the whole van. Sure. You know what I mean?
She's substantial.
Yeah,
she's low.
It'd be like hitting a deer.
Yeah, some great.
You wouldn't
day.
have headlights, no front bumper. You might not even have a radio.
Right. We got a new beautiful yard fenced in. I tell you, let's get a Great Dane.
Sure.
So she's tore up.
This is Ryan at home feeding his petting his dog.
I mean, I've heard of doing a tribute to John Ritter, but you shouldn't get Clifford the Big Red Dog.
I know, that's a little
so,
ridiculous. But here is we're trying to turn into Ryan's driveway, and I've got my Powerade there. I'm trying to work on that anemic situation, just taking my head, and I noticed the mailbox at Ryan's house coming under the window and under the mirror on the passenger side.
And by then
so I quickly try to get the drink down and go, "Hey Rick, watch that mail."
Yeah. He said you're all over that mailbox just as it's tearing metal off the side.
And what a terrible sound that is.
Hey, Rick, you're all over that mailbox.
No. Hey, I had it up. It was like, "Rick, you're all over that."
Hey, Rick, you're all over that. I couldn't even hear what he was saying because the metal was drowning him out. What'd you say, buddy? You might want to watch that mailbox.
Rick looks at me and said, "What'd you say?" I said, "You just cleaned their mailbox out."
And in baseball, since we're at Turner Field, this one would be like, look, oh, heads up. You know what I mean? So, hey, and it takes it and just spins it like a top, like that, rip it, just tearing it, just ripping it.
Can I tell you, high school vandals everywhere saluting you today because they couldn't do that with an Easton bat.
No way.
Rick Burgess. You spun that baby around, and I got out, and it was dark. Of course, Ryan can't afford, floodlights. And I was trying to feel.
Well, he cut the lights off because that van keeps getting. That bush keeps getting light and keeps growing.
And I was trying to feel on the van.
He's trying to kill that bush
to see how bad the van was, and I cut my hand on it. And I thought, well, this is not good.
Look, Bubba goes, I don't know if it's too bad or not. So he goes, oh, he come back there, cut my hand. That's not good. and it's bad when there's like a little hint of smoke in the air. You know what I mean?
It was hot metal is what it was. It was like where somebody's been grinding that hot smell.
Yeah. You don't want your vehicle to be hot to the touch if it's just scraped on something. And you go out there and like Ryan's mailbox is like, it looks like when metal's burned to the point that it's kind of crisp, the bottom of it's all red, from the friction.
Oh,
so and that mailbox is useless.
Sir, it's gone. And you know what?
You can't afford a new one.
No.
And I've already had to buy him one car, and I'm gonna have to pay for that mailbox. You remember he hit me at the time I tapped him. He had insurance.
Did y'all do that? Y'all take care of that?
Well, yeah, I had to buy, but remember because I hit him in the parking lot that time.
He backed into me.
Yeah, I got problems on the vehicles.
Rick,
you know that.
But we hadn't even talked about the fact your wife is going to be irate about the van.
That's all I could think of because I love you, Rick.
Oh, Rick.
And you may remember the show where y'all borrowed the van. The reason you had to buy it was the fact Sherry scraped it up.
Yeah, I had to buy this van because Sherry had already rented it once.
And you were doing your little bit about reminding her all day long. Hey. I can't wait till you get home.
Hey, Sherry, you got too much man. Won't you let the man handle it?
Yeah.
Let me show you how to turn this thing. Good God!
Hey, watch the mailbox.
Yeah. How about this? Here's how Ryan's mail will go. Boom, and fall out the bottom. And then you got a bottom on it.
You don't have a bottom on your bottom? God.
Everybody come on with it. A brand new hour from the Big Boy Studio, living out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy Greg Adler here. Welcome back for a brand new hour. Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It is the show of Rick and Bubba.
So, Super Tom has made his way, the engineer, into the studio. A couple of wonderful things. I will say this. when I ran the side-by-side off in the hole, I got on myself so bad, and the way I spoke to myself was so hurt, myself isn't even speaking to me. I mean, I just went off on myself. You stupid.
Yeah.
How can you be so, you moron.
Don't you hate that
And
feeling?
you just back up and go around. What do you think you're doing? And so anyway, Super Tom has put a little salve on one of the wounds. Super Tom has just brought me an HDMI cord. Thank you, Tom.
You were so welcome.
Even though my son, who clearly only person that would have needed it, says he can't remember taking it.
Tom, that has to
Can't
be
remember.
the thickest, largest
Thank you.
HDMI
That's a
cord I've
heavy
ever
duty.
seen. I thought
Right.
it was like a rope you tied a gate with.
You know, those were part of a project we had, and I guess we had an unlimited budget on those because those are really nice cables.
I mean, really nice.
I mean,
You know,
very
to me,
surprising that
to
you-
me, this HDMI cable he just gave me is the diesel of HDMI cable.
I mean, it looks like it's 50 foot long.
Yeah,
too.
so
I mean,
Nobody
good
be
night.
taking that one.
yeah, I bet nobody. Well, no, they won't anybody
You won't
taking
be able
that.
to hide it.
Don't touch my green cable.
Super
You'll be
Tom.
aware of it when
It
you're
glows
walking
in the
around.
dark.
So, Super Tom, how long have you been the engineer for the show?
Since what, 09, 07? When y'all came over to us,
Yeah.
was it 07? So that's
07.
almost 20 years.
That's the year I called you and said,
15
hey, you don't
years.
know me, but
Yeah.
we're about to head your way.
Yeah, so.
And the weekend that I got my nickname.
Oh, yeah. So 17 years, I
Well,
guess.
yeah, 17 years.
Yeah,
Hello.
So anyway, so that means that we've all been around each other for a long time. And I can remember when your daughter would come up to the studio sometimes with you. And this is when, she was a little bitty thing, so she thought all that was cool.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
and then we're all just going through our weekend, and Tom, the proud dad, rightfully so,
Absolutely.
sends us these pictures of his daughter winning homecoming queen.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And you are the escort.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Could-
That is awesome.
I'm still speechless.
How about that? Did you get a little misty?
Oh, I did. Audrey said, "Dad, if you cry, I'll cry. You cannot cry." So on the way off the field, she looked over. She said, "You're crying." I said, "No, I'm just sweating. It's hot." I'm sorry. I didn't want her to lose. She was reaching up. She goes, "I got to take this crown." I said, "No. You're royalty. You cannot remove your crown in public."
No.
That's right.
What's
So-
funny is
Clearly crying, Tom. Clearly crying.
You got me.
but it's one of those. Look, it's got Greg choked up.
Good night,
Yeah, I'm
Greg.
choked up on coffee.
So it's one of those things, though. Honestly, because we've all been there.
That's awesome.
We you know where we stand on this stuff. You let your kids experience disappointment. You let them lose. You let them. They learn to persevere. But it's still so hard when you're a parent and you're like, I don't want to. I would love to see them win, but I'm preparing them and myself that's probably there's a good chance that's not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever, just because people all these different opinions. Were you in complete shock? Even though you would say she deserves it, and we would agree with that, but we're all homers. All the young ladies, are worthy of winning it.
Yeah.
But so you kind of think, well, you made the court, baby. Did you start doing all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, and I think I maybe wanted it more than she did.
You know what, Tom? I know
I
what
get
you're
that.
saying.
I get that.
Because she says, "Dad, I said, "Now, if you don't," she's, "Dad, I'm just happy to be on the court. I was nominated."
Okay, so you were doing that speech, and she was like, I think that's for you.
Yeah. Dad, it's okay, But yeah, I'm just blown away that she got it. She is, the students vote. This is a student vote thing.
Yeah.
And her personality, how, and I'm not pointing this at anyone, but you know how kids get cliquey when they get
Of
to 12th
course.
grade. They
Of
don't
course.
talk to
Yeah,
the
of
10th
course
graders.
they Sure, do. Yeah.
She'll hug and love on a 5th grader all the way up to the 12th grade. We were on the field. She's going to embarrass her a little bit. She was just complimenting the girls, telling them how beautiful they were, that she loved their hair, she loved theirs. That's her personality.
Mhm. That's
And I
good.
think that's one of the reasons folks voted for her.
Yeah.
And,
Sure.
because that's just who she is.
blink.
Don't make Tom
Okay,
cry on the
don't
air.
do that. Don't do that.
Butterfly kisses.
Do you
That's our favorite daddy-daughter dance song.
Do y'all agree that because when you have goofy boys, it's kind of like they'll be all right, but when it comes to daughters, when they're in competition,
way
boy,
different.
and for some reason it seems crueler. It seems to be so much more cruel than what the boys have to deal with.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, it was a exhaust. I was exhausted. I was so tensed up.
Clearly
and
crying,
she just-
Tom. Clearly crying. I'm so
Okay,
sorry,
fine.
buddy. I'm so sorry, buddy.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
It was allergies.
Eyes are so red.
So you notice I don't have my glasses on. My wife said, "Do not wear your glasses." I said, well, "I won't be able to see." She goes, "It won't look good in pictures."
Yeah.
All right, fine.
I know because we always get the reflection off
so
of them.
we're on the back 50 waiting
You
on
can't
to,
see
be,
it.
to go on the field, and she goes, "Here, take a picture." I took it. She goes, "Send it to Mom and me. We got a group text." So I can't see. So I'm just
Oh, that's funny.
I hit send, and all of a sudden Audrey goes, "Dad, you just sent it to James Kimbrell. He owns a grocery store there." And
James needed to know.
he texts me back and goes, "Tom, you're such a stud." So
That is hilarious. I hadn't seen Ed's eyes that red since I surprised Greg on a Friday night. I mean, that right there.
Watch out now.
That's
but
awesome.
it was a good night. It was a really good night. I'm so proud of her and her accomplishments.
You know, what's funny is when you sent that out, and of course, we immediately want to show the wives. And and it's funny to watch their reaction, because my reaction, we were all looking at you, and then of course she's beautiful, and we're like, all right, I got to see how Tom's handling this. Sherry immediately grabbed it, how they do that, where they pull up, and she's looking at the crown. She goes, "Ooh, that's a nice crown right there." That's a good one. That's a show enough good crown right there.
I picked it up. I think yesterday she had set it down. I said, "This thing is heavy."
Yeah.
She goes, "Oh yeah, it's got some weight to it."
That's good. I love that. I think that you wanted it more than she did.
Just seeing her grow up over
yeah.
the years, Tom, I'm so happy.
Well, she went from that little bouncy little
my
girl,
goodness, yeah.
and she always wants to come on the Christmas, the last year ender. She'll be here
many a days.
Oh, good. She still wants to do that?
Yeah.
Oh, we got a homecoming.
Would she
queen up
wear
in
her
here?
crown?
We might could talk her into it. I don't know.
Well, because I was asking Tom,
Rose vine?
because I told him, I said, "Look, I don't want to embarrass you." We were talking in the break, all of us, and I said, "Why don't we talk about this on the show?" And he was like, "Well, and then I asked the question. I said, "Okay, is this going to embarrass her?" Because when she was little, this would have been a no-brainer. But now that you're a teenager and and all that, you're like, okay, you have to. Sometimes the show is cool. Sometimes, hey, don't make a fuss about it.
I can probably count on one hand how many times I've seen her embarrassed. She just rolls with
Comfortable in her own
everything.
skin.
She just has. She's always having fun, and so I can't imagine her getting all up in her head and getting embarrassed over this.
Yeah. And
Love you,
Tom
Audrey.
loved her first.
Audrey, something to celebrate. Congratulations.
Yeah, we're
Sing it,
proud of
Adler.
you.
Yeah.
Tom loved her first. Don't blink.
We're coming to the next daddy-daughter dance.
Yeah.
Where's the one? There's another one too about she used to like to go fishing with Daddy, and you got to grab this moment because
there's so many of them.
Oh yeah, sure.
And before I had a daughter, it was my oldest son. We'd see a good-looking girl, and he'll elbow me in the ribs, and we'd kind of yeah.
Uh-oh.
Well, then the first time that he did that after Audrey was born, I went, whoa, wait a minute. That's somebody's daughter.
Oh, it changed everything.
That's another song.
That's another song.
Somebody's daughter.
Oh, he's tearing up again. He's tearing
I'm
up again.
good. I'm allergies.
His eyes are red.
Let's come on.
Ragweed, terrible this time of year.
Yes, it is.
Oh,
Been
my
sneezing
goodness.
on
I
me.
haven't seen those kind of eyes since Bubba was watching Tear Down the Wall speech from Reagan.
I know
And it was Oak Grove High School for the.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think we ever said that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
nice.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oak Grove. Yeah, Oak Grove High School.
So, Audrey,
Congratulations, man. That's huge.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Audrey, proud of you.
Why is Daddy crying?
Way to go. We'll be back. More to cover today. We'll get more of your phone calls in this hour, too, as we roll through more stories. If you missed the updates from the weekend and our breakdown of some of the stories, you can grab those on the Daily Archives on our podcast channel or our YouTube channel. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hanging wallpaper.
We're back at the Rick and Bubba show. You see, look at that. There's the Rick and Bubba logo in beautiful Turner Field up in the stadium. You thank Bill Reynolds for putting it up there and holding that sign for us.
Rick, he's just the Atlanta version. Bill, the Crazy Sign Man.
We got Jim, the Crazy Sign Man, and now here in Atlanta, Bill, the Crazy Sign Man. Good news, we did go to the restroom in the break, and so we're feeling much better now. And Speedy has also has said that he would like to go anywhere in the stadium that we would dare him to go. And I've kind of got my eye. Wouldn't you love to see him sit between them two Coca-Cola bottles way up there? I mean, just like standing in between them, waving at us.
Yes,
eventually.
absolutely, yes.
Yeah, you think can you make your
Now,
way there?
It'll take you about a week to get there,
Which
so you
one?
better head out.
I'm used to running the Coliseum.
See the Coca-Cola cannon-looking things? Like
way up there?
Yeah, the Coke bottle's laying down.
Yeah.
Now, I understand they got some, like, ball field, like an infield or something back. John, I know you don't like to be. Do they have a ball field or something where kids can run to bases? Where is that? Up there by the Coke cans? It is? Okay.
So we'll do that. Also, I have to ask you the question, since we're all married and everything, don't you think, though, because really in person, I was very sweet to my wife about wrecking that van.
Yeah.
And didn't get on her and said, look, things happen. Let's don't let it ruin the vacation. Don't worry about it. Do you think I'll get the same result?
No, Rick. My suggestion was that you just carry the van home, not say anything. Tell Sherry you'll keep the kids. That way she won't be loading anybody in, of course, because it's on the passenger side.
Yes.
Tell her to go to the mall, have a good time. You know she's been working very hard with you being on the road. And then when she comes back, discover the scratch and claim what happened at the mall.
Okay.
That's very good.
That was my
good
suggestion.
stuff. That's brilliant. The other thing I was thinking, and I thought this was inappropriate, in the break, Speedy said if I'd been on Avocare, this never would have happened because I would have been focused.
That's right.
Sure.
So,
you're taking a spark.
he'll use anything to get on. I thought him saying that you almost died because you were on Avocare. I didn't think that was right.
Well, POS3 would have kept him from dehydrating.
Yeah, I know. All I could think of in the hospital taking blood was that Speedy is going to get on me because I'm not on Advocare regularly.
That's right. Well,
I couldn't even relax.
Sure. I mean, people said down when he was on vacation last weekend, if you got around him near the pool, all he would go is, you happy the way you feel right now?
I got this little kid on that some Avokids
at
the pool.
Avokids!
And every since then, he had a perfect dive.
All right, Speedy, look, we got a lot we got to do.
Okay.
Are you going to go to the bottles or not?
All right, I'll go.
We got to have you up at the bottles.
I'm going to the bottles.
Okay.
The bottles will be easier to get to than that pitcher's, man. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Hey, which one?
Can I tell you that guy on the field crew right there? He is.
Which one's mine?
You talk about somebody that doesn't like foolishness.
Well,
buddy,
look,
I'm gonna tell you
never
what.
worked at a golf course, have you, brother?
Well, I did, and you know what happened? You really be. This is absolutely true. I'm not making this story up. From last night, it won't surprise you. I was fired from working on the golf course because I wasn't paying attention. You know, the thing that puts the holes in the
the aerator.
Yeah. I got it hung on the flag, and it ripped the green.
Really?
Yeah. And hey, buddy, they were not happy.
Hey guys, I'm gonna take a spark so I can go do that.
Okay. All right, Speedy, pretend like it's best seats in the house. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, that's right. Speedy owns the Coliseum in Nashville. Now he owns Turner Field today.
You know, Rick, one of the best things I think parents can do when raising kids is let them have a summer job and learn what they don't want to do for a living.
Absolutely.
I tell you, if you are a weed removal technician at a golf course in a record-setting heat wave, it will motivate you to stay in school. I will tell you that. I didn't know what I wanted to do in my life, but I knew what I did not want to do at that point.
I was digging, literally digging a ditch in a swamp area. Brad Walden had been hauled off to the hospital for being bit by a water moccasin, and I'm standing about thigh high in the mud. And a gentleman who was
making bricks.
Well, it seemed like it.
Yeah.
He was 40 and he looked like he was 80.
Right.
And he looked at me with his slightly green teeth and says, "I don't know why you're complaining, son. A lot of hard work would do you some good." And I said, "Yeah, look what it's done for you."
Yes.
So I thought at that point, I said, "I don't know what I'm gonna do with my life, but let me tell you this. Let me mark this one right off the list. I got to find some way. Hey, Mama, guess what? I think I will go back to school." So anyway, and of course you and I have found the ultimate job to get paid well to do basically nothing. And you got to admit, it don't get much better than that. And only this country could provide it. Let's show the stars and stripes again.
Yes, Rick, you just couldn't do this, say, in South America. You know.
All right, when we come back, then Speedy is going to be moving. We also got to play a round of get an opportunity for somebody to win. Do we want to talk to Prater first? Here we go. 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us. Couple of things to be aware of. Let me take a look-see. Coming up this week, let's see where we're going.
All right. Oh, well. So we do have a lot going on here. So let's take a look. Tomorrow night, Sherry Burgess, Pensacola, Florida. Women's event. Ladies, you can go see Sherry, and you're in for a treat. First Baptist Pensacola. The details at burgessministries.com under upcoming events. So looking ahead to the week, I didn't realize, we're almost done with September, Bo. Looking ahead, so we have a Man Church with Rich Wingo coming up on Sunday in Tallahassee, one of your favorite places, Bubba. Tallahassee.
Easy to say. It just rolls right out.
Tallahassee, Alabama, at First Baptist Church, Tallahassee. That's this Sunday at 5. Wingo will be there. So they're doing the men's discipleship strategy. You can plug in. Also on that same day, Life Church of Boaz, they're also having a man church. And Dr. Joe Whitmore, president of Sneed State, will be speaking at that one as they start the strategy. And then I mentioned earlier, but I'll mention again, on Monday the 30th, I'll be with First Baptist Church, Panama City, Florida, doing their Man Up event. They're also doing the men's discipleship strategy. You can plug in there, and they'll also host one of our conferences coming up next year. So that's all coming up this weekend, tomorrow night, and then this weekend and Monday. And you can find all those details if you want to be part of it. All right, so a couple of things out of Biden world.
Chuck Graham, state senator's here. Chuck, stand up, Chuck. Let us see you. Oh, God love you. What am I talking about?
Where did he go?
Where did he go? Here we go.
He's hiding in the basement.
Does anybody know?
A Basement Joe. So, how many of you, and we're going to do this every time until we get through November. Well, actually, he'll go all the way to January. How many of you forget that Joe Biden's president? My hand is up.
Yeah,
I completely forget.
And including his hands up.
Yeah, I completely forget, Greg. That's so true. Here we go. Biden seems to forget that he's introducing the Prime Minister of India.
Yeah.
So
this is pretty bad here, my friend.
So here is this is our current president, just in case you're wondering. Here we go.
Yeah.
Thank you all for being here. And now,
hard to watch.
who am I introducing next?
Oh, my
Oh,
goodness.
no.
You're hosting him, sir. The whole point.
Who's next?
Oh,
my
now he's
gosh.
angry.
He gets bailed out here.
Now he's angry.
Buddy.
Barely.
Buddy.
Distinguished guests, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India.
So at least they've got somebody doing the announcement.
Yes.
Just let him do it.
Yeah.
Just let them
Somebody
do it.
help the man.
Just go sit down.
That was bad. You want to hear that again? I do.
So I want to thank you all for being here. And now, who am I introducing next? Who's next?
Oh,
Good
okay.
night.
See him get mad.
Yeah.
Guys,
you're talking about the joint. I mean, you're there with them.
Speedy,
They're
are
all
you
right
okay?
there. No, I'm not.
Distinguished guests, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India.
this looks like something they made up just to give him something to do. Look how little the stage is, and the few seats are there. It's like let's give him something to do.
But Greg, he couldn't do it.
Yeah, he couldn't even do that.
Who's next?
Think about what Speedy was alluding to.
I got hairy legs.
This is your president, our president, hosting the Prime Minister of India. And what the Prime Minister of India gets is, I don't know who I'm introducing, and screaming, who's next?
Who's next? I mean, he looked like an angry old man.
Does anybody understand how bad that is?
He mad?
It's the most populous country in the world.
It's next level bad.
Okay, here's the next one. I saw this picture over the weekend.
Who's next?
I saw this over the weekend. Bubba, the Biden regime hasn't held a cabinet meeting in 11 months.
Yeah.
They finally did meet today, but Joe Biden wasn't there. His wife was in charge of it. Look at
that's
this.
good.
Look at this. She is now sitting in his seat.
Hell of a doctor.
No
He got up and
offense,
stood beside
Can
her.
the wife of the president just take over?
Right, Joe
She's
was
not elected.
No, she's not.
No.
Yeah, Joe was there, but she spoke way more than he did.
Is that where he was sitting? Where is he sitting?
She sat at the head. He's just there.
Where is he? I don't even see
He's
it.
standing beside her. He got up and stood beside her.
To be home to the most cutting-edge research in the world, and where everyone can lead healthier lives. Thank you.
Where is he?
He's to her.
There he is.
Daddy's moved.
Hey.
Okay.
My goodness.
Look how
Well,
confused he looks.
Yeah.
You know what he's thinking? Who's next?
Who's that lady?
Next? I mean, she's gotten as many votes as Kamala.
Who's that lady?
Hey, nice.
Who's the blonde?
Yeah.
Who's the one yakking on?
Who's that hot lady at the end of the table?
Oh my God! I want to smell her hair.
Also, we're on the edge of so many terrible things.
Do you think?
Oh yeah.
And
You
they
think?
haven't had a cabinet meeting in a year?
What's the point?
Would you have it?
Think about that.
Now
why have it?
Yeah,
Right.
what's the why?
Yeah.
Now we'll move on to Trump. Somebody say. Somebody say. Somebody say. All right, so here he
Lil
is
P.
asked how he stays healthy, and what a great line from Trump here. So
Basically, he started out claiming he ate good. Then he said, "Well, I mean, you know, I eat good hamburgers."
And then he doubled down. He said, it's like he got tired of the false narrative.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I usually pretty good at who am I kidding?
Right. I'm like, they're the people that gave me advice. They're
Did
dead.
you ever expect a former president to give you the same answer on eating right that I give?
No, I didn't. For a minute, I thought you were being interviewed.
I noticed Bubba was standing up apart.
I've outlived those people.
Bubba, here's a little space action for you from Trump. He says we're going to Mars if we're reelect him. Here we go. All right, here we go.
Space Force, and now we're leading in space over Russia and China. They were killing us when I took over, and now we're leading. But military, we're going to reach, and it's my plan. I'll talk to Elon. Elon, get those rocket ships going because we want to reach Mars before the end of my term. We want to do it. And we want to have
If you left
also
today, you wouldn't be
great military protection in space because that's where it's going to be at.
I like it.
All right, now let's jump down.
Hey, they got word from the space. What is it?
ISS.
The one they're in. Those two people. Hey, why don't y'all come get us before we worry about Mars?
That's so true, Greg.
They pick them
We
up on the
need
way
a
by.
ride. 3A, Adler 3A. Let me know when you have it. The Democrats keep trying to convince us they're not in charge. So Tim Walz says something that I agree with you and Speedy should probably be in a Trump ad and probably will be. Listen to Tim Walz, what he just said.
We can't afford 4 more years of this.
Boy, you're dead on.
Boy, you're right.
I agree. You know
are
what?
right.
First time I've agreed with the Minnesota governor.
Attaboy, Walz. Attaboy, Coach.
I had no idea what he's saying.
Coach.
I don't know. I think it was the same interview that we showed Trump a minute ago. He also said that he would not run in 2028 if he did not win this election.
Well, my
this
goodness,
is it.
he would be.
Yes,
He'd be
please
out.
don't.
Right. Phone
I
calls.
hope not.
Please.
Phone calls are next.
How many Diet
866
Cokes does he drink a day?
Oh, there's no telling.
Ridiculous.
866 We Be Big is the number. We'll chat with you, find out what's on your mind. We've thrown a lot at you today. If you missed any of it, catch the archives on your own time later today. But if you want to chat now, 866 We Be Big. Speedy on the phones. We'll talk to you next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Is it already freighter time?
Yeah, we come
Wow.
out. It will
Well,
be.
we need to talk with him. and get
Hurricane and all
update.
that.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And then Speedy will find his place in the stadium. I will say this too, and I want
Didn't
to.
Pablo Cruz sing a song by that name? Find your place in the stadium.
It's time to find your place in the.
stadium.
How about in the TED? Find your place. Find your place in the TED. Let me say this. And let's take a vote out here. I want all the crew that's here working with Turner South.
How about this crew out
working
here
with
early,
Atlanta
huh?
Braves? They've been
Yeah.
here. I mean, my gosh,
Yeah.
they've gotten less sleep than us, and I didn't think that was possible. But let me say this. Let's vote. Marvin Woods of Home Plate is not here yet. I say we eat without him.
He's here.
There's Marvin.
He's here.
No do-rag.
We didn't recognize him.
Marvin. They were saying you weren't here a minute ago. Man, we're ready to eat. That breakfast looks great. You can't make fat people starve. We go nuts.
Well,
We'll get crazy out here in a minute.
Let's start that during the freighter segment.
Yeah,
Can we?
can we start eating in the next segment, Marvin? No do-rag?
He got it in his pocket.
We were hyped. We were hyped for your little two.
Oh, he got it.
Yeah,
He's got it. He's
yeah.
got it.
He's got it ready to go. All right, we'll come back. Marvin Woods is with us this morning too from Home Plate. He's got a great breakfast set up ready for us to eat.
Marvin, do you have an extra one? Because I'd like to, get in the.
Another do-rag?
It's got to be a big one though.
Yeah.
Like we could use a tablecloth.
Yeah, Bubba's head is as big as Home Plate. So we'll come back. Leonard Skinner's Johnny Van Zant with us later, and your chance to win the ultimate weekend at the Talladega Super Speedway for the EA Sports 500. All still to come.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and
Welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show, coming to you live from the EIB building in downtown New York City. Now, Rick and Bubba.
Thank you, Johnny Donovan, but today it's live from Turner Field, and as you look, there is Speedy. He has perched himself between the two Coca-Cola bottles in left field.
Waving flags.
Waving flags. How about he?
Wow.
He is on up there. And earlier this morning when we couldn't get the radio part on the air, if he had been there, he would have leapt to his death. So I'm glad he was not there.
Yeah, he's trying to get up now. Cussing ISDN every step.
But he's good now. And then Ryan Greenwood there is to the far left, right over the 42.
He's the guy looking for a mailbox.
Yes, he's the one that right now is wondering, do they have Braves mailboxes that are easy to install? So there's that. Marvin Woods joins us from the Turner South Original Program, Home Plate.
How you doing?
Marvin,
How about yourself?
good morning. How are you, sir?
I'm excellent. Thanks for having me on.
Look, anybody that throws out the food like you do, we like.
This is a great marriage here. Cook the food, eat the food.
Yes.
Cook the food, eat the food.
We don't know much about cooking, but we know about eating.
How come y'all waited till I left? Well, how come you waited till I left to get breakfast going?
Wow, is Speedy talking from back there? Hey, Marvin's got breakfast ready. We're about to eat. Hey, but that's all right. You just stay out there, man. We'll get you some.
Marvin, did you bring me a do-rag?
I didn't, but I did
Marvin.
bring something to eat.
How about his do-rags even got food on it?
Speedy, he brought me one, but it's not big enough. We're going to use a tablecloth.
D might want that.
Hey, Marvin, let me tell you something.
Look at that, huh?
Look here, yes. Marvin, are you hungry? I feel
do you
like
to eat food too,
I do like to eat food. I love to eat food.
Man.
I
tell you, I'd be 400 pounds. Well, I almost am if I did what you do.
Yeah, so we need to come on the show
here's my do-rag.
and enjoy the food. Look at this, man. This is awesome. So how did all this come about? Home Plate. I mean, we look. You're on Turner South. You're cooking. We get fired up.
Well, I have a cookbook out on Southern food, and I got a call and asked if I'd be interested in doing a show, and of course.
That's what we said too. They said, "Would y'all like to go on TV and be on like a national show?" And I went, "Nah, nah, we go tell what we got."
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, Mark, have you cooked all along? Has this been
all my life?
Oh.
I mean, I look pretty young, but at the end of the day, it's been about 20 years doing it.
What? 20 years? Did you start when you was 4?
Well, I started when I was 7, but I don't count that part.
You started cooking at 7 straight up?
Yeah. And
where were you? I wish you lived in my neighborhood.
I know it.
Because somebody's mom won't be home, we'd panic. What are we gonna do?
Yeah, no, I took home economics and all that good stuff in high school.
Yeah,
and
I did too.
Went straight to culinary school, and I never looked back.
Man, that is awesome. So, how do you get your cookbook? Because I know we're going to have to get swamped with email. How do I get Marvin's cookbook?
You know what? Any major bookstore, bar.
Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour. Field of Greens, thank you. So glad that we found this product, or I guess the product found us. And then start taking it. It is an organic superfood that is unlike, as far as, we're all sometimes going, well, the health regimen, it really is hard to get around. You need to eat better and you need to move around a little. Sometimes we overcomplicate it, but the eating part and the nutrition part sometimes can be even harder than the physical part, because you can get a physical plan, but nutrition is so ever changing, and then somebody tells you this is good, then it's bad, and then you go with all that. I mean, listen to what the former president had to say about it. But anyway, Field of Greens says, but there are organic vegetables and fruits that have scientifically been proven to be the fuel that are all the major organs need to run at peak efficiency. Those are hard to find sometimes. They're hard to get into your diet. Well, with Field of Greens, they do it. And I love this product, and I've seen incredible results. And so has everybody else on the show that's using it, and friends, and a lot of you that are emailing. If you would like to try it, maybe you never have. Boy, it's time to do it. Go get yours now. And they have a better health guarantee. Now, here's what they say. I want you to listen. This better health promise from Field of Greens says that your next physical or checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back, because they know that it's really just logic. If I give my body the fuel that it was made to run on, it ought to run better. So right now you can get 15% off and free shipping. You know how much I love this product. Go to fieldofgreens.com, promo code BigVox, 15% off. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. And as I've told you many times, I'm also here to answer any question you might have about it because I've been using it for a while now. All right, let's start with John in Jackson, Mississippi. John, go ahead.
That's a great lead-in, Rick, to my call.
Yeah.
54 years old, went to bed fine Thursday night, woke up Friday morning, couldn't walk because my right Achilles had tightened up. Saturday, I ordered Field of Greens. I got the lemon lime.
Oh, good.
And, hey, they showed the 15% off in the free shipping, but when I put the big box in, I got 15% more off.
Hey, let's go right now. Well, there you go.
So
there you go. Well, look, you're on your way, and you recognized when it was time, as we've said on the show, when you get injured sleeping. When you get injured sleeping, that's when you know.
Yep.
Daryl, out of the great state of Georgia. Daryl, come on, Daryl.
Yeah. Well, here. Can you hear me? All right.
Yeah, we hear you. Okay, Daryl. Yes.
Great. All right. So I think we need to clarify a couple of things. Okay. So the deer over the toilet deal.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now it was right. My wife told me I couldn't bring it home.
This is the Daryl.
Yeah.
This is Pastor Daryl.
Is there any other?
Well, there's a lot of Daryls out there. So if you recall earlier,
but only one with a deer head over the toilet.
Right. So you want to clarify something with that? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Two things. First of all, I before he went in there, I said, "Okay, you're about to experience something I promise you never have." And he looked at me really funny. But the deal is when he got in there and closed the door, yes, this is great. He was grunting like a buck while he was in there. So,
Well, anytime, in all fairness, and I saw the guys react, if a man tells you before you go in his restroom you're about to experience something there you've never experienced before, I mean, that's almost like
a funny look, right?
Yeah.
That's scary. Okay, so go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just saying that you did put it in there, though, because you ran out of wall space, right?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, I can understand that.
And I thought, but what a great conversational piece now, right?
No doubt about it.
It is.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
It looks good there, too.
One other thing, and by the way, Rick, it's Chickamauga, not Munga. Okay?
Chickamauga?
Chickamauga.
Chickamauga. Yeah.
So I'm taking him through on it, doing my pastorally duty and saying, okay, he's asking me these questions and I'm doing my best. I really am, guys. I'm not a Civil War buff. I did get it right. It's the second bloodiest Civil War battle behind Gettysburg.
Okay.
And so we take it, and I did get it right that they've got one of the largest gun collections of Civil War era. So we go to Wilder's Tower, right? It's a tower. It's a monument tower.
Yep.
And I'm kind of tongue in cheek, but I'm not. I'm trying to help him out. He's asking me these questions, and so he said, well, was it built during? I said, yeah, it was built during that era. Has it been refurbished? I can hear Benny in the back seat. He's grunting like, I want to answer this. Sure. I need to help Daryl out here.
Yeah.
And so I finally say, well, I don't know. I used to know a lot about. I used to even know the number of steps. And so at this point, Rick gets it, and he goes, "So you don't even know the number of steps?" He said, "You really are not up on." He said, "You really are not up on the history of this, are you?" And I looked at him and grinned. And I said, "I don't have a clue."
Well, I want to know is that the original structure?
Right,
Did we refurbish it?
No, it was built. It was actually built afterward as it's a monument, really, and it was built after the fact.
Okay.
Wilder fought in the war. Yeah, that's what it is. But it was really fun.
Well, thank you. I hope you heard. I can't say enough about the hospitality of everyone in the community and in the church. And on a serious note, it was a powerful weekend. It was. I haven't eaten like that in about a year and 9 months, and I still have not gotten hungry. Still, and thank you.
We eat like that every Monday.
Yeah,
they fixed it as far. But let me say this on a serious note, Rick. What the Man Church Ministry has done for not only our church, but the community around. And now, like you said, several pastors, because of what has begun here, have started that ministry in their church. Just one in the last 2 weeks. We've got, just like 5 different pastors come to this, and now they're branching out and beginning this ministry. And we're seeing a change in the lives of families. When the wives come to you and tell you, Pastor, this is making a difference in my family, there's something going on. And Rick, we appreciate you guys, your team, for coming here and for what you do and your love for God and love for families across America. We appreciate you.
Well, and I thank you for, like you said, you've been at this a while and you've seen a lot of different attempts, and your endorsement of saying, look, I've been here, I've seen them all, and this one is the one that seems to be producing what we all hoped. And of course, God came up with all this. All we did was just be obedient to it.
Well, yeah, and to be quite honest, and I'll say this unashamedly and without reservation, I've been in it a long time. My dad was pastor of this church for 43 years, and I've done a lot of these. I have seen a lot of these, and this is the best discipleship ministry for men that I've ever seen in the ministry since I've been in it, without a doubt.
Well, I don't have anything to add to that. That and you that's an endorsement that that has been through a lot of things that you've seen, and we kind of ran some of those. So I pass that on to the team, and I thank you for that. And thanks for being such wonderful hosts. And it was wonderful meeting your dad. What a legend. So enjoyed that too.
I appreciate that. Yeah, my dad and your dad, from what I hear, they must have been a lot alike.
Yeah.
So, in many ways, yeah, I can live. I have lived some of the phrases that I've heard your dad say.
Oh, good. Yeah, that's great. Well, Darryl, what a pleasure. Thanks, man. Can't thank you enough.
Thanks for having me on, guys. I appreciate you.
Tell all the men we said hello and thank you. We continue. Let's go to Brian in Chattanooga. Brian, go ahead.
Good morning. I'm sorry I missed that because I had to usher at my church yesterday.
Understood.
Did you get a chance to get the peach cobblers from Bees?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I didn't bring that up. So they come over after all we've eaten, Bubba, and literally said, now we're going to put on the Lazy Susan the desserts. And I said, desserts? Are you kidding me? And she said, now we will change the plates out for bowls, and we will put on the Lazy Susan peach cobbler and homemade chocolate chip cookies. And I didn't know what to do. I was like I said,
that gave me a chill.
I said out loud, I think I've dreamed this before.
Yeah.
I couldn't. At one point, I thought I'd died. I thought, well, I must be, this must be the feast Bubba and I've been talking about. So yeah, we did have some of that.
To that.
Yeah. We continue. Let's go to Nicholas in Tuscaloosa. Nicholas, a road tide. Go ahead.
Roll Tide. So as y'all saw about earlier about the possible assassinations on Trump, I don't know if y'all watched it or not, but on September 12th, the GOP released a statement saying that we are in DEFCON 1, and why won't Kamala Harris and Joe Biden do anything to offer Trump more security instead of just a little bit of security that they did give him?
Yeah, has anything happened on that? Have they decided to give him more? There's been a lot of discussion.
I don't know that they've publicized it. Who knows? And should they?
On the world front, did you see Israel taking care of Lebanon over the weekend?
Well, they had some rockets fired into their country, and I think it was this morning, attacked 300 sites, didn't they?
Yep. A lot of fireworks there. We'll come back, and there's discussion, and it's nothing but discussion. It's not factual. That Israel is threatening to put boots on the ground in Lebanon.
They'll do it.
Mm-hmm. We'll come back. We'll wrap up the final stories of the day.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Barnes Noble. You can get online, Amazon.com, you name it.
So it's everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
And what's the name of it?
It's called The New Low Country Cooking, and by Marvin Woods. My face is on the cover.
Marvin, when I first saw it, I got mistaken, and, you know, I do that sometimes.
Yeah.
I told Rick, I said, look, former Oklahoma quarterback Elvis Peacock has got a book out. And I had no idea.
Well, you know, with the, you know,
how's your triple option?
That's right. That's right. See him go to the corner and pitch.
Yeah, no.
In fallback, so don't get hit.
Football's not my sport.
Really? You didn't play a little ball, Marvin? I know you're a little guy, but you know what? You're cooking too much. You ain't eating enough.
Is that what it is?
I mean, let me tell you something. I have eaten meals bigger than you.
That's a lot of food.
I mean, we love it. In a minute, Sally Struthers is gonna run over here. I mean, come on, let's put some food in you. Don't just cook it and look at it.
I love to eat. I just have fast metabolism.
Your metabolism must be
Well,
something.
Marvin, tell them about your show.
Yeah.
I mean, because we're kind of out of the loop.
Plus,
you know,
we're eating right now. We want to eat.
You guys,
yeah, you talk, we're going to eat.
All right. Daily, Monday through Friday, comes on 11 and 5:30. And it's a cooking show.
Does the 5:30 one come on time most of the time?
As far as I know.
Okay, I'll go check it.
Hey, do they show replays when you're not actually live on the show?
I think Saturday's the day they play replays. So you can actually get the show 6 days a week.
You play his replay, John. When we're on vacation, y'all panic. Like, well, what are we going to do? How many shows we got to do for you,
Do
man?
you get to go on vacation, or does John call? By the way, is there trouble here?
All right, there's
fire.
You know what's happening?
Hey, Rick.
No, I know what the siren is. Somebody must have run into my van in the parking lot. Yeah, that's it.
Hey, Rick.
Yeah.
This is Speedy. I'm running around. I'll tell you why they don't play replays.
Why?
Because our ratings bite.
Are we no good? Is Marvin's ratings a lot better than ours?
How's your numbers, Marvin?
That's why we brought him on today.
I haven't even asked. I don't even know.
Well, you know what? You ask John Perry, he won't tell you anyway.
Right now.
Well, look, we're all in good shape. Turner
I'm
Scott's
at the
really just
bowels
getting
of
started with this
the
original
Coliseum,
program. They
trying
can't
to get over
nothing in the program. You know, so we got it made right now, right, John? I mean, we're okay. Eventually we'll produce. Just stick with us a little longer.
Should we be concerned that Speedy just rambles in that mic for no apparent reason? He acts like he can't hear everybody talking. Should that be a concern?
I hadn't heard that since we stepped on Ray earlier. Let me tell y'all this. My mom and grandmom, you know, and all that, you know, you know the term in the South, the cat head biscuit, big as a cat's head. This is an incredible. I mean, this is delicious.
Thank you.
You know, I critique very harshly on country biscuits. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And you should.
Oh, and in this part of the country, if your biscuit's no good, people will talk.
Right. You'll be out of business, basically.
Yeah, people get the word out. So I'll tell you one thing. I had his biscuit now.
Marvin, what is this here? What is it?
Man, this is good.
That's grit cake.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Well, tell us some more, Marvin.
How about this? Grit and cake come together?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh, Marvin.
You can't go wrong, right?
Gosh, man.
Some homemade applesauce on there as well.
Oh.
So we do southern food.
Oh, put this on the biscuit. Look at this.
Exactly.
Oh.
We do southern food, and we have a healthy spin to some of it.
Do you really?
Oh, yeah.
That's all. If it tastes
there's
good, I
nothing
don't
wrong
care.
with that.
Well, because
as long as it tastes
day, wouldn't you rather eat this every day as opposed to once a week?
Yeah, I don't want my doctor getting on me when I'm enjoying a meal.
There you go.
Okay, and you know, and here's the thing: you being a show from the South and us doing the show from the South.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not trying to be home team and all this, but our food's so much better. I mean, you travel around the country. Let me tell you the most horrifying thing would have made you sick. I was in New York City. Tried to find a restaurant. She said, "Oh, y'all from Alabama?" And they love that.
Right.
First they say you're from Texas,
Right.
and I go, "No, Alabama."
I always tell them I'm from Boston.
Yeah.
South Boston.
South Boston.
South Boston.
And then she goes, "Oh, we got Southern breakfast here," and I got kind of fired up.
Right.
Oh.
Where'd they send you?
Oh, Marvin. Oh, it was running all over the plate. They brought that out. There was some weird stuff. They had some kind of like sour cream up on top of my eggs or something, and I was like, "Oh, buddy." They don't even know where to put the sour cream.
They have a hard time finding really good grits up there as well.
Oh, the grit. I said, how about grits?
Why
They just kind of looked at me.
grits? What are the? I mean,
they just don't know about it.
I know.
They really haven't been exposed to it. Their exposure to grits is in the instant box, man.
Oh, don't even get into how many grits with them. They keep giving you a number.
Yeah.
4. No, I'm not asking how many.
Right.
Grits are in a...
It's in hominy, not lottery.
Right. Grits are in a pile, man. We don't...
Exactly.
So anyway,
butter.
we got great food. And I think most
Nice
people,
and
even
creamy.
around other parts of the country, agree Southern food is some of the best there is.
Well, to me, as far as I'm concerned, and that's one of the things that got me starting to write the book, it's the basis of American cuisine.
Oh, wait.
some brand new swag in the Rick and Bubba store. We talked about it on Friday's show. The collectible tea glasses continue. The latest one, Hunting. It's got the entire show, our cartoons in our camo, ready to go for hunting season. And, of course, we also have our rifles. So if you want to really upset a leftist in your family, get them and set them out on the table. So anyway...
Perfect for the holiday season.
You're right. It's just perfect. So anyway, those are moving briskly. So if you want to grab those, do. Couple of things we need to hit before we go. Now, we are getting tons of texts since we were given a box of Little Debbie's famous Nutty Buddy bars. Everybody keeps telling us to put them in the refrigerator. For a different experience.
I've never done that.
No, I haven't either.
Huh.
So somebody just texted out a minute ago. Bubba, did you see Janet Jackson?
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
Rhythm Nation, baby.
This story, I saw the headline. I looked into it. It's one of those, the headline and the story don't exactly match
The clickbait?
I think it is. But you can delve into it and see what you think.
Well, they're saying, here's the headline that's supposed to grab your attention. Janet Jackson releases surprise new statement after claiming Kamala Harris was not black. So she's saying that she sent shockwaves through social media. That's a little strong. When she confessed her controversial views about the presidential nominee, she said, well, you know what they supposedly said. She's not black. That's what I heard, that she's Indian. Her father's white. That's what I was told. I mean, I haven't watched the news in a few days. I was told that they discovered her father was white. Now, I haven't heard that.
No.
Have you?
No.
Jamaica,
See, the statement and the headline does not really. Janet, I think, is just confused. She's just saying, hey, I heard this, I heard that.
Yeah,
she's not.
And then they posted.
It's not as quite as dramatic as the headline.
Yeah, and then they posted a picture, which is a strange concept, that you actually look at a picture of her parents.
Right.
And clearly he is black and she is Indian.
Right.
So, so that now people are saying that Janet Jackson sounds like an uninformed idiot.
And she did. She blamed the statement on misinformation. That's what she came back and said.
Okay. Well, there you go. Now you go back and you're correct.
Well, I mean, and again, she just said, "Hey, somebody said, I heard."
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a little different.
That's
than
not exactly as going on the record, is it?
Come to find out it was Donald Trump. She already.
Caitlin Clark named WNBA Rookie of the Year. Greg, I know you were hoping.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm about Caitlin Clark out.
And there it is.
Nothing against it, but
the Kraken.
Let me explain myself. Because we had the college season.
Send it to Greg directly.
And then they go straight from college right into their professional season.
Which is a long year, by the way.
I'm sure she's kind of Caitlin Clark'd out herself.
She probably is.
That's all I mean by it. I don't mean that. I'm just saying, my goodness.
So is the rest.
She was a top story in college when should have been. Top story in the WNBA, whatever it's called.
WNBA.
But there's no L in it.
Anyway. Go ahead.
I think the rest of the WNBA is Caitlin Clark'd out as well. Did y'all see that eye poke last night? Did you see the eye poke?
Yeah, she got a black eye from it.
I did not.
Old wrestling move.
Have you seen it?
Deja and
I would have to be interested to see it.
Yeah.
Deja and I Carrington. You can see she's going to.
Do you have
block.
a name and everything?
That's her name. Yeah, Deja and I don't think I'm saying it right, but that's her name.
Are you reading that? You don't know that.
I'm reading it.
Okay,
I don't know that. Yeah. She's trying to block this pass that Caitlin Clark is trying to throw. You can see her hand does an extra motion here, there.
Ooh.
That was intentional.
I don't think she meant
That was
to do
intentional. Look, the ball's gone. She's going for her eye. If you watch it real speed, it looks bad too. Not just in slow motion.
Everybody in the WNBA should love her.
I started to say.
You would think
I
they
started
would.
to say.
I mean, like it or not.
I would carry her on and off the court on one of those things. Like they used to carry the Pharaoh on.
Look, I know she's white, like Kamala Harris's dad, but I mean, still,
right?
No. So Caitlin Clark did win Rookie of the Year, but fans still angry because she didn't get MVP.
Calm down. Give her a minute.
Did I read that more people went to the Indiana Fever games than the Indiana Pacers games this year? That's true.
And you know who was responsible for that?
Caitlin Clark.
There you go.
And Deja
and the fact the other team is just not that good.
Yeah,
I mean,
that
has a lot to do with it.
Of course, her team's not that good either.
Well,
No, they're
yeah,
not.
but there was hype around her.
Yeah.
2 years from now, will they turn out if they're still bad?
No,
Probably not.
No, they won't. We continue. Adler, let's take a look-see at the fours. So we keep, like we said a minute ago, the Democrats keep forgetting they're in charge. And they're campaigning against themselves, which is hilarious. So now the other thing is everybody keeps trying to shoot Trump, and they keep talking about how crazy the world is and that it's Trump's fault. And they wonder why, everybody keeps blaming them for people shooting at him. Well, it's comments like this. He's been shot at twice, or not shot at, but shot at once. And then at another place, a guy was getting ready to shoot at him, and they caught him before he shot at him. But 2 attempts on his life. But the Democrats keep calling him a threat.
Oh, yeah.
No, still.
Did you know if crazy people think you're a threat, then that's when they start wanting.
They'll try to do something about it.
Yeah, so here's another.
To know if you think it's time for Democrats to stop calling Trump a threat to democracy.
No, fact of the matter is that he is a threat to democracy.
No, I think we should be clear that he is a threat to democracy.
Do you think that the rhetoric, though, needs to be toned down?
I think his rhetoric should be toned down, absolutely.
Listen, these are the facts. He is a threat, period, point blank.
Don't say point blank.
Oh, give us reasons.
Don't say point blank.
Give us reasons. Give us examples.
Yeah, has anybody ever asked Greg's follow-up question? And he's a threat to democracy. How?
Yeah, go. What can he do?
And go. And he was president for 4 years. And what did he do to the constitutional republic / democracy? What it seemed like.
Well, they're immediately going to bring up J6. That's their
of course.
Reaction
of course.
Yeah. And we all saw
we
that.
all know what that is.
Yep. A lot of flag poles.
But he is trying to expand. He's trying to pack the Supreme Court. Oh, wait, no, that's Democrat.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, he's pro-censorship. Oh, wait, that's Democrat. Oh, wait, he's weaponizing the Justice Department.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, that's Democrat.
Listen, there's a story out today. We really don't have time to go totally into it about the Internet and some of the rules that the Harris-Biden administration are pushing on this. And this is a story just from this actually today. So talking about the Internet is not broken. It's actually flourishing with 300 million Americans going online every day. But even though the prices are plummeting, quality of services and speeds are increasing. More people have access to it than ever before. They're now wanting the FCC to step in and start regulating things. When this is all because we've had ruthless free market competition.
Correct.
Not government controls and sanctions.
And a Democrat always immediately their fallback position is government regulation.
Yep.
They love the government.
And I'm talking about Democrats in power, not just American people. I'm not trying to, you guys know what I'm saying.
No. You don't have to. You were fine.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.